Chapter 1988, Cultivate. Everyone gazed at Yang Yi, and it didn't take long for a black sword to appear in his grasp. Judgment. Dire Wolf gazed coldly at Yang Yi, while ridicule covered the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, Amon walked over to Yang Yi's side and grabbed his arm. She shook her head slightly. He's infuriating us on purpose so that we attack him here. Yang Yi nodded. I know. He gazed at Dire Wolf at this point. I know what you're after. Dire Wolf laughed coldly. And? Yang Yi chuckled, and his smile gradually became cold. And I'll fulfill your wish. A ray of light flashed. Burial. After that, the surroundings fell silent. Dire Wolf's eyes were opened wide and filled with disbelief. A crack gradually appeared on his forehead, and it didn't take long for the crack to expand until his stomach. Blood sprayed from Dire Wolf's body. Everyone was stunned on the spot, including Qin Xuan and the others. They knew Yang Yi was very strong, but they hadn't expected him to be this strong. Dire Wolf was a Sea Dao realm expert, but had been annihilated in an instant. How dare you? Suddenly, a furious shout resounded from the sky, and then the flying swords around them immediately shot towards Yang Yi's group. Amon and the others were about to counterattack when Yang Yi suddenly waved his hand and stopped them. He took a step forward and glanced at the flying swords before shouting furiously, "Fuck off!" As soon as he said that, a sword howl resounded from Judgment. In an instant, the swords stopped on the spot before flying backwards. Meanwhile, an old man in linen clothes appeared before them. The old man gazed coldly at Yang Yi. "Give me an explanation." "An explanation?" Yang Yi replied. "We want to join Southern Qilin Mountain." The old man asked, "That's your reason for killing him?" Yang Yi replied, "I killed because he deserved death." The old man looked Yang Yi in the eyes. "He joined Southern Qilin Mountain. So, he's a member of ours." Yang Yi smiled. "We can join too." The old man fell silent for a short while before he said, "Not just anyone can join us. Welcome." Suddenly, a voice came from afar. They looked over and saw a young man walking over in their direction. The old man's expression changed slightly when he saw the young man. He was about to say something when the young man immediately went over to Yang Yi and smiled. "Welcome. I welcome you on behalf of Southern Qilin Mountain. Please come with me." The young man gestured for them to follow him. Yang Yi and Amon exchanged glances. Yang Yi was about to speak when the old man suddenly spoke solemnly. "Young Master Yu, I recruited them." "Oh." The young man chuckled, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi was about to speak when the old man spoke once more. "Young brother, the northern faction welcomes you and your friends. As for what happened earlier, well, let bygones be bygones." Yang Yi shook his head and gazed at the young man. "Well, go with you." A wisp of surprise flashed through the young man's eyes, and then he smiled. "You're absolutely welcome, young brother." Suddenly, the old man spoke in a low voice. "You should think some things through." Yang Yi gazed at the old man. "I think he's better. So, we'll join his side." "Of course I am. Ha!" The young man roared with laughter and said, "Come with me." Just like that, they followed the young man and left swiftly. The old man's face was extremely gloomy. As they traveled, the young man smiled. "Brother, what's your name?" Yang Yi replied, "Yang Yi." The young man smiled. "Imo Renyu, the southern faction of Southern Qilin Mountain." Yang Yi gazed at the young man with a bewildered gaze. "The southern faction and northern faction?" The young man smiled. "This place belonged to two people before the unexpected turn of events here. One of them is the northern faction's Wan Qianyu, and the other is my father, Imo Tianqiu. They are the strongest here. Of course, they've always coexisted in peace." Imo Renyu chuckled and continued. "However, no one expected this to happen in the dead dimension. So, everyone in Southern Qilin Mountain was forced to join forces, but who would be the leader? They wouldn't be willing to accept the other as a leader. So, that's how the northern and southern factions were formed." "I see." Yang Yi nodded slightly. He seemed to have thought of something, and he couldn't help but shake his head and smiled. Because they were already in such a situation, but Southern Qilin Mountain's forces still hadn't truly united with each other. It would be very dangerous if this went on. We're here. Imo Runyu pointed into the distance. There was a courtyard there. It wasn't very luxurious, but it was nice. Imo Runyu said, "This is where you'll stay. It's a little simple, so I hope you don't mind." Yang Yi nodded, "Thank you. I presume all of you went through a long fight to get here." Imo Runyu smiled, "And you should be very tired. So, I won't disturb you further. Farewell." Imo Runyu cupped his fist and left. Amon asked, "What do you think?" Yang Yi shook his head slightly. "We don't know anything about them for now. However, he does know how to deal with people. Anyway, let's just ignore all of that for now and just see what happens. We can leave if this place isn't good for us." Amon nodded slightly, "True." Meanwhile, Yang Yi waved his right hand, and then 2 immortal crystals appeared before each of them. "Heal up first." They didn't refuse it, and they just took them and left. Meanwhile, Amon suddenly said, "Let's talk." Yang Yi glanced at her and nodded. In Yang Yi's room, Amon looked him in the eyes. "Are you from the god race?" "The god race." Yang Yi replied. "What do you mean?" She asked, "Are you from it or not?" Yang Yi replied with a question. "Why do you ask?" Amon shook her head slightly. "That demon beast which saved us. I saw it in an ancient text, and it's the god race's royal crocodile. I don't know why there's one here, but I know that it only helped us because of you." Yang Yi smiled. "I'm not from the god race." She asked, "Really?" Yang Yi nodded. "I really am not. However, I really don't understand why you're so worried." Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. How can I not be worried? She spoke indifferently. Those fellows in the world outside won't allow the god race to exist, and they'll kill anyone from the god race that they encounter. Yang Yi fell silent. Meanwhile, Amon continued, "Don't let anyone know about your relationship with the god race, or you'll be in deep trouble." Yang Yi nodded. "I understand." She nodded slightly. "You must be tired. Rest well." She left once she finished speaking. Only Yang Yi remained in the room. Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the bed and frowned slightly. Based on what Amon told him, he was able to discern that the enmity between the god race and the other races was absolutely deep. Was it the god race who sealed this dimension? If it was them, why? A string of questions flashed through his mind. In the end, Yang Yi shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and entered the primordial pagoda. Cultivate. The battle with the demon beasts had allowed him to sense that he was at a bottleneck, and he planned to break through it. Even though he was extremely strong now, his cultivation was quite low, and that was disadvantageous to him, because without a good foundation, his combat strength would still be very limited. Just like earlier, he couldn't swing his sword again after swinging it just now. Besides cultivation, he had one more thing to do, and it was to make Snowy create immortal crystals. The immortal crystals had given away, and those had already used were a total of a few hundred. That was all he had. But if he didn't have more immortal crystals, it would be torture for him in this place. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to find Snowy. Snowy waved her little claw. She was saying that she was tired, very tired. Yang Yi's face darkened. "Tell me what your conditions are." Snowy blinked innocently to display that she didn't understand. Yang Yi rubbed her head gently. "I really need immortal crystals right now, so can you help me make some?" "Of course, there'll be benefits." Snowy's eyes lit up when she heard that there would be benefits. Yang Yi rubbed her head gently and smiled. "You're getting more and more mischievous." Yang Yi played with Snowy for a while and returned to the cultivation room. He sat down cross-legged and started absorbing spirit energy from the surroundings like a madman. Meditation. Just like that, time trickled by, and his aura grew stronger and stronger. Around 2 weeks later, Yang Yi suddenly stood up. In an instant, a wave of energy swept out from him, but it only took a moment for it to vanish without a trace. Huff. Yang Yi let out a light breath of air and opened his eyes. The third stage of the enlightened realm. He was finally at the third stage of the enlightened realm. Suddenly, Yang Yi frowned slightly and left the primordial pagoda. A voice came from outside. "Brother Yang, are you here?" It was Yu Jing's voice. Yang Yi opened the door and asked, "What is it?" Yu Jing nodded slightly. "Qin Xuan has been crippled." Yang Yi's eyes instantly narrowed. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1989. They'll be there for you. Qin Xuan was crippled. Yang Yi frowned. What happened? Yu Jing smiled bitterly. That fellow went to look around the place after he recovered, and then he got into conflict with a woman. In the end, he was crippled. And then they asked for 100 immortal crystals to release him. 100 immortal crystals. Yang Yi's frown grew deeper. Take me there. Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something at this point and added, Does Amon know? Yu Jing shook his head. She's in closed-door cultivation, so we didn't notify her. Should we? Yang Yi shook his head. No. Come, let's go have a look. Yu Jing led Yang Yi to a square. It wasn't very large and just occupied an area of about 10 kilometers. There were around 10 arenas scattered in the square. At this moment, many people were gathered here. Or it should be said that two groups were in confrontation. One of them was Mad Saber and the others, and Yang Yi didn't recognize the other group. However, he saw a familiar figure amongst them. It was Qin Xuan's figure. At this moment, he was on his knees, and there was a black chain around his neck. Besides that, Yang Yi noticed that Qin Xuan's arms were hanging on his shoulders. Obviously, their bones were shattered. Besides that, Qin Xuan wasn't kneeling because he wanted to. His kneecaps had been shattered, so he couldn't stand. Yang Yi slowly closed his eyes. Meanwhile, someone chuckled happily from afar. Oh my, the leader is here? Yang Yi looked up, and he saw a young man. The young man's clothes were quite old and worn, and there were many deep scars on his head. Besides that, there was a fine short sword hanging by his waist. Lung Tsong. Yu Jing spoke solemnly by Yang Yi's side. He was an extremely famous fellow in southern Qilin Mountain, and he joined the northern faction. Yang Yi ignored Lung Tsong and just went over to Mad Saber's group. All of them seemed visibly relieved when they saw Yang Yi, and they nodded slightly. Mad Saber was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly said, I'm very disappointed. Mad Saber and the others were stunned. Yang Yi slowly closed his eyes. I'm really disappointed. He pointed at Qin Xuan and continued, See that? See how he is right now? All of you saw it. But as brothers, why haven't you done anything? Why? Yang Yi started shouting furiously as he finished speaking. Mad Saber and the others remained silent. Meanwhile, Yu Jing spoke softly. It's not that we didn't want to, but Qin Xuan is still in their hands, so we dare not act rashly. Yang Yi nodded slightly, sorry. Mad Saber shook his head. That isn't necessary. We understand. Yang Yi turned to look at Lung Tsong. There were around 70 people behind Long Can, and all of them were top-rate experts. As for Yang Yi's group, there were only around 20 plus here. As for the rest, they were still recuperating. You're their leader? Lung Tsong sized up Yang Yi and shook his head. So weak. Yang Yi ignored Lung Tsong and gazed at Qin Xuan. Can you speak? Qin Xuan looked up slowly, cracked a smile, and shook his head. Yang Yi's gaze instantly became icy cold. When Qin Xuan smiled, he noticed that Qin Xuan's tongue was gone. Lung Tsong smiled. He said something he shouldn't have, so he lost his tongue. What about you? Will you say something you shouldn't? Why waste your breath on him? Suddenly, a woman by Lung Tsong's side stepped forward and said, Tell him to hand over 100 immortal crystals to spare this piece of trash's life. 100 immortal crystals? Lung Tsong shook his head. No, it's 300 now. He looked Yang Yi in the eyes. It was 100 earlier, but because you ignored me twice, it's 300 now. Mad Saber and the others' faces became gloomy when they heard this. Yang Yi was about to speak when Yu Jing spoke softly. The conflict arose because Qin Xuan glanced at her, and then Yang Yi shook his head. I don't need to know why it happened. Since I acknowledged him as a friend and brother, then even if he did something wrong, they'll fucking do something wrong with him. Yang Yi turned around and said, I gave all of you a chance. Since you refuse to do anything, then I'll do it myself. A sword howl resounded abruptly, and then a ray of light flashed. At the instant Yang Yi vanished. Long Tsang's expression changed slightly, and he vanished on the spot as well. Bang! Bang! The space here shook violently, and the others here were pushed over 3 kilometers back by a wave of aftershock. The surroundings fell silent after the aftershock dispersed. At this moment, Yang Yi and Lung Tsang were less than 10 m away from each other, and Yang Yi was holding Qin Chuan. The expressions of everyone behind Lung Tsang turned quite unsightly when they witnessed this. Lung Tsang was a Sea Dao realm expert. However, in just one collision, had lost to someone who was just at the 3rd stage of the enlightened realm. Lung Tsang sized up Yang Yi. I didn't expect myself to have misjudged you. So you're stronger than you look. Yang Yi gazed at Qin Chuan, remained silent for a moment, and then he passed Qin Chuan to Yu Jing before looking up at Lung Tsang. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan suddenly pointed at the woman. Yang Yi gazed at her, and Yu Jing said, "She cut off Qin Chuan's tongue." Yang Yi nodded slightly. "Don't worry, she'll suffer the same." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi gazed at Lung Tsang. He didn't say another word and just flashed over to Lung Tsang. In an instant, afterimages of Yang Yi filled the surroundings. Shadow Sword. Lung Tsang's face had a solemn expression on it when Yang Yi's figure vanished, and then he drew the short sword on his waist. He stomped his right foot against the ground and transformed into an absolutely fine ray of cold light that shot forward. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sound of space being sliced open resounded incessantly, and it was ear-piercing. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Rays of light and afterimages were the only things that could be seen. Many couldn't see Yang Yi and Lung Tsang at all. After engaging Yang Yi in close-quarter combat, Lung Tsang grew increasingly shocked as the battle progressed. Yang Yi's cultivation was much lower than his, but Yang Yi's instinct in combat was too terrifying. Moreover, Yang Yi was extremely ruthless and was always willing to receive injuries in order to inflict them. Bang! Suddenly, Lung Tsang created distance between him and Yang Yi. He held tightly to the short sword while his profound energy surged out madly, and the short sword slowly started to tremble. Yang Yi remained indifferent. He raised his right hand, and a sword appeared above his palm and started spinning rapidly. 3 breaths of time later, both of them vanished simultaneously. Crack! The space in the surroundings cracked open. Meanwhile, a sword could be seen stuck in the left side of Lung Tsang's chest. As for the tip of the sword, it was stabbed into the ground. Just like that, Lung Tsang was stuck to the ground. The surroundings fell silent. Lung Tsang had lost. The woman who had cut off Qin Chuan's tongue had turned pale, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. Yang Yi walked over to Lung Tsang. Suddenly, the woman and the others around her moved forward to surround Yang Yi, and Mad Saber's group did the same. Even though Yang Yi's side had lesser people, they weren't any less imposing. Yang Yi ignored them and gazed at Lung Tsang. "Do you know why I haven't killed you?" Lung Tsang looked up at Yang Yi. "We men should resolve our grievances on our own. It has nothing to do with her." "I agree with the first half." Yang Yi grinned, and then he vanished on the spot. It didn't take long for him to return, and he was holding the woman. Meanwhile, Lung Tsang howled with fury and intended to attack, but Yang Yi's foot descended on his chest and stomped him to the ground. Yang Yi looked down at Lung Tsang. "I haven't killed you and her because I want him to do it himself. I think he really wants to do that." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi tossed the woman over to Qin Chuan. At the same time, he kicked Lung Tsang over to Qin Chuan too. "Avenge yourself. It only feels the best when you do it yourself." Suddenly, Lung Tsang howled with fury. "What are all of you still standing there for?" As soon as he shouted, his subordinates intended to attack, but a ray of light flashed. Hiss, hiss. The heads of 2 experts at the front of the group instantly flew up into the air and blood sprayed out like fountains. Yang Yi glanced at them. "Why don't you try?" The surroundings became absolutely silent. Everyone gazed at Yang Yi, and there was seriousness in their eyes, but it was mostly fear. "Let it go." Suddenly, a voice resounded, and then a middle-aged man walked over slowly. Yang Yi gazed at him. "The northern faction?" The middle-aged man nodded slightly. "Just let this matter go, all right?" Yang Yi pointed at Qin Chuan. "Ask my brother if he agrees." The middle-aged man glanced at Qin Chuan and said, "He's still alive, but he may die if this continues. He won't be the only one either. Everyone behind you might die too. It's not a threat and just facts." "Facts?" Yang Yi chuckled. He gazed at Qin Chuan. "Do what you want. Don't worry about anything. Even if the sky falls, it'll be there for you. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1990. Lend me your sword. I'll be there for you. His voice reverberated like a thunderclap and shook their hearts. Mad Saber and the others gazed at Yang Yi, and there were complicated emotions in their gazes. Qin Chuan took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi, and then he gazed at the woman. He was about to do it when laughter came from the side. "Brother Qin, calm down, calm down." Everyone looked over and saw Mo Renyu. Mo Renyu walked swiftly over to Yang Yi. "Brother Yang, Brother Qin, I'm sorry. I was sent to patrol Cold Wind Ridge, and I just found out about what happened here, so I'm late." Yang Yi shook his head. "It has nothing to do with you." Mo Renyu hesitated for a moment and said, "Brother Yang, can you spare them?" Yang Yi looked Mo Renyu in the eyes, and the latter continued, "Brother Yang, Lung Tsang isn't an ordinary person. He's the nephew of the northern faction's leader, Wan Qianyu. If you kill him, it may cause tension between the northern faction and southern faction. But we have other external enemies to deal with, so we can't allow internal strife to occur. I hope you'll prioritize the overall situation here." Yang Yi was about to speak when Qin Chuan suddenly made his stand clear. He shook his head and made Yu Jing help him leave. Qin Chuan had given up on revenge. While he wanted to kill them, he didn't want to drag down his brothers. Suddenly, Yang Yi said, "Wait." Qin Chuan stopped and gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi grinned, and then he gazed at Mo Renyu. "Prioritize the situation we are in? I understand. So the northern faction can kill the southern faction as they please, but the southern faction should care about the situation?" Mo Renyu's face fell. "Brother Yang, watch what you say." "What?" Yang Yi chuckled. "It's all the truth. It's what I see right now. Brother Mo, I won't make things difficult for you." He glanced at the surroundings. "From this moment onward, we are leaving the southern factions. Well, leave southern Qilin Mountain." He gazed at Qin Chuan. "Do it if you're a man." Qin Chuan didn't hesitate at all. His recovered arms instantly slapped down against the woman's head. Bang! Her head exploded into bits. Lung Tsang's eyes almost split apart with rage. "No." Qin Chuan was about to kill Lung Tsang when the middle-aged man suddenly attacked, but Yang Yi attacked at the same time. A few rays of light flashed. Bang! 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 The middle-aged man was blasted back to where he came from, and Qin Chuan had slapped open Lung Tsang's head. The middle-aged man's face fell at the sight of this, and so did Mo Renyu's face. Yang Yi didn't give him face at all. Yang Yi lowered his sword and glanced at the middle-aged man. "If the northern faction wants to play, we'll accompany you until the end." He gazed at Mad Saber. "Notify the others. We're leaving now." Mad Saber didn't hesitate to turn around and leave. "Young brother, that was rash." Suddenly, a voice came from afar, and then a middle-aged man in an embroidered robe appeared here. "Father." Mo Renyu hurriedly went over to the middle-aged man. "What are you doing here?" It was the leader of the southern faction, Mo Tianqiong. Mo Tianqiong glanced at Mo Renyu, and then he shook his head slightly. "I'm very disappointed." Mo Renyu's face instantly turned pale. Mo Tianqiong gazed at the middle-aged man from the northern faction. "I've investigated the sequence of events." He merely took a glance at Long Tsang's woman, but Long Tsang ganged up on him and crippled him for that. "Your northern faction is in the wrong for this. You can leave now. I'll deal with Wan Qianyu myself." The middle-aged man didn't dare to say anything. He just glanced coldly at Yang Yi and left. Meanwhile, Mo Tianqiong gazed at Yang Yi. "Since you and your friends have joined my southern faction, then so long as you don't cause trouble, my southern faction will naturally provide you with protection." Yang Yi remained silent. Mo Tianqiong added, "Perhaps you're unaware of it, but southern Qilin Mountain has been surrounded." "Surrounded?" Yang Yi asked. "The demon beasts?" Emo Tianqiong shook his head slightly. If only it was just them. The true headache is the locals here. They moved all the way here from far away in the south, and their target is southern Qilin Mountain. Yang Yi asked, the spirit energy here? Emo Tianqiong replied, that's only one of the reasons. Do you know that there's a teleportation formation at the bottom of southern Qilin Mountain? It was left behind by the people who lived here a very long time ago, and it leads straight to the outside world. That teleportation formation is actually the real reason why there are spirit veins here. Both these spirit veins were specially left here to keep the teleportation formation running. Yang Yi asked, since there's a teleportation formation here, why don't all of you leave? Emo Tianqiong chuckled. In the beginning, we wanted to do just that. After all, this place isn't suitable to stay in anymore. However, it failed to work. An even bigger formation has sealed the entire dead dimension. Yang Yi frowned slightly. An even bigger formation? Emo Tianqiong looked up at the sky. An enormous formation. The spatial passageway between the dead dimension and the world outside has been completely sealed off by the formation. So, not to mention leaving, even contacting the outside world is impossible. He gazed at Yang Yi and continued. The only way to leave is by making the formation's owner deactivate it, or by possessing the strength to break through the seal. The dead dimension has been sealed off. Yang Yi looked up at the sky. Obviously, the seal on the dead dimension was definitely related to Zhir and the god race, because only they had the ability to accomplish such a thing. Why did they seal off this place? Meanwhile, Emo Tianqiong continued, young brother, in a situation like this, our best option is to stay closely united with each other. Emo Tianqiong vanished into the distance once he finished speaking. Yu Jing suddenly asked, are we leaving or not? Yang Yi shook his head. Well, stay for now. Right, I need to go somewhere. Yu Jing asked, do you want us to go with you? Yang Yi shook his head. No, I can do it myself. Just be careful here. The northern faction may not let the matter rest that easily. So, just be careful. Yu Jing nodded slightly. You be careful too. Yang Yi gazed at Qin Chuan. You're all right, right? Qin Chuan nodded. He was injured, but it was only external, and it wasn't lethal. Yang Yi flicked 10 immortal crystals to Qin Chuan. Heal up. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. This time, Yang Yi's objective was Zhir. He wanted to seek her help and see if she would let Qin Chuan and the others leave the dead dimension. Visit Rieadel. Me for extra chapters. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to arrive where the river had vanished. He didn't hesitate to go down, but it didn't take long for a colossus to obstruct his path. The royal crocodile. Yang Yi glanced at it and said, I want to see Zhir. Come in. A voice came from afar. The royal crocodile immediately moved aside, but followed Yang Yi while seeming quite hostile to him. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to arrive in God Hall, and only Zhir was in it. She asked, do you need something? Yang Yi nodded. Is the seal around the dead dimension you're doing? She nodded. Yes. Why? As expected. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment and said, can you undo it temporarily? She shook her head. No. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? Zhir walked over to Yang Yi. There are some things that I can't tell you. I know why you're here, but it carries serious implications. So, I can't give you what you want. Yang Yi asked, can you send us outside? Zhir shook her head slightly. I told you. No one can leave this place, at least for now. However, you don't have to worry. You'll be able to leave soon. It won't take very long. Yang Yi looked her in the eyes. What are you planning to do? She grinned. Are you sure that you want to know? Yang Yi fell silent. His intuition told him that it was better not to know, or he would face a huge amount of trouble. Meanwhile, she suddenly asked, want to get to the peak of the enlightened realm? Yang Yi didn't answer her and was slightly vigilant instead. What do you mean? She smiled. If I wanted to harm you, you wouldn't be able to resist, right? Yang Yi said, tell me what your conditions are. Smart. Zhir smiled. Actually, my condition is very simple. I want you to lend me your sword. Lend you my sword? Yang Yi frowned. Why? I have my reasons. Zhir continued. Just for 2 days. I'll give it back to you after then. As compensation, It'll help you ascend to the fifth stage of the enlightened realm. The fifth stage of the enlightened realm. Needless to say, Yang Yi was really tempted. He was at the third stage of the enlightened realm right now, and he was quite a bit away from the fifth stage of the enlightened realm. Under normal circumstances, it would take him at least 2 to 3 years of normal cultivation to attain the fifth stage of the enlightened realm. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he withdrew the sword. It has killed many members of the god race. You want? Yang Yi didn't continue. Jia replied indifferently, I wouldn't go so low as to take revenge on a sword. I told you that if it was in the hands of anyone else, I would definitely kill the person and take this sword. But it's in your hands. I want to borrow it from you to find out about something, and it's just that simple. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, All right. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked the sword to her. Jia didn't take the sword and looked towards the side instead. Uncle Guan, I'll leave it to you. A white-robed old man walked over slowly. He went over to Yang Yi and said, Please come with me. Just like that, Yang Yi left the hall with the old man. Meanwhile, a voice resounded here. Is it worth it? Jia closed her eyes slowly. It's worth it if it's him. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1991. Absolute Hell. Yang Yi left the hall with the white-robed old man. Yang Yi asked, Where are we going? The old man replied with a question. How did you meet my master? Yang Yi glanced at the old man by chance. Why? The old man shook his head slightly. I was just curious. As he spoke, he looked towards the distance. There was a strange hall there. It was oval, pitch black, and emanated mysterious light. The old man said, The Azura Grounds. The Azura Grounds? Yang Yi gazed at it. What do you mean? The white-robed old man explained, My god race has many ways to foster geniuses, and the Azura Grounds is one of them, and it's one of the more brutal places. As soon as he finished speaking, they arrived at the hall's entrance. Meanwhile, the old man gazed at Yang Yi. The Azura Grounds is also called Purgatory. Master wants me to help you ascend to the fifth stage of the enlightened realm and do so without causing any side effects. So, I chose Purgatory for you. My method is very simple, and it's to unearth your potential as far as possible. However, it's dangerous, so mentally prepare yourself. Yang Yi gazed at the hall and nodded slightly. I'm ready. The old man nodded, and then he waved his right hand. In an instant, a blue circle appeared below Yang Yi's feet, and then he vanished on the spot. Yang Yi suddenly felt dizzy, but it didn't take long for that feeling to vanish. Yang Yi opened his eyes, and then he saw nothing. The surroundings were pitch black. Suddenly, hiss, a gash was torn open on Yang Yi's back, and his figure was blasted away. Yang Yi was visibly stunned when he hit the ground. What the hell? Hiss. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's chest suddenly cracked open, and a string of blood sprayed. At this moment, Yang Yi's expression finally changed. Hiss, 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 hiss. The sound of air being torn open resounded incessantly while blood sprayed from Yang Yi. However, Yang Yi wasn't able to see his opponent at all. Hiss. Meanwhile, another string of blood sprayed from a new gash on Yang Yi's body. It wasn't that his opponent was holding back, it was that his body was too strong. So while his opponent could cut through his body, it couldn't go deep enough to be lethal. However, if this continued, Yang Yi would definitely die from loss of blood. On the outside, Jia asked softly while standing by the old man's side, How is he? The old man fell silent for a moment and replied, He has quite a bit of problems, and he hasn't tempered himself well enough. He looked in the direction of the hall. He's a good piece of metal, but there are quite a bit of impurities in him. He can only be called a sword saint if he can remove them. A sword saint. Jia's eyes narrowed slightly. The sword saint was a title in the god race. The god race had a long history, but only few were ever able to become a sword saint. Jia asked, He has the potential to become one? The old man nodded slightly. A saint of the sword. His sword is his own. While there are marks of many others in it, the core is still his own. Obviously, he has been guided by an expert. If, the old man paused for a moment and continued, if he's willing to discard some things and fully free his sword, then his sword would be even purer and sharper. Then he wouldn't be himself anymore. Jir spoke indifferently. Do you know how many times I thought of killing him? The old man asked. Why? She replied. Some things he possesses are even tempting to me. If I obtained them, it would be enormously helpful to me. But I could never convince myself to kill him. The old man asked, why? Jir looked towards the direction of the hall. His sincerity and loyalty. The old man nodded slightly. I see. Meanwhile, Jir flicked a small white bottle to the old man. Give this to him later. The old man's expression changed. Master, that's, Jir replied. Since I've chosen not to become enemies with him, then we should do our best to be friends. He's loyal, and he'll remember the kindness we show him. So, you don't have to worry about him doing anything that'll be disadvantageous to us. The old man hesitated for a moment and nodded. As you wish, master. She nodded slightly and glanced at the surroundings. Uncle Guan, can you deal with that evil treasure for him? The old man spoke solemnly. It's best to leave it alone. She asked, why? The old man shot a glance behind them and said, it possesses a fully formed intelligence. If we act against it, we'll definitely incur its resentment. It would be fine if we could kill it, but if we can't, the problem we face will be quite serious. Jir asked, can't we kill it? We can. The old man continued, but we'll have to pay a certain price. Jir asked, what price? Your god race will be exposed. An icy cold voice came from behind her. Jir turned around, and she saw a ball of red light not too far away from her. The ball of red light continued, if him destroyed, this place will collapse in an instant. Your god race isn't the same god race that it was all those years ago. If you're exposed prematurely, I'm afraid you'll be instantly obliterated by the other races. How dare you? The white-robed old man waved his right hand, and a ray of white light flashed. Bang! The red ball of light was blasted 3 kilometers away, but countless rays of red light shot up into the air just a moment later. In an instant, the space in a huge area started trembling violently. Stop! A cold shout resounded, and then a mysterious wave of energy appeared here. The space in the surroundings gradually returned to normal. The old man intended to attack again, but Jir waved her hand. Forget it. The old man nodded slightly and stopped. Jir gazed at the ball of light. While the god race has suffered a decline in strength, it still has the ability to kill you. Is that so? The ball of red light laughed ferociously. I was born with the universe, and am linked to the quintessence of this universe. Killing me will damage the quintessence of this universe. The god race once stood above the universe, but why don't you try now? See if the spirit of this universe will let you kill me. Jir's eyes narrowed slightly and gradually became icy cold. Meanwhile, the old man shook his head slightly. You're right. While we can't kill you, we can still seal you. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. You want to go down with me? The voice laughed coldly. So long as your god race wants that, it'll accompany you to the end. The old man gazed at Jir, and the latter chuckled abruptly. You want to acknowledge him as your master, kill him, and then use him to perfect yourself, right? The ball of red light spoke coldly. So what if I do? Jir chuckled. Unfortunately, you don't dare to do it. The ball of red light fell silent. Jir spoke indifferently. Allow me to give you a warning. Even the heavens can't survive if it seeks death, let alone you. Don't just look at the benefits and ignore the danger. He possesses the inheritance of the Tao path and weapon path, and he's linked with the karma of 2 supreme experts. Not to mention you. Even my god race doesn't dare to rashly kill him. As for you, allow me to be honest, no matter whether if it's the Tao path, weapon path, or those 2 experts, they aren't people you can go against. Is that so? The ball of red light smiled. I must admit that his background isn't ordinary, but do you think him all alone? Jir frowned slightly while the old man's face became quite gloomy. In the Azura grounds, Yangyi was covered in blood. The entire place was pitch black, and blood frequently sprayed from Yangyi. It wasn't that he refused to dodge them, it was that he couldn't. The things which attacked him were too elusive, so he couldn't dodge them at all. The sword domain. Yang Yi had thought of the sword domain. He could locate them if he used the sword domain, but the old man prohibited him from doing so. He couldn't use it. Yang Yi was very puzzled. However, he listened to the old man and didn't use it. In the darkness, Yang Yi slowly closed his eyes while blood sprayed from time to time. He was trying to sense them. He didn't use his eyes because those fellows in the darkness were far faster than anything his eyes could capture. So, it would be impossible to catch them with his eyes. He had to use his heart, but he still couldn't see anything. His heart couldn't sense anything. Yang Yi was quite lost. Meanwhile, the old man's voice resounded in Yang Yi's mind. There are 4 types of eyes in the world. The naked eye, the eye of the heart, the eye of the sky. The old man paused for a moment and continued, You attained the eye of the heart, but that's far from enough. The reason you can't see the evil treasure that follows you is because your vision isn't enough. Yang Yi asked, How do I attain the eye of the sky? It's very simple. The old man continued, Sense the world, control it, and rely on the spirit of everything to be your eyes to see all things. Sense the world. Yang Yi fell silent while blood still ceaselessly sprayed from him. Time trickled by. A long time later, Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes and grabbed towards his left. He grabbed a blood-red claw. Yang Yi pulled and slammed it down. Boom. Something exploded apart in the darkness. Looks like you've comprehended a little. The old man's voice resounded once more in Yang Yi's mind. However, it's only the beginning, and it won't be long before you understand why this place is called purgatory. As soon as the old man finished speaking, Yang Yi saw many blood-red eyes in the darkness. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then a sword appeared in his right grasp. Once you experience purgatory, your sword will be sharper, more vicious, and crueler. The old man's voice resounded once more. Of course, the precondition is that you're able to leave this place alive. Hiss. As soon as the old man finished speaking, an arm that held a sword flew up into the air. It was Yang Yi's hand. Was a sword cultivator without his hand still a sword cultivator? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1992. Suppressed. Outside the Azura grounds, Jir spoke softly. He may not be able to handle it. The old man fell silent for a moment and replied, He can choose to give up. She gazed at the old man. The old man spoke softly, Master, which supreme expert has not gone through hell? Comfort in ordinary life is for the weak. Why are the strong strong? How can they become strong without experiencing difficulties in hell? She remained silent. The old man added, Do you know the greatest difference between him and a sword saint? Jir gazed at the old man, and the latter explained, A sword saint is still a sword saint even without the sword. Not to mention losing the sword. Even if they lose their arms, they're still extraordinary sword saints. He gazed at the Azura grounds and continued, So long as sword cultivators have the sword in their hearts, they themselves will be a sword. Jir looked up at the Azura grounds and fell silent. In the Azura grounds, Yang Yi's arms had vanished, and he had no choice but to keep dodging. This time, he truly sensed death, especially the claw mark on his throat. If he hadn't reacted fast enough, it would have torn out his throat. These things that were attacking him were far stronger than ordinary Sea Dao realm experts. Now that he had no hands, the situation was very worrying. He felt powerless. Yang Yi hadn't felt like this for an absolutely long time. In the past, he had his sword in his hands. Even if he was no match for his enemies, he never felt so powerful, and he would fight until the bitter end. Yet now, had lost his hands, and it made Yang Yi feel extremely powerless. This sort of feeling wasn't just related to his strength, and it was something he felt inside as well. He was showing signs of accepting his fate. Yang Yi suddenly woke up from it when he sensed that thought. Yang Yi was shocked to realize that he actually had thought about accepting his fate. Accepting his fate was equivalent to giving up. Yang Yi had never imagined that he would actually have such a thought in a hopeless situation. While it was just a thought, it allowed him to realize that his mental state had a huge flaw. The strong never gave up. More and more injuries appeared on him. Even with the speed at which the primordial pagoda healed him, he wasn't able to heal himself. If this continued, he would die within the hour. What should I do? Yang Yi tried his best to calm down. Energy swords. Yang Yi issued a command in his heart. In an instant, 10 energy swords appeared around him, and then they formed a huge sword formation that surrounded him. Now that he had the sword formation to protect him, the number of injuries he suffered had declined tremendously. Counterattack. Yang Yi knew that if he just defended himself like this, then he would have no chance of surviving this. He had to seize the initiative. Outside the Azura grounds, the old man suddenly said, "His mental strength isn't bad." Jir said, "He won't be able to hold on for much longer." The old man spoke indifferently. There are some things that he must experience for himself and comprehend. Only then will they be effective. If he doesn't experience it and comprehend it himself, and I tell him instead, then it would be useless. That's how the path of cultivation works. At most times, you either become a god or a dead spirit. Jir asked, "Do you think he can succeed?" The old man gazed at the Azura grounds and replied softly, "Who knows?" In the Azura grounds, the energy swords around Yang Yi were growing fewer and fewer, and Yang Yi was seated cross-legged on the ground. The energy swords around him gradually vanished, and it didn't take long for a claw to descend upon his head. If it struck him, then it was obvious that Yang Yi's head would be clawed open. Suddenly, Yang Yi opened his eyes. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of air being torn apart resounded, and something in the surroundings was being torn apart too. If someone was here, that person would notice that a ray of light was moving nimbly like a venomous snake, and it was ceaselessly flashing through the darkness. Outside the Azura grounds, Jir said, "He did it." The old man nodded, "But it's only the beginning." In the Azura grounds, if someone was here, that person would notice that there was a sword on Yang Yi. An ethereal sword had overlapped with Yang Yi. Sword and man had overlapped. In the pitch-black Azura grounds, a ray of light was flashing incessantly. Just like that, it flashed for around an hour before it stopped. It dispersed, and Yang Yi descended to the ground. At the same time, the ethereal sword could still be seen within him. Yang Yi sat weakly on the ground while his countenance was extremely pale. He was exhausted, absolutely exhausted. Not just exhausted physically, but mentally too. At the moment he was about to die, he suddenly had a thought in his mind. Was a sword cultivator not a sword cultivator without a sword? The answer was naturally a no. So long as a sword cultivator had the sword in their hearts, having a sword in hand wasn't important at all. Once he thought of that, he was instantly enlightened. Coupled with the thousands of sword techniques Head studied in the past, Head gained a flash of inspiration, and he made himself a sword. He was the sword. Since there was no sword in his hand, he became the sword. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Once he treated himself as a sword, Yang Yi noticed a brand new world in the sword Tao. He was a sword. That was a new discovery for him. It was a new gain. Yang Yi himself wasn't able to explain this new discovery of his because he hadn't comprehended it fully. Actually, it wasn't difficult for him to accomplish this, because his attainments in the sword Tao weren't weak at all. Conversely, it was very great, especially after he studied the 6 slaughters of the weapon Tao and those 10,000 sword techniques. His attainments in the sword Tao had reached a new height. He hadn't accomplished this in the past because Head never thought in this direction. But after he lost his arms and couldn't hold a sword, this thought finally appeared in his mind. Was a sword cultivator without a sword not a sword cultivator anymore? A truly powerful sword cultivator could use anything as a sword, and if there was nothing to use, they could use themselves. Besides that, Yang Yi had gained one other thing, and it was that he felt like something was changing within him. He felt like he was about to advance. Sure enough, a true life and death battle was the best for stimulating a person's potential. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and issued a command in his heart. for swords instantly appeared around him, and they circled him. While there was no movement around him for now, Yang Yi didn't dare let his guard down. Everything he experienced earlier told him that the slightest carelessness may cause his death in this place. Around 2 hours later, Yang Yi's arms regrew with the help of the primordial pagoda, and his injuries were almost fully healed. Suddenly, the old man, Uncle Guan, appeared in front of him. Yang Yi opened his eyes and gazed at the old man. The latter nodded slightly. "Looks like you've gained quite a bit." Yang Yi replied, "Thank you." The old man shook his head slightly. "It's your own hard work. Do you know? Countless youths of my god race have come to this place, and all of them are top-rate geniuses in the outside world. However, at least 90% of them perished here. Do you know why?" Yang Yi shook his head. The old man smiled. "Actually, many people, and even the you from a while before this, all of you geniuses have a problem, and it's that you're too confident. You think that there's no problem in your mental state, and you think that you're very strong. Actually, if I'm to be honest, all of you think too much of yourselves." Yang Yi didn't know what to say. Uncle Guan continued, "Who dares to say their mental state is perfect? If such a person exists, it's because that person hasn't encountered anything that's capable of revealing the flaws in his or her mental state. Just what happened to you just now. Death isn't terrifying, but the torture while waiting for death to arrive is truly terrifying. Fortunately, you overcame it. Congratulations." Yang Yi smiled. "Thank you for your guidance." Uncle Guan nodded slightly, and then he withdrew a white jade bottle. He opened it, and a blood-red pearl floated out from it. Yang Yi was puzzled. "What's that?" Uncle Guan spoke softly. "God blood." "God blood?" There was bewilderment in Yang Yi's eyes. Uncle Guan nodded slightly. "Lord Shi Tian's blood." He flicked forward, and it entered Yang Yi's forehead. In an instant, Yang Yi's body started trembling violently. Meanwhile, Uncle Guan walked over to Yang Yi. "It contains extremely pure energy. If you're able to fully absorb it, then not only your cultivation, even your body will be improved tremendously." He paused for a moment and continued, "The reason I made you fall into such a hopeless situation wasn't just so that I could force out your potential. There was another reason. It was because I hoped to make you fall into an absolutely exhausted state, just like the state you are currently in." Yang Yi's body was trembling more and more violently. It didn't take long for his clothes to explode apart. If one looked carefully, one would notice that his skin was actually gradually vanishing. Uncle Guan added, "God blood will change your skin, meridians, bones, and blood. Of course, you'll still be the same person." Just like that, Yang Yi's skin vanished and grew once more. But this time, his skin had turned quite delicate and white. After that, Yang Yi noticed that the meridians and bones within him were starting to transform. Time trickled by, and his bones and meridians had been transformed. Now, it was time for his blood. However, something unexpected occurred. As soon as that droplet of blood entered Yang Yi's blood with the intention of changing it, the tiny vortex within Yang Yi suddenly spun. In an instant, everything stopped. Uncle Guan's eyes opened wide. The god blood is being suppressed. How can this be possible? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1993. Yang Yi's Bloodline. Suppressed. After the tiny vortex started spinning, the god blood was instantly suppressed and couldn't melt away Yang Yi's own bloodline. Uncle Guan frowned. "What's going on?" Meanwhile, Zhir appeared beside Uncle Guan. Uncle Guan gazed at her with a puzzled expression in his eyes. God blood was the bloodline of the god race, and while it couldn't be considered to be the best in the large universe, it was absolutely capable of being ranked in the top 3 bloodlines. However, he hadn't expected it to actually be suppressed. It was inconceivable. Uncle Guan was absolutely stunned. Zhir gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, "There are only 2 reasons why it could be suppressed. 1. His own bloodline is stronger than our god race's bloodline. 2. His potential is too weak. So the god blood is rejecting him and is forcefully refusing to merge with him. Uncle Guan gazed at Yang Yi. How could his bloodline be better than our god race's bloodline? Zhi'er closed her eyes slowly. She knew that Yang Yi had a treasure in him, and it would only allow things that were beneficial to Yang Yi. Since it refused to let the god blood change Yang Yi's bloodline, it represented that as far as that treasure was concerned, Yang Yi's bloodline was better. Even though Yang Yi was an extraordinary genius and was extremely strong amongst his peers, based on how it was right now, there really wasn't anything special about Yang Yi's bloodline. Meanwhile, Uncle Guan flicked his finger, and a droplet of blood shot out from Yang Yi's forehead. Uncle Guan sized up the blood, and then his expression gradually became solemn. They exchanged glances, and then Uncle Guan spoke solemnly. I see. His bloodline was suppressed by someone. Yang Yi asked, what's his bloodline? Uncle Guan fell silent for a long time before he shook his head. I've never seen it. Zhi'er frowned. She gazed at Yang Yi. Looks like his background isn't ordinary at all. Meanwhile, Uncle Guan suddenly chuckled. It isn't just his background. He himself isn't ordinary at all. I'm sure you're aware that when someone attains a certain level of strength, that person's bloodline can undergo a transformation, just like Lord Shirtian. As for him, his own clan's bloodline isn't ordinary, and his own bloodline is even more extraordinary. His own bloodline? Zhi'er gazed at Yang Yi. A short while passed before she nodded slightly. I see. Uncle Guan added. The most interesting part is that his own bloodline is slowly transforming too. His own bloodline, his clan's bloodline, his past bloodline. His bloodline is advancing over and over again and changing over and over again. He's a truly interesting little fellow. A smile curled up on the corners of Zhi'er's mouth. It's truly interesting indeed. Both of them gazed at Yang Yi with a trace of curiosity in their eyes. Around an hour later, Yang Yi opened his eyes slowly. He immediately stood up and inspected his cultivation. He was still at the third stage of the enlightened realm. Yang Yi gazed at them with confusion in his eyes. Uncle Guan grinned. Sense it carefully once more. See if you notice anything different. Yang Yi scanned himself again. It didn't take long for him to notice that his body was actually filled with strength, and he felt like a river was surging through him. Yang Yi gazed at Uncle Guan with a puzzled gaze. What is this? Uncle Guan smiled. While you're just at the third stage of the enlightened realm right now, you can attain the fifth stage of the enlightened realm at any time. However, I have a small suggestion. Just leave your cultivation like this. If you encounter a powerful enemy in the future, then raise your cultivation to the fifth stage at the critical moment, and you'll definitely be able to give that person a terribly pleasant surprise. How cunning. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth curled up slightly. This old man's really cunning, but I like it. Meanwhile, Uncle Guan added, besides that, take a look at your body. Yang Yi scanned his body. At this moment, his physical body was much different than it had been. Uncle Guan explained, ordinary Sea Dao Realm experts can't harm you at all now. Even attained Dao Realm experts will probably have a huge headache when facing your physical defenses. Of course, it's best if you don't underestimate your opponents. There's never a lack of geniuses in this world. Of course, Yang Yi smiled, because Head killed many people who were stronger than him. Underestimating one's enemy was equivalent to asking for death. Uncle Guan nodded slightly. Then let's start the next part of your tempering. Yang Yi gazed at Uncle Guan with astonishment. We're still training more? Uncle Guan glanced at the surroundings. You must get through the Azura grounds on your own. Kid, this is just the beginning. Enjoy your training in hell. Uncle Guan vanished on the spot. Zhi'er sized up Yang Yi and said, come back alive or your sword is mine. She vanished once she finished speaking. The Azura grounds. Yang Yi took a deep breath and glanced at the surroundings. It was completely pitch black. He couldn't see anything, even if Head comprehended the laws of darkness. Suddenly, pairs of blood-red eyes appeared in the darkness. Oem! A sword howl resounded, and then 10 energy swords appeared around Yang Yi. They circled him while rays of light intertwined around him. It was terrifying. At the same time, an ethereal sword overlapped with Yang Yi's body. He was a sword. Yang Yi started walking forward, and it didn't take long for a pair of blood-red eyes to suddenly appear in front of him. Swish, 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 swish. Pairs of blood-red eyes shot at him from all directions. Yang Ye's gaze gradually turned icy cold. He issued a command in his heart, and then energy swords around him suddenly transformed into rays of light that shot forward. At the same time, he transformed into a ray of light that shot towards the distance. Burial. It was the first time Yang Yi executed this sword technique after treating himself as a sword. He was executing it with him as the sword. Yang Yi didn't know how strong it would be, and he just wanted to try it. However, trying it opened another new door to Yang Yi. Everywhere the ray of light passed, pair after pair of blood-red eyes were sliced into pieces. At the same time, the space in the entire Azura grounds cracked open. Outside the Azura grounds, Uncle Guan chuckled. That attack is quite interesting indeed. Zhir nodded slightly. His sword Dao has grown stronger. In the Azura grounds, a ray of light flashed incessantly through the darkness, and 10 energy swords closely defended the ray of light. The energy swords were linked together by sword energy, causing the blood-red eyes in the surroundings to be unable to get close to Yang Yi at all. Nothing could stop his advance. Everywhere the ray of light passed, everything was obliterated. However, the pitch-black darkness in the Azura grounds seemed boundless, and no matter how Yang Yi charged forward, the area ahead was still covered in darkness. Outside the Azura grounds, Uncle Guan suddenly said, "It's about time to send some stronger opponents for him." He waved his right hand once he finished speaking. The scene in the Azura grounds suddenly changed, and then Yang Yi appeared on a round platform. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and it was completely hazy. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared in front of him. The black shadow was completely pitch black. Yang Yi couldn't see the shadow's face at all, and he could only see an outline. Swish! The shadow suddenly vanished on the spot, and it was in front of Yang Yi when it appeared once more. At the same time, a sword stabbed into Yang Ye's forehead before he could even react. Visit Rieadle. Me for extra chapters. Blood seeped out. Fortunately, Yang Yi had reacted when it stabbed into his skin. He grabbed it with his left hand and immobilized it. "It's fast," Yang Yi exclaimed in his heart. Suddenly, the shadow before him vanished. An instant later, Yang Ye's sword vanished from his grasp, and then his pupils constricted. He instinctively moved his head backwards, and a sword flashed past his throat. Hiss! Blood seeped out slightly from his throat. Meanwhile, Yang Yi moved around 30 m back. However, as soon as he stopped there, the black shadow suddenly appeared before him, and then a sword stabbed at his forehead. It was extremely swift, so swift that Yang Yi couldn't even react. Hiss! Yang Yi was only able to react after the sword stabbed into his skin, and Yang Yi flashed backwards. However, the shadow followed him like it was his own shadow, and rays of light flickered incessantly. Hiss! 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 Strings of blood sprayed from Yang Yi. Yang Yi couldn't dodge any of the attacks, and all he could do was dodge and defend himself at the critical moment, and that was the only reason why he hadn't been killed until now. However, he was being utterly suppressed. The sword domain. Yang Yi activated the sword domain. As soon as he did that, he was able to catch the movements of the black shadow. At the same time, the shadow's speed was suppressed. Right when Yang Yi was about to attack, a wave of mysterious energy appeared. The sword domain. Another sword domain had appeared here. 2 sword domains overlapped on each other. Yang Yi was stunned on the spot. That black shadow is formed based on you. Suddenly, Uncle Guan's voice resounded in Yang Ye's mind. He's you. So if you suppress him with the sword domain, he'll use the sword domain to suppress you too. He's me. Yang Yi gazed at the black shadow. Why is he faster than me? Uncle Guan replied with a question. Do you really think he's faster than you? Yang Yi fell silent. The black shadow was him, yet it was faster than him? Obviously, that was impossible. So, there was only one explanation, and it was that he hadn't fully utilized his speed, or perhaps he wasn't using his full strength. My full strength. Yang Yi was instantly enlightened when he thought up to this point. Yang Yi deactivated the sword domain, and so did the black shadow. A moment later, 2 rays of light flashed. Hiss! Hiss! Something was sliced open. A breath of time later, Yang Yi lowered his sword, and the black shadow slowly dispersed before him. Yang Yi grinned. A fake is nothing more than a fake. Suddenly, two black shadows appeared not too far away from him. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, as expected. It really isn't that easy. Around 15 minutes later, both black shadows were killed. However, it didn't take long for 3 black shadows to appear before Yang Yi. Then 4. Then 5. 6. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1994, Besieged. Just like that, more and more shadows appeared. 2 hours later, Yang Yi was fighting 12 of them. However, Yang Yi found it getting more and more difficult to persist in such battles. Outside the Azura grounds, Jir spoke softly. What's his limit? Uncle Guan pondered deeply for a moment and said, 20. Jir had a trace of complicated emotions in her eyes. If he really can fight 20, then his natural talent is sufficient to be entered amongst the famous geniuses of our race. Uncle Guan nodded. He's worthy of it. Jir gazed at the Azura grounds. Unfortunately, he isn't a part of our race. Uncle Guan fell silent. In the Azura grounds, there were 20 shadows around Yang Yi, and all of them were images of himself. Defend. Yang Yi had adopted a defensive stance, and he only responded to their attacks. Because if he tried to attack, they would rain down a storm of attacks upon him. He wasn't able to defend himself against something like that, but he was in an absolutely passive position. When facing the joint forces of 20 people, Yang Yi had no chance to counterattack at all. However, they weren't able to get through his defenses as well. So, they entered into a stalemate. Suddenly, Uncle Guan appeared on the platform. He waved his right hand, and the shadows vanished. Yang Yi sighed with relief and sat on the ground. Exhaustion. He was exhausted. It felt like he'd been bashed up for days, and his entire body was covered in injuries. Uncle Guan walked over to Yang Yi. What have you learned? Yang Yi gazed at Uncle Guan and was panting. Let me rest for a while. Uncle Guan grinned. All right. Around an hour later, Yang Yi had finished recuperating. Yang Yi gazed at Uncle Guan. Can you fight 20 of your own shadows? Uncle Guan shook his head. Those shadows are just copies in the end. So, how can they possess the true combat strength of the actual person? Of course, they aren't much weaker either. They possess around 80% of your strength. In the beginning, the reason it suppressed you was because you underestimated yourself and didn't use everything you had. Uncle Guan smiled and continued. Actually, this test's objective is to make you understand 2 things. Firstly, always use your full strength and never underestimate yourself. Secondly, it's so you understand the importance of going on the defensive. Yang Yi frowned. Defense? Uncle Guan nodded. Your sword Dao is too unyielding, and the way you fight is too aggressive. Of course, it makes your sword extremely sharp and fierce, but have you not noticed? When you're unable to kill your opponent swiftly, or when your opponent is even more aggressive, what should you do then? Yang Yi fell silent. His sword always moved forward and never backwards. Uncle Guan explained, there are 2 sides to everything. Your sword is too aggressive, and while that isn't wrong, why can't you learn to take a step back or go on the defensive? You'll only grow stronger if you can do both. What do you think? Yang Yi fell silent. Meanwhile, Uncle Guan added, just like the fight from before. When you were attacked by 20 people, you couldn't attack. So what else could you do but defend yourself? Regardless of whether it's the sword Dao or any other Dao, there's both attack and defense. Just like all things in the world, there's destruction, but there's also new life. Understand? Yang Yi fell silent for a long time and nodded, I understand. Uncle Guan grinned, waved his right hand, and they left the Azura grounds. Meanwhile, Jir walked over to Yang Yi and flicked a sword to Yang Yi. It was the sword supreme. Jir said, promise me something. Yang Yi gazed at her and she said, don't let it get the blood of my god race on it anymore. Yang Yi took the sword. I want pointed at the god race while it's in my hands. Jir smiled. Then don't let it fall into the hands of another. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he cupped his fist to them. Thank you. Uncle Guan smiled and didn't say anything. Jir said, my god race will be leaving this place soon. Once we do, the seal here will vanish. At that time, you can leave this world. You must leave this world. Why? Yang Yi was quite curious because she said that he must leave. Jir explained, because this world will collapse. It's not my god race's doing. It's because this world was already at the verge of collapse. One of the reasons my god race sealed this place was to delay the speed it collapsed at. If we didn't seal this world, it wouldn't even exist now. I see. Yang Yi nodded and asked, then where will you be going? Jir smiled. Back to our home. Yang Yi asked, what about the other races? Jir shook her head slightly. They aren't the same united races anymore, and we won't go to war with them. Of course, chaos will descend very soon. This chaos won't just extend to all the races. It'll extend to the weapon path, Tao path, Confucianist path, Buddhist path, and many other hidden powers. She chuckled. The conflict between them has reached a breaking point. In short, good luck. Yang Yi nodded. No matter what, thank you for today. Jir, Senior, farewell. Yang Yi didn't stay a moment longer and vanished on the spot. That kid isn't bad. Uncle Guan suddenly said, I finally know why you didn't kill him. Jir closed her eyes slowly. Unfortunately, he isn't a member of our race. Otherwise, the speed our race rises up it would improve tremendously. Uncle Guan nodded slightly. It's quite a pity indeed. However, we'll still rise up since we have you, and we'll make the other races tremble before us. Jir's gaze gradually became icy cold. The other races. Yang Yi met the royal crocodile again on his way out. This time, it merely glanced at him and displayed no hostility towards him. Yang Yi nodded slightly, and then he vanished into the distance. Once Yang Yi vanished, a woman in a white dress suddenly appeared on the royal crocodile's back. She looked in the direction Yang Yi had vanished towards and seemed to be lost in thought. In the clouds, Yang Yi shot forward swiftly on his sword. Suddenly, he stopped and looked down. There were many demon beasts dashing through the boundless mountain range, and they were heading in the direction of southern Qilin Mountain. Besides the demon beasts, Yang Yi saw many other human experts, and many had concealed yet powerful auras. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. All of them were traveling towards southern Qilin Mountain. It was the hope of all the people in the dead dimension, their hope to escape. Yang Yi moved his gaze away and spoke softly. The world here is about to change. Yang Yi didn't stay, and he sped up instead. It didn't take long for him to return to the foot of southern Qilin Mountain, and it was surrounded by a dense ocean of demon beasts. The army of demon beasts had fully surrounded the mountain. Besides that, Yang Yi noticed the figures of humans amongst them. Obviously, the locals of the dead dimension had joined forces with the demon beasts. Southern Qilin Mountain was in danger. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he snuck up the mountain. At this moment, Amon and the others were gathered together. They nodded when they saw Yang Yi. Yang Yi gazed at Qin Chuan. Are you all right? Qin Chuan shrugged and smiled. I've fully recovered. Yang Yi smiled. Congratulations. Qin Chuan grinned. He glanced at Yang Yi. You seem to have changed a little. Everyone gazed at Yang Yi, and Ling suddenly said, You've grown stronger again. He has grown stronger again. All of them had quite strange expressions on their faces. Because the rate Yang Yi grew, it was too terrifying. Yang Yi smiled and said, What were all of you discussing? Amon pointed at a chair. Yang Yi went over and sat down. Meanwhile, Amon said, Southern Qilin Mountain probably won't last. All of their faces fell when they heard this. Southern Qilin Mountain could be considered the last sanctuary for outsiders like them. If they failed to defend it, the consequence would be being hunted endlessly. As for the worst outcome, it would naturally be being buried along with Southern Qilin Mountain. Amon gazed at Yang Yi. What is your opinion? Yang Yi spoke solemnly. We must leave the dead dimension. He hadn't forgotten what Jir told him. The dead dimension was on the verge of collapse. Amon asked, How? Yang Yi stood up. According to my knowledge, the seal here will vanish in around a month from now. That'll be the time we leave. Amon asked, is your information reliable? Yang Yi nodded, yes. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan laughed bitterly. Around a month? Even holding on for 3 days is an issue for us. Yang Yi fell silent. Based on the current situation, once the demon beasts attacked, then it would end exactly as Qin Chuan feared. Not to mention a month, even 3 days would be difficult. All of them fell silent. Suddenly, Amon said, if everyone here can work together, then we actually have a chance. Unfortunately, they refused to unite, and many have started to plan their own escape. She glanced at the others, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. Everyone here is someone I can trust, so tell me what all of you think. Shall we stay or flee together? Everyone gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time. Right when he was about to speak, furious howls resounded from the demon beasts that surrounded the mountain. Amon spoke solemnly. They're attacking. Southern Qilin Mountain. Countless demon beasts surged towards the mountain. The entire mountain shook before them. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1995, Retreat. Yang Yi and the others went to the edge of the mountain's peak, and they could see everything down below. At this moment, an endless ocean of demon beasts were surging towards southern Qilin Mountain, and the sight of this dense ocean of demon beasts caused a chill to run down their spines. There were too many of them. Activate the formation. Suddenly, a voice resounded from above the mountain, and then numerous flying swords appeared in the sky above the mountain. After that, these swords transformed into rays of light that shot towards the demon beasts on the ground below. They rained down like a storm, and then howls of pain resounded once they entered the ocean of demon beasts. While the flying swords were powerful, they were far from sufficient when facing the boundless expanse of demon beasts. Amon suddenly said, we won't be able to defend the mountain. Yang Yi nodded slightly. It was really impossible to defend southern Qilin Mountain. Even if everyone here formed a united front, they still had no chance. Those demon beasts were much more united. Suddenly, an old man appeared before Yang Yi's group. The old man said, Mr. Mo requests your presence. Mr. Mo was the leader of the southern faction, Mo Tianqiang. Yang Yi and the others exchanged glances, and then Yang Yi said, let's go. They followed the old man to southern Qilin Hall at the top of the mountain. Around 300 people were gathered here, and they were all top-rate experts. The meeting was led by 2 middle-aged men. One of them was Mo Tianqiang, and not too far away on his right was a middle-aged man in a black robe. He was the leader of the northern faction, Wan Qianyu. At this moment, everyone in the hall had an extremely solemn expression on their face. Mo Tianqiang nodded slightly when he saw Yang Yi's group arrive, and he said, everyone, based on our estimations, if this continues, then we won't be able to defend southern Qilin Mountain. Actually, all of them had expected this. But now that Mo Tianqiang had openly admitted it, they had quite complicated emotions in their hearts. Meanwhile, Mo Tianqiang said, while we can't defend the mountain, it doesn't mean that we have no hope. I'm sure you're aware of what their main objective is. It's actually the teleportation formation here, and not us. So, we've decided to abandon southern Qilin Mountain and retreat. Retreat. Everyone had come to the same conclusion. Mo Tianqiang said, everyone, fate brought us together here. Yet now, that fate is over. The dead dimension is about to fall into chaos. So, your fate is in your own hands. Someone asked, when are we leaving? Mo Tianqiang replied, southern Qilin Mountain's formation can last for at least 3 days, so we'll leave on the day after tomorrow. Right. The spirit veins at the top and bottom of the mountain are open to all of you now. Many immortal crystals still remain in there, so you can spend the next 2 days searching for them. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Mo. Someone praised. Many others nodded and praised as well. Mo Tianqiang grinned. Good luck, everyone. It only took a short while for everyone to disperse, and they rushed to the spirit veins. All of them wanted to gain a little before leaving. Immortal crystals. A few more immortal crystals represented a larger chance at survival. As for Yang Yi's group, They returned to their room. In the room, Qin Xuan spoke abruptly. Aren't we going to get some immortal crystals? Amon gazed at him and shook her head. Why? Qin Xuan gazed at her with a puzzled expression on his face. Big sis, the way you're looking at me makes me feel really uncomfortable. Amon said, haven't you noticed anything off about all of this? Qin Xuan was puzzled. Something's off? Meanwhile, Yang Yi asked, do you really think Imo Tianxiong would be that nice? Qin Xuan's face fell. You're saying that they're planning something? Yang Yi shook his head. I don't know. However, we must be careful. Besides that, we won't be waiting until tomorrow. We'll leave tonight. Someone asked, why? Yang Yi replied, we have enough immortal crystals, so staying is just a waste of time. So, get prepared. We'll be leaving late at night. All of them had no objection towards this. Yang Yi returned to his room, sat down cross-legged, and entered the primordial pagoda. Cultivate. He refused to waste even a bit of time that could be used for cultivating. His cultivation was at a bottleneck, so it was pointless to continue cultivating in that aspect. This time, Yang Yi planned to cultivate in the sword fusion head just comprehended. He was the sword, and the sword was him. Countless sword cultivators had heard such a thing, but it was absolutely difficult to truly accomplish. Head once treated the sword as part of himself, but he hadn't reached the state of treating himself as the sword itself. Now, Head accomplished that. However, he had many other things to figure out. Since he didn't have anyone to guide him, he had to rely on himself and slowly discover a lot of things. Just like that, time trickled by, and it was late at night. Amon arrived in Yang Yi's room. Yang Yi asked, is everyone ready? Amon nodded slightly. They're all ready. However, where will we be heading? Do you have a plan? Yang Yi stood up and said, there's a plain behind southern Qilin Mountain, and we can't go there. Because once the demon beasts chase us there, we'll definitely be unable to escape them. Then we can only go towards the left of southern Qilin Mountain. Amon spoke solemnly. The ocean is over 50,000 kilometers away in that direction. It should be quite safe. Yang Yi shook his head. We're going towards the right. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. The right. Amon frowned. It's an expanse of boundless mountains there. Demon beasts have a huge advantage there. Yang Yi replied, do the opposite. Don't forget that there are humans amongst the demon beasts. If they want to pursue outsiders like us, they'll choose the left first. So, it's better to take a risk and head right. The mountain range is more dangerous than the plains behind southern Qilin Mountain, and there are absolutely few who be going that way. The fewer there are, the smaller the target will be, and that's much more beneficial to us. Amon fell silent for a long time, and then she said, perhaps the demon beasts won't pursue us? Yang Yi replied, they definitely will. Amon was puzzled. Why? Yang Yi explained, greed. If the people in southern Qilin Mountain didn't touch the spirit veins and take the immortal crystals before leaving, then maybe they wouldn't chase after us. However, there probably won't be a single immortal crystal left here by tomorrow. At that time, once the demon beasts realize that they can't leave this place immediately, they'll definitely direct their rage towards us outsiders. Amon fell silent for a long time before she said, all right, we'll go towards the right. Once they left the room, they saw Qin Xuan and the others waiting outside. The flying swords were still howling down below the mountain, and it was accompanied by the howls of countless demon beasts. Yang Yi glanced at the others and said, let's go. It didn't take long for them to sneak out of southern Qilin Mountain. If it was at any other time, it would be absolutely impossible to sneak out of southern Qilin Mountain. Yet now, everyone here was madly searching for immortal crystals, so how could anyone have the time to pay attention to anything else? Right after they left southern Qilin Mountain and planned to flee, a huge explosion suddenly resounded from southern Qilin Mountain. Yang Yi and the others shot a glance back at southern Qilin Mountain, and they watched with astonishment as the barrier of light above the mountain and the flying swords gradually vanished. After they vanished, there was nothing standing before the demon beasts and southern Qilin Mountain, and all of them charged up the mountain. Qin Xuan asked, what's going on? Yang Yi said, I see. If I'm not wrong, Imo Tianxiong and the others have left southern Qilin Mountain. As for the people left here, their sacrifices, Sacrifices? Qin Xuan continued. You're saying that what they spoke about in the hall earlier was all a lie, and they intentionally made these people stay? Yang Yi nodded. He expected that these demon beasts wouldn't spare all of us outsiders. Under such circumstances, the only way to retreat safely is to make some people stay in southern Qilin Mountain and delay the demon beasts. As for how to make them stay, there's only a single way to accomplish that: immortal crystals. Yang Yi looked up at southern Qilin Mountain. All of them wanted to gain some immortal crystals before leaving, but they never realized that it was a trap someone laid out for them. At this moment, the sound of battle could be heard coming from southern Qilin Mountain. The demon beasts had ascended the mountain, and only now did the humans there realize what was going on. They wanted to fly, but they realized that there was nowhere to escape. There was a dense ocean of demon beasts on the ground and in the air. They'd completely covered southern Qilin Mountain to the point that there was no gap in them. The only way to live was to fight their way out. The situation on southern Qilin Mountain was horrifying. Meanwhile, a few groups had already snuck out of the mountain. Yang Yi's group entered the boundless mountain range. At this moment, their goal was to escape southern Qilin Mountain and survive until the seal around the dead dimension vanished. They headed all the way north. The sun gradually appeared on the horizon. Meanwhile, all of them stopped because they'd passed through the mountain range and arrived at an expanse of crimson ground. It was an expanse of crimson ground that emanated strange red vapors. Qin Xuan spoke softly. There's something off about this place. Yang Yi gazed at Amon. What is this place? Amon shook her head. I don't know. The furthest I've been from Sky Residence City was southern Qilin Mountain. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. Let's just take this one step at a time. Be careful. All of them headed forward. Yang Yi suddenly stopped around 15 minutes later. Meanwhile, a voice resounded. It has been so long since someone alive has come here. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1996. Who said that? All of them were shocked, and they saw a hunched old man walking slowly in their direction. Vigilance covered their faces. Meanwhile, the old man stopped, scanned them, and shook his head. Yang Yi and Amon exchanged glances, and then Yang Yi said, Senior, may I know what this place is? The old man gazed at Yang Yi, and then a wisp of surprise flashed through his eyes. Interesting. Yang Yi was about to speak when the old man asked, Do you know what this place is? Yang Yi shook his head. The old man grinned. You'll find out soon. His grin was quite terrifying. Yang Yi's profound energy started to circulate within him. Suddenly, numerous souls appeared all around them. There were hundreds of them. A sword howl resounded abruptly, and then the souls in the surroundings stopped on the spot. Yang Yi took a step forward and looked the old man in the eye. We're merely passing through and have no ill intent. We'll take another way if this way isn't open to us. The old man chuckled. It's too late. As soon as he said those words, the souls in the surroundings pounced at Yang Yi's group. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Meanwhile, 10 rays of light flashed, and they sliced down at the souls. However, Yang Yi noticed to his astonishment that they remained completely unharmed before his sword energy. What's going on? Yang Yi frowned. Meanwhile, those souls had arrived before his group. Yang Yi didn't have the time to think and immediately summoned the Sword Supreme. After that, he swung it forward. Hiss! 2 souls in front of Yang Yi were instantly obliterated. It works. Yang Yi was relieved. He swiftly waved his sword, and the souls around him instantly vanished. Watch out! Amon's voice resounded abruptly. As soon as she finished speaking, the old man appeared in front of Yang Yi. But Yang Yi was clearly on guard against this, and his sword was already stabbing forward. However, his sword was caught by 2 fingers. 2 old fingers. The surroundings fell silent. Yang Yi's sword was extraordinarily sharp, so no one had expected it to be caught between someone's fingers. The old man said, Your sword isn't bad. Your sword Dao is even better. Interesting. As soon as he finished speaking, He shook his fingers slightly, and Yang Yi was pushed over 1 kilometer away. Yang Yi didn't launch another attack. The old man's strength far surpassed his own, so it was pointless to attack the old man again. The old man sized up Yang Yi's group, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. You stay, the others leave. Qin Chuan and the others immediately walked over to Yang Yi. Their intentions were obvious. The old man spoke indifferently. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to later. Aman was about to speak when Yang Yi shook his head. Take them and leave. Aman shook her head. Yang Yi gazed at her and sent her a voice transmission. I have a better chance at escaping if I'm alone. He glanced at Qin Chuan and the others and continued. This old man's strength is far above my own. If he wanted to kill me, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Perhaps he thinks highly of my natural talent and wants me to become his disciple. Qin Chuan and the others exchanged glances. In the end, Aman said, we'll be waiting outside. She immediately led the others out of this crimson expanse of land. But they didn't go too far. Once they left, Yang Yi gazed at the old man. Senior, go ahead and tell me what you want. The old man replied, someone wants to meet you. Someone. Once the old man finished speaking, he turned around and walked off ahead. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and followed the old man. As they continued forward, Yang Yi noticed bones on the ground, a huge number of bones. Dead people. Yang Yi's face fell. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to be led to a cave. The cave was extremely dark, and they walked around 15 minutes more before the old man stopped. He bowed, and then vanished from the cave. Suddenly, Yang Yi's sword escaped his grasp and flew off into the distance. Yang Yi looked up. He saw a crystal casket floating there, and the sword was floating before the casket. The sword seemed to be trembling and responding to something. A long time passed before a voice came from there. The sword supreme is actually in your possession. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. Senior, you recognize it? The voice replied, there were 9 people who forged this sword. I'm one of them. So why wouldn't I? Yang Yi was stunned on the spot. He didn't know much about the Sword Supreme's origins, and he merely knew that a few Supreme experts had joined forces to forge it. Moreover, all those Supreme experts could be addressed as progenitors, but he hadn't expected to actually meet one of them in the dead dimension. Meanwhile, the sword flew back to Yang Yi, and the voice from the casket resounded once more. You're surprised, and am even more surprised. When she was forged, she had a benevolent and kind character. Even if her sword spirit was heavily injured by Shirtion, her instinct is still present. So, she shouldn't have chosen you. Yang Yi fell silent. Actually, it hadn't chosen him when he first met it, and it had merely come to him because it wanted to stay within the primordial pagoda. As for what happened later on, in any case, it slowly fell for his tricks and stayed with him. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and said, Senior, are you going to take it back? Take it back? The voice replied, why would I do that? Since it chose you, it's yours. Everything in this world has a spirit and destiny. Others should not interfere with it. Yang Yi glanced at the casket and said, Senior, that is true. So, can I leave now? The voice asked, do you know why there are so many bones outside? Yang Yi shook his head. The voice explained, greed. Both man and even demon beasts know greed. I left that red vapor outside to tell others that this place doesn't want to be disturbed and it isn't safe. However, those people and demon beasts still come in here. Besides greed, it's because they think they'll be lucky. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. Senior, what are you trying to say? Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. The voice asked, do you know why we forged this sword? Yang Yi nodded slightly. I heard it was for the fight against the god race. The voice replied, exactly. Then do you know what possessing this sword represents? Yang Yi chuckled. Senior, I don't, and I don't want to know. I don't like to be forced into something. If it stays with me, I control it, and not the other way around. If its sword spirit awakens, and its mission conflicts with my own intentions, then I'll abandon it and we can go our separate ways. He had to kill the god race and protect the other races just because he had this sword? No way. Yang Yi would never do that. The voice fell silent for a long time before it said, staying true to your heart. Not bad. Yang Yi asked, according to my knowledge, this world is about to collapse. Aren't you going to leave? The voice replied, it is about to collapse, but it can't harm me. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Meanwhile, the voice suddenly said, I need your help with something. Yang Yi was about to speak when the voice continued, there's a race called the wing race in the large universe. If I'm not wrong, it has suffered decline by now. I want you to take something to them. Yang Yi asked, Senior, why don't you head back yourself? The voice chuckled. This world is a cruel one. Have you heard about the fight between paths? I think you should have, because you've been swept into it as well. This battle is one that only ends with the death of the other party. After the war with the God race, my wing race lost, so it should retreat and enter into seclusion. She paused for a moment and continued, unfortunately, others may not allow us to just leave. Others can only truly rest easy when you're dead, right? If I didn't leave completely, then both me and my race would have been annihilated. The Battle of Paths. Yang Yi heard about it again, but he had no idea what it actually was. Meanwhile, a black spatial ring appeared in front of Yang Yi. Take this to the wing race and they'll understand everything. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to take it. They'll definitely pay them a visit if I'm able to leave this place. I won't make you do it for free. Meanwhile, the voice said, I can't show myself now, and I can't help you either. However, I have a little thing that I can give you. A pair of pitch black wings appeared before Yang Yi. The voice explained, the divine wings. It was made from the bones of a supreme expert for my wing race. As for its speed, you'll find out once you try it. Yang Yi gazed at the wings. They were pitch black, and there were black bones on the back of it. Besides that, its edges were thin like the wings of a cicada and extremely sharp. Yang Yi asked, what rank is it at? The sage rank. The voice continued, try it. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and asked, can I try it outside? Of course. The voice continued, you can leave whenever you want. Yang Yi cupped his fist to the casket and left. Meanwhile, the hunched old man from before appeared below the casket. Master, I don't understand. He's a pretty good host. If you live within him, it'll take 10 years at most before he will become the best body for you to take control of. Suddenly, a voice resounded. If you do that, both you and your master will vanish from this world. The old man's expression changed drastically. Who was that? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1997. Take it all. The pitch-black cave was perfectly silent. The hunched old man glanced at the surroundings and was extremely vigilant. Meanwhile, a voice came from the casket. That person is gone. The hunched old man asked, who was that? The voice from the casket said, that person's main body isn't in this world. Not in this world. The old man's pupils constricted. Who was that? After he left the cave, Yang Yi shot up into the air, and then the divine wings appeared before him. Yang Yi flicked a bead of blood into it. The wings instantly started trembling when the blood touched it, and then the two balls of dark blue flames appeared in the eye sockets of the skull on the back of the wings. Swish! The wings transformed into a ray of black light that entered Yang Yi's forehead. A moment later, a pair of huge wings appeared on Yang Yi's back. The wings were much larger than Yang Yi's entire body. I feel so light. At this moment, Yang Yi felt absolutely light to the point he practically couldn't feel his body. Yang Yi issued a command in his heart, and he transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. 2 breaths of time later, a man in green clothes appeared in the sky near southern Chilan Mountain, and there was a huge pair of black wings on his back. It was Yang Yi. Yang Yi took a deep breath as he gazed at the mountain down below. His eyes were filled with shock. It was too fast. His current speed was simply unmatched below the Zen realm. Not to mention Dao realm experts. Even attained Dao realm experts may die from a single attack of his. The only flaw was that it consumed quite a bit of profound energy. Just using it for that moment had exhausted around a third of his profound energy. However, it made sense because using such a treasure at his level of cultivation definitely had its drawbacks. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and looked at the mountain below him. At this moment, it had been occupied by the army of demon beasts, and the aura of demon beasts filled it. Yang Yi didn't stay and vanished on the spot. Yang Yi found Amon and the others, and they heaved sighs of relief when they saw him. Qin Chuan asked, "What do we do now?" Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment and replied, Wait until the seal vanishes, and then we'll leave." Mad Saver suddenly said, "I investigated a little just now. We can continue towards the right. That way is fine." Yang Yi shook his head. "There's no need for that. We'll just hide near here. After all, we still have to go back to southern Qilin Mountain's teleportation formation later. Let's just look for a place to hide, recuperate, and return there once the seal has vanished." All of them had no objections. They found a gorge in the mountain range. It was extremely wide, and it was surrounded by mountains. Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the ground and immersed his mind into his body. This time, he had to make himself advance to the 5th stage of the enlightened realm, because once the seal vanished, this world wouldn't have long before it collapsed and vanished. Besides that, it would definitely not be that easy for them to use the teleportation in southern Qilin Mountain. He had to prepare for the worst. This breakthrough was absolutely easy, because had actually been at the 5th stage of the enlightened realm since his time in the Azura grounds, but he just hadn't allowed himself to advance and wanted to use it to trick his opponents. Yet now that he had the divine wings, his profound energy wasn't really sufficient, so had chosen to advance to the 5th stage of the enlightened realm. A day later, Yang Yi was at the 5th stage of the enlightened realm, and he was just a step away from the Tao realm. After he advanced, Yang Yi started to merge everything he knew. Sword fusion had attained that level of cultivation, and his strength underwent a qualitative change when he utilized it. However, he hadn't fully merged and comprehended it. His current trump cards were the Burial and Shadow Sword, and then it was Sword Fusion. Sword Fusion wasn't a technique, it was a state or level, and it was much more powerful than anything had learned up until now. While he used Sword Fusion, his techniques like Burial and Shadow Sword would rise a level higher in strength. His current goal was to perfectly merge all three of them, so his Sword Dao was even more simplified. At most times, moves and techniques were useless when one was killing. Just a single move would suffice. Just like that, time trickled by, and the dead dimension was undergoing a tremendous change. More and more demon beasts, humans, and other beings were converging towards southern Qilin Mountain. All of them wanted to escape the dead dimension. 2 weeks passed swiftly. Boom. Suddenly, everyone throughout the dead dimension heard a loud explosion, and then countless volcanoes erupted throughout the dead dimension while tsunamis drowned the land. Besides that, the ground in certain parts had started to crack open while lava seeped out from deep below the ground. Furthermore, some towering mountain ranges had started to collapse. The dead dimension was doomed. Under such circumstances, the entire dead dimension fell into chaos. In the gorge, Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes because the mountains around them had started to crack apart while the ground was trembling. Amon and the others huddled around Yang Yi, and Amon spoke solemnly while she watched the scene in the surroundings. Based on the current speed it's collapsing at, it'll take 3 days at most for the dead dimension to cease to exist. We must leave via the teleportation formation before then. 3 days. Yang Yi stood up. Come, let's head back to southern Qilin Mountain. Qin Chuan asked, Are we going to kill our way back there? Yang Yi shook his head. We're going to reason with them. Qin Chuan asked, Do you think that they'll listen to you? Yang Yi walked over to Qin Chuan, patted him on the shoulder, and said, Let me teach you a trick to use when someone refuses to listen to you. You put a sword against that person's throat. Trust me, at that time, that person will sit down calmly and reason with you. Qin Chuan was stunned speechless. It didn't take long for them to get back to southern Qilin Mountain. However, they didn't ascend the mountain immediately. They weren't crazy. The puny forces they had were nothing before the army of demon beasts. Yang Yi made them hide outside the mountain while he snuck all the way to the top of it, in the hall. At this moment, there were around 10 figures in the hall. Of course, They were clearly demon beasts. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. They were led by a white-robed old man, and he held 2 jade green iron balls. The old man glanced at the others here, and his gaze stopped on a robust middle-aged man, Blood Demon King. The teleportation formation can still be used, but it requires a huge amount of spirit energy. However, the spirit energy in southern Chilan Mountain has been completely taken away by those outsiders. Now, we have no choice but to use a huge number of immortal crystals and inner cores to activate the teleportation formation. Blood Demon King spoke indifferently. Brother Goku, inner cores aren't a big problem. What I care about is how many can the teleportation formation transport away. Goku fell silent for a short while and said, "It's impossible for you to teleport all the demon beasts out of this place. The teleportation formation can do it, but we don't have enough spirit energy." He stood up and looked up at the sky outside the hall. If those people outside undo the seal around this world, we wouldn't need spirit energy and could just leave through outer space. However, they probably wish for nothing more than to see us die with this world. The Blood Demon King stood up. "Brother Goku, activate the formation now. Let's send out our people in batches." Goku asked, "You're not leaving first?" The Blood Demon King gazed out the hall. A dense ocean of demon beasts resided at the foot of the mountain. He gazed at them for a long time, and then he spoke softly, "Let them go first. They'll be the last." Goku glanced at him, and there was a trace of admiration in his eyes. Yang Yi was about to leave when the Blood Demon King suddenly said, "Show yourself." Yang Yi's pupils constricted slightly. His presence had been discovered. How did he notice me? Yang Yi stopped hiding and revealed himself. All of the others here gazed at Yang Yi but didn't attack. An outsider. The Blood Demon King sized up Yang Yi and said, "I know you. You escaped from one of my subordinates. It seems a mysterious demon beast helped you then." Yang Yi glanced at the Blood Demon King and said, "The reason I'm here is very simple. I want to leave with some friends of mine. I hope you'll let me do that." "I'm afraid we can't." Goku spoke indifferently. "We can't even send away our own people. As for others, just forget it." The Blood Demon King suddenly said, "Where's that demon beast?" Yang Yi shook his head. "I don't know." He really didn't know Jir and the others' whereabouts. However, he felt that they should have left the dead dimension by now. The Blood Demon King fell silent. Yang Yi said, "The teleportation formation requires immortal crystals, and I can provide some. Just take it as the fee I pay for the teleportation, all right?" Goku asked, "How many can you provide?" Yang Yi counted for a moment and replied, "A few hundred." A few hundred immortal crystals was a huge amount of wealth in this place. The hall fell silent. A long time passed before Goku suddenly chuckled. "We needed immortal crystals, and someone has come to give them to us. Looks like even the heavens are blessing us." As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and clawed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi was clearly prepared for him, and he immediately swung his sword. A ray of sword energy flashed. Bang! A loud explosion resounded, and the entire hall shook violently. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had vanished from the hall. Head fled. Goku's expression was extremely unsightly. At the foot of southern Chilan Mountain, Yang Yi looked up at the mountain, and then he patted his chest. A small white head emerged from there. Yang Yi pointed at southern Chilan Mountain. "There's spirit energy here. Take it. Take it all." As he spoke, his gaze turned icy cold. "You refuse to let me leave? Then we can all stay here. Snowy, take it. Suck it all away until they question their life choices. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1998, No Leaving. Spirit Energy. Snowy's eyes lit up because she loved doing things like that. In the past, Yang Yi didn't dare to let her just take the spirit energy anywhere, because it would definitely cause a huge amount of trouble for him. Yet now, he couldn't care about it. Since they refused to let him go, he felt that no one should leave. After she received Yang Yi's permission, Snowy slowly floated up into the air, and then she sniffed lightly. She sensed a little bit of spirit energy, but it wasn't much. So, she turned to look at Yang Yi, and there was aversion in her eyes. It was too little. She didn't want to take it at all. Yang Yi's face darkened. They'll let you have more in the future. Just take what's here for now, all right? In the end, Yang Yi succeeded at persuading Snowy to do it. Snowy opened her mouth and sucked in a light breath. In an instant, all the remaining spirit energy throughout the mountain surged towards Snowy. The remnants of the spirit vein in southern Qilin Mountain didn't have much spirit energy within them to begin with, so they were completely depleted by this. Moreover, the spirit energy throughout southern Qilin Mountain vanished without a trace. Not even a thread of spirit energy was left behind. Clamorous noise resounded throughout the mountain. Countless experts shot up into the air to find the culprit. But at this moment, Yang Yi had already left with Snowy. In the sky above the mountain, Guku's expression was extremely unsightly, and so was the expression on the Blood Demon King's face. While the remaining spirit energy within the spirit veins wasn't much, it was still some spirit energy. However, even that was gone now. So, it was a huge blow to them. Not even a bit of spirit energy was left. The teleportation formation couldn't be used at all now, unless they used a huge number of immortal crystals and inner cores to activate it. The Blood Demon King suddenly said, "Was it him?" Guku spoke in a low voice. "It's definitely him." The Blood Demon King spoke solemnly. "How did he do it?" Guku shook his head. The Blood Demon King waved his right hand, and a spatial ring appeared before Guku. "There are inner cores in there. Activate the formation and send some of our subordinates out of here." Guku nodded. "All right." He vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. Yang Yi sat cross-legged in a cave, and he immersed his mind into his body. At this moment, Snowy was seated on the ground in the primordial pagoda, and a large number of immortal crystals were around here. There were at least a few hundred around her. They were the product of the spirit energy from before. Snowy blinked and cracked a smile when she saw Yang Yi. Yang Yi walked over to Snowy, took Snowy in his arms, and smiled. "How do you feel?" Yang Yi waved her claws swiftly to convey that she felt very comfortable. Taking spirit energy into her body was extremely beneficial to her growth. Yang Yi smiled, put away the immortal crystals, and said, "Come, let's continue." Just like that, the two of them left the primordial pagoda and snuck to the foot of southern Qilin Mountain. There was a huge square at the mountainside, and there were 3 teleportation formations there. Every one of them could fit around 100 people at a time. At this moment, they'd been activated, and they were emanating faint blue light. There were both humans and demon beasts on the formations. "Begin." Suddenly, a voice resounded, and then the teleportation formations shook violently while rays of blue light enveloped the people and demon beasts within the formations. A short while later, their bodies started to gradually turn ethereal. However, something unexpected suddenly occurred. Bang! The blue light around the teleportation formations shattered, and both the humans and demon beasts in the formations were blasted away by a wave of energy. Everyone here was stunned by this. What's going on? Meanwhile, Guku appeared here. He glanced at the surroundings, and his face became extremely gloomy. The spirit energy was gone. The spirit energy created by the immortal crystals and inner cores were all gone. Not even a drop was left. Damn it! Guku roared with fury and vanished on the spot. At the foot of southern Qilin Mountain, Yang Yi was fleeing swiftly with Snowy in his arms. Run as soon as they were done. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to bring Snowy somewhere safe, and then he went into the primordial pagoda with her. She started spitting out immortal crystals, one by one. Yang Yi's eyes glowed as he watched this. If he was in the outside world, these immortal crystals would be nothing to him, but they were priceless in this place, especially at a time like this. While Yang Yi was happy, others were sad. In the hall on southern Qilin Mountain, Guku's expression was extremely gloomy. Their supply of both immortal crystals and inner cores wasn't endless. Especially immortal crystals, they could be said to have an absolutely limited supply of it. Moreover, the immortal crystals and inner cores required to activate the formation was split evenly between him and the Blood Demon King. The more they could provide, the more they could send out of this place. Yet now, the spirit energy here hadn't just vanished completely. Even the inner cores and immortal crystals they prepared for that round of teleportation were gone. If this happened a few more times, they wouldn't get to leave at all. Let's talk with him. Suddenly, the Blood Demon King said, he has a pair of sage rank wings, and coupled with his own speed, even we can't catch up to him. Most importantly, we don't have time to waste on him. We only have 2.5 days left. We're going to make a compromise. Goku spoke in a low voice, and his voice carried a trace of unwillingness. The Blood Demon King stood up. Brother Gu, we're just letting a few more people leave. If you continue this fight with him, then not to mention those humans whore with you, even the demon beast with me won't be able to leave. This isn't something they want, and it's not something I want. Understand? His voice was quite cold when he spoke up to this point. Goku fell silent for a long while before he said, Fine, we'll talk with him. Goku vanished on the spot. The Blood Demon King closed his eyes slowly. I hope you don't play any tricks. My patience is limited. Outside southern Qilin Mountain, Goku floated in midair, and the Blood Demon King was by his side. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. The Blood Demon King glanced at the surroundings and said, Show yourself. I know you're here. He received no answer. Yang Yi laughed coldly to himself. Show myself? I may not have a chance to escape if they join forces against me. Meanwhile, the Blood Demon King added, I guarantee in the name of the demon race that we won't attack you. He still received no answer. The Blood Demon King said, Do you really plan to waste time with us like this? If this continues, none of us will be able to leave. So, show yourself. Let's just talk about it. We're absolutely sincere about this. A long time passed before a figure appeared not too far away from them. It was Yang Ye's figure, of course. Just as the Blood Demon King had said, Yang Ye's objective was very simple, and it was to send Amon and the others out of the dead dimension and not to take these fellows down with him. Goku's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw Yang Yi. The Blood Demon King sized up Yang Yi and asked, How many people do you have? Yang Yi replied, Around 30. 10 immortal crystals each. The Blood Demon King continued, If you're willing to pay that price, we'll be willing to let you and your people leave 300 immortal crystals. Needless to say, it was quite a big request, because 300 immortal crystals was a huge amount of wealth in the dead dimension. However, Yang Yi didn't refuse, and he just nodded, All right, deal. Immortal crystals were very precious here. But once they left this place, immortal crystals wouldn't be so precious anymore. But if they couldn't leave this place, they would die, and these immortal crystals would just be rocks. So, he wasn't reluctant to part with them at all. Yang Yi didn't waste time and immediately flicked a spatial ring to the Blood Demon King. The latter glanced at it, and there were exactly 300 immortal crystals in them. The Blood Demon King glanced at Yang Yi and said, Lead your people to the teleportation formation. Yang Yi turned around and left, and it didn't take long for him to return with Amon and the others. At the teleportation formation, the Blood Demon King said, All of you go first. Yang Yi nodded slightly, and then he gazed at Amon and the others. All of you go first. Amon asked, What about you? Yang Yi smiled. They'll leave later. They'll stay behind. Amon continued, You leave with the others. Yang Yi shook his head and sent her a voice transmission. They fear me. They'll be afraid while I'm here, and they wouldn't dare to play any tricks. It's pointless for you to say, so take the others and go. Amon wanted to say more, but Yang Yi added, Big sis, that's enough. Just take them and go. Amon gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before she nodded. We'll be waiting for you. She turned around and entered the teleportation formation. Qin Xuan and the others went over to Yang Yi, patted Yang Yi on the shoulder and said, We'll be waiting for you. We'll kill our way back here if we don't see you soon. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Xuan and the others entered the teleportation formation before Yang Yi could say anything. Yang Yi gazed at the Blood Demon King, and the latter gazed at Goku. Goku nodded slightly, waved his right hand, and then the teleportation formation started trembling. A short while later, rays of blue light enveloped Amon and the others, and then they vanished on the spot. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he witnessed this. Suddenly, Amon and the others appeared in the teleportation formation again, and all of them were heavily injured. Everyone here was stunned. Yang Yi swiftly gazed at Guku, and the Blood Demon King glared angrily at Guku as well. However, Amon suddenly said, "It's not his fault. The people outside refused to let us leave." The people outside. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1999. Through Thick and Thin. The people outside? Everyone here was quite stunned, but it didn't take long for them to think of something, and their faces fell. Meanwhile, the Blood Demon King said, "Be a little more specific." Amon led the others out of the teleportation formation and said, "When we were about to get to the space outside, we were besieged by a group of people. Luckily, we immediately turned around and came back here. Otherwise, all of us would have died in the spatial pathway." The Blood Demon King's face instantly became gloomy when he heard her. He wasn't the only one. Everyone else here had quite a gloomy expression on their faces. The people outside clearly knew what was happening here, and their intentions were obvious as well. They didn't want to let the people in the dead dimension escape to the outside world. They wanted all the living beings here to perish with the dead dimension. Meanwhile, someone suddenly asked, "Why are they doing this?" Amon shook her head slightly, and then she gazed at the Blood Demon King, and everyone else looked at him too. Obviously, the Blood Demon King should know the answer. The Blood Demon King closed his eyes slowly. Fear. Those races of the large universe fear the humans and demon beasts from the dead dimension. If we enter their world, it'll definitely impact the situation in the large universe. Moreover, practically all the humans and demon beasts that grew up in the dead dimension are stronger than those cultivators in the outside world. So, how could they not fear us? Guku spoke in a low voice. "They refuse to give us any chance to survive." The Blood Demon King chuckled. "The overall situation in the large universe is fixed. If we leave, it'll definitely impact them, and it's something they aren't willing to see. So, the best way is to stop us from ever leaving." All of them fell silent. Suddenly, the Blood Demon King chuckled, and then he gazed at Guku. "Go notify all the other humans who are still in hiding. Not just them. Notify all the other living beings in the dead dimension. Tell them to come to southern Qilin Mountain if they want to leave this place." Guku said, "Are you planning on?" The Blood Demon King nodded slightly. "Everyone will die if we don't work together." In a room, only Yang Yi and the others were here. Yang Yi glanced at Amon and the others. "All of you can't leave as well?" He hadn't forgotten that all of them had the backing of a clan or organization. Amon was about to speak when she suddenly frowned, and then she gradually closed her eyes. Amon wasn't the only one. Many others acted strangely just like her. Some time passed before Amon opened her eyes and she said, "I received a message from my clan." Yang Yi asked, "What is it?" She replied, "They asked me to go outside again. My clansmen will be there to get me." Yu Jing said, "I got a similar message." Ling's voice resounded, "Me too." It didn't take long for many to express that they had someone to get them on the outside, and only 9 of them hadn't received such messages. Actually, there were 10 if Yang Yi was included. Yang Yi nodded slightly. "That's good. Come, let's go to the teleportation formation and send all of you outside." Yu Jing said, "Well, go together." Someone asked, "Can we?" The corners of Yu Jing's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything in the end, because the message he received said that only he could leave. It was a pass to leave that his clan had gotten for him, and it was only valid for a single person. "Let me talk to them." Yu Jing closed his eyes, and it didn't take long for the space before him to tremble slightly. Some time passed before Yu Jing opened his eyes again. He didn't say anything, but his face was quite gloomy. Everyone knew what the answer was. The room fell silent. Some time passed before Yang Yi stood up. "Come, I'll send all of you off." Yang Yi walked out of the room. It didn't take long for them to arrive before the teleportation formation. The atmosphere here was quite heavy. Yang Yi smiled. "Don't act like this. All of you are just heading out first. It won't take long for us to meet again. He gazed at Amon and continued, Big sis, take them with you. Amon fell silent for a long time, and then she gazed at Mad Saber. Mad Saber, you take them with you? Mad Saber was puzzled. What? She looked up at the sky. The sky was gray and dark, and she grinned. I want to stay here for a while longer. Yang Yi wanted to say something, but she waved her hand. I've made my decision, so there's no need to say anything. Yang Yi glanced at her, shook his head, and didn't say anything, because he knew that it was pointless. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts, gazed at Mad Saber, and was about to speak when Mad Saber spoke first. I'm not leaving too. All of them gazed at Mad Saber, and the latter chuckled. I want to stay here a while longer too. That's exactly what I was thinking. Meanwhile, Yu Jing suddenly smiled. After staying in this damnable place for so many years, I'm really quite reluctant to leave. So, I've decided to stay a while longer. Someone else declared, I'm not leaving too. It didn't take long for them to declare that they refused to leave. Regardless of whether it was Amon, Yu Jing, and the others, all of them were very well aware that if Yang Yi and the others wanted to leave too, they may have to kill their way out. However, their chances were clearly very slim when there were those experts out there, so they didn't want Yang Yi and the mothers to fight alone. Yang Yi glanced at them and shook his head. This isn't necessary. Amon said, We've made our decision. Yang Yi was about to speak when a voice came from the side. I want to leave. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice. It was a man who said that. His name was Yu Qing. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Yu Qing gazed at Yang Yi. I want to leave. Yang Yi nodded slightly. He was about to speak when Yu Qing spoke before him. I know that leaving at a time like this isn't something a loyal brother should do. He closed his eyes at this point and spoke in a trembling voice. Brother, I really want to leave. Yang Yi walked over to him and smiled. We don't blame you. Yu Qing opened his eyes, and tears flickered within them. I'm from a declining clan in the human race. She and I were childhood sweethearts, and we promised ourselves to each other. However, my clan suffered decline, and so her clan refused to let us be together. Her clan said that they would agree with the condition that I'm able to attain the Tao realm within 3 years. So, I came to the dead dimension, and am at the Tao realm now. His hands were trembling at this point. Tomorrow is the last day. If I don't leave now, she'll think that I gave up on her. She once told me that if I'm not there, at the place we agreed to meet, at sunset, she'll dig out her eyes and heart to punish herself for trusting the wrong person. When he spoke up to this point, tears were seeping out of his eyes. There are many things you can't control when you're born in a clan. If I can't prove my potential to her clan, then she'll be sacrificed by her clan by forming a union with a different clan, just to benefit her own clan. Suddenly, Amon spoke in an indisputable tone. Go back. Right now. Yang Yi nodded as well. Don't disappoint her. Go home. As for us, do you think we would blame you? Yu Qing was clearly in pain. I don't want to leave all of you and leave by myself. I would never forgive myself if anything happens to all of you. What the hell are you talking about? Yu Jing was displeased. Do you know how to speak? What do you mean if something happens to us? What can possibly happen to us? Just stop being so hesitant and go to your girl. Don't disappoint her feelings for you. All of the others nodded. Yang Yi said, Loyalty between brothers depends on the situation. It's pointless to do that now. Moreover, if your relationship with her is spoiled because of us, then we'll really feel guilty forever. Amon spoke as well. Stop hesitating and fuck off. If we do die, we'll leave our burials to you. The faces of the others darkened because even Amon didn't know how to speak. Yu Qing intended to say more, but Yang Yi grabbed him and tossed him into the teleportation formation. A moment later, a ray of blue light enveloped Yu Qing, and then he vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, Yang Yi gazed at Amon and the others. Big Sis, Mad Saber, and the rest of you. Are you really not going? Amon shook her head slightly. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. This really isn't necessary. Amon suddenly said. When did you become so indecisive? Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Amon said, We said we aren't leaving, so we aren't. If we're leaving together. Or do you think we're too weak to stay? Yang Yi laughed bitterly. What are you talking about? Amon walked over to Yang Yi. We don't want to leave the few of you to fight alone. We go through thick and thin together. If we're leaving together, or we all stay. Qin Chuan chuckled. Big sis is right. We met in this damnable place and got along with each other. So that means there's fate between us. Yet now, you're asking brothers who've gone through life and death together to leave first? We would truly be eternally regretful if we did that. Yu Jing chimed in as well. So, Brother Yang, don't try to persuade us. You should think about how to get all of us out of here instead. Yang Yi glanced at them and fell silent for a long time before he chuckled. All right, I refuse to believe that the dead dimension can stop us brothers. We'll kill our way out together. Kill their way out together. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2000. Slowly, I'm listening. Chapter 2000. Slowly, I'm listening. Kill their way out. Yang Yi was very well aware that the only way for them to leave was to kill their way out. Kill open a path covered in blood. Suddenly, a middle-aged man appeared before them. He glanced at their group and gazed at Yang Yi in the end. Young Master Yang, the Blood Demon King requests your presence. Yang Yi nodded slightly. He'll be there in a moment. The middle-aged man nodded and left. Amon said, Be careful. Yang Yi smiled. Don't worry. If we still fight and kill each other now, then we'll have no hope of survival. Both Guku and the Blood Demon King aren't fools. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi vanished into the distance. Qin Chuan spoke solemnly by Amon's side. Big sis, aren't those fellows out there going a little too far? Amon fell silent. Qin Chuan added, Even if we're able to kill our way outside, we'll probably become wanted by many races. Sigh, I may be expelled from my clan. Yu Jing suddenly asked, You regret your decision already? Regret? Qin Chuan chuckled. Regret what? So long as I'm strong enough, those old geezers from the clan would never abandon me. They'll beg me to return and become the patriarch. Amon nodded slightly. So long as you're strong enough, you'll have no enemies because no one would dare to become your enemy. Right. Qin Chuan seemed to have thought of something. Brother Yang said he's being pursued by all the races? Amon nodded. Tisk, tisk. Qin Chuan shook his head. He's really amazing. He was actually able to make all of them pursue him, and he's even still alive until now. Amazing indeed. Someone asked, Do you know why they were pursuing him? Amon fell silent for a moment and replied, He took the sovereign of man's sword. Everyone here was stunned. It didn't take long for admiration to cover Qin Chuan's face. That's fucking amazing. Luckily, I didn't fight him when we met. Otherwise, I may be sleeping underground by now. The others shook their heads and chuckled. In the hall, Blood Demon King sat at the seat of the host while Guku sat near him. Besides that, Yang Yi noticed some familiar faces in the hall. Wan Xinyu and Imo Tianqiong were here. Imo Tianqiong grinned as a form of greeting when he saw Yang Yi. Yang Yi nodded in response, and then he casually sat in one of the seats at the side. Meanwhile, the Blood Demon King stood up and said, I'm sure all of you are aware of the situation in the dead dimension, so I won't waste my breath on it. If we want to live, there's only one way, and it's to kill our way out. We have to unite and kill our way out. One of them said, Those fellows out there have definitely thought of this, so they'll definitely have extraordinary experts waiting for us. The Blood Demon King replied, No matter who they send or how many they send, it doesn't make a difference to us. Because we have no choice, and we can only kill our way out. Or perhaps all of you can just stay and die with this world. All the others here fell silent. A short while passed before someone said, Can we talk about it with the people outside? The Blood Demon King shook his head slightly. We've tried, and their attitude towards it is obvious. They want all of us to perish with the dead dimension. That man said, Then we have no choice but to fight. Imo Tianqiong nodded slightly. Everyone, the Blood Demon King is right. We have no other choice. If we want to live, we have only one way to do that. Kill our way out there. Emo gazed at the Blood Demon King and continued, the strong lead. I suggest we temporarily allow the Blood Demon King to lead us. If we don't have a single commander, our forces will be scattered, and we won't be able to fight the people outside at all. What do all of you think? All the others had no objections. While the Blood Demon King hadn't revealed his strength, they had no doubt that he was the strongest here. The Blood Demon King didn't refuse. He stood up, glanced at everyone, and said, my plan is that I'll lead some people into the teleportation formation, and then we'll create a pocket of space on the other side. After that, all of you'll teleport to that pocket of space. In the end, we'll fight those fellows in that pocket of space. The others had no objections to this plan. The Blood Demon King nodded when he saw this, and then he said, Brother Emo, Brother Wan, Brother Gu, and Brother Yang, you'll come with me. Brother Yang? Many people here were stunned. Who's that? It didn't take long for them to look at Yang Yi, who was seated at the side. Yang Yi gazed at the Blood Demon King, and there was some surprise in his eyes. He hadn't expected that the Blood Demon King would ask him to come along. The Blood Demon King smiled. It's not a problem, right? Yang Yi shook his head. Of course. The Blood Demon King said, then let's set off right now. He vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. Emo Tianxiang, Wan Qianyu, and Gu Ku vanished from the hall as well. Yang Yi thought for a moment and vanished too. The Blood Demon King stood before the teleportation formation and said, based on your strength, you have a very good chance of escaping if you try. However, all of you have people relying on you, so you want to abandon them and flee yourselves, right? Of course. Emo Tianxiang smiled. My son is still here. The Blood Demon King nodded slightly and said, let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, all of them entered the teleportation formation, and it didn't take long for it to activate and teleport them away. A short while later, Yang Yi and the others were in a spatial passageway, and some time passed before the Blood Demon King stopped. He glanced at the surroundings and said, we're not too far away from the outside world. It's another 15 minutes away at most. So, let's do it here. As he spoke, he raised his hands slowly. In an instant, the space around them trembled, and then he pushed his hands forward. This caused the spatial passageway before him to turn ethereal, and the space there grew in size. Meanwhile, the Blood Demon King said, do it. Goku nodded, and then he pushed his hands forward. The spatial passageway before him turned ethereal too. At the same time, Wan Xinyu did the same. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he asked, how do I create a pocket of space? All of them glanced at Yang Yi. Yang Yi shrugged, I don't know how. The Blood Demon King grinned. It's very simple. This is the spatial passageway within the teleportation formation. Just break open the passageway on your side, and the space here will grow. Yang Yi nodded, and then he waved his hands lightly. Bang! The spatial passageway shook violently. The Blood Demon King glanced at Yang Yi, lighter. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Yang Yi felt speechless. Goku said, we'll be in trouble if the passageway collapses. Yang Yi nodded. I understand. Just like that, the space here grew wider and wider under their joint forces. Suddenly, something unexpected occurred. Emo Tianxiang suddenly withdrew his hands and transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the distance. Head fled. All of them were stunned. A short while passed before the Blood Demon King spoke indifferently. I didn't expect him to even abandon his son. Goku replied, so long as he's alive, he can have as many children as he wants. However, if he's dead, his son is useless. The Blood Demon King said, true. Ignore him. Let's continue. Around 4 hours later, the space here was over 30 kilometers wide. All of them stopped. The Blood Demon King said, let's go. Suddenly, loud explosions resounded at the end of the spatial passageway, and then the space there started to tremble violently. A miserable and shrill cry suddenly resounded from there. All of them were shocked when they heard it, because it was Emo Tianqiang's voice. He was dead. Moreover, he might have died a terrible death. They fell silent for a moment, and then the Blood Demon King said, looks like the experts guarding the exit are much stronger than we expected. His pupils constricted when he spoke up to this point. Someone's coming. All of them looked towards the side. The space there shook violently, and then a figure shot out from there. A moment later, a man in golden armor appeared before them. The armored man glanced at Yang Yes group and said, "Get the fuck back there." The Blood Demon King suddenly took a step forward and slammed his fist forward. Boom. The man in golden armor was instantly blasted over 10 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped himself, his armor shattered, and a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The man wiped off the blood and gazed at the Blood Demon King. The Zen realm. The Blood Demon King spoke indifferently. "Get the fuck back there and tell them we just want to leave. All we want is to leave the dead dimension. If you refuse to give us a chance to live, then we'll all just die together." The Blood Demon King turned around and walked away once he finished speaking. "Leave." The man chuckled. "The joint army of all the races is waiting out there. How will you leave?" The Blood Demon King stopped moving. The man said, "There is a way that all of you can survive, but it depends on whether you're willing to take it. The Sovereign of Man is a benevolent person, so if you're willing to lead your forces and follow the Sovereign of Man, then the Sovereign of Man will protect all of you. Besides that," he suddenly pointed at Yang Yi, "he's someone the Sovereign of Man wants dead. If you kill him and hand him to the Sovereign of Man, the Sovereign of Man will definitely..." Suddenly, a sword howl resounded. The Blood Demon King's eyes narrowed slightly while a wisp of solemnness flashed through his eyes. Suddenly, the surroundings fell silent. A man in green clothes was standing before the man, and the green-clothed man had a pair of black wings on his back. It was Yang Yi. At this moment, Yang Yi's sword was pressed against the man's throat. Yang Yi pushed his sword forward slightly and said, "What will the Sovereign of Man do?" "Go on, tell me." "Slowly. I'm listening. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2001. It's all down to this battle. Chapter 2001. It's all down to this battle. The surroundings were deathly silent. The man stared at Yang Yi. "I never expected you to have grown to such an extent. Unfortunately, you won't be able to escape death. The human race isn't the only race that wants to see you dead." Yang Yi nodded. "I know, and it'll get even with them in time." A ray of light flashed. Hiss. The man's head flew into the air, and blood sprayed like a fountain. Yang Yi lowered his sword, gazed at the Blood Demon King, and said, "What do you think about what he just said?" The Blood Demon King replied indifferently, "Would my demon race become the slave of humans?" He vanished into the distance once he finished speaking. Yang Yi shrugged and vanished on the spot. Southern Qilin Mountain. In the hall, the Blood Demon King stood up. "Everyone, we'll fight them to the death in a day from now. This battle will determine our survival." Yang Yi sat cross-legged in his room. Amon and the others were around him, and all of them had 5 immortal crystals in front of them. Yang Yi said, "Remember that our main objective is to flee and not to kill. If we kill many but fail to escape, then it would be absolutely meaningless. As for the Blood Demon King and the others, I'm sure they'll prioritize escaping too, and they won't really order their forces to fight to the death." Qin Chuan said, "We're planning on fleeing before we even fight? We probably won't make it like this." "We never stood a chance." Amon said, "The experts of all the races are out there. With so many experts joining forces, there definitely are many formations out there too. They've made sufficient preparations, so while everyone from the dead dimension is strong, our alliance was hastily created. So there's no order and discipline in our forces. So tell me, how will we fight them?" Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, "We still have to fight, because only fighting can ensure our safety. However, our main objective is to fight and create a path to safety. So long as they have the opportunity, those experts from the dead dimension won't hesitate to betray their allies. So, we must take precautions against them and avoid becoming sacrifices for them." Amon nodded. "What if we don't have the chance to escape?" Yang Yi replied, "Then we can only kill until we die. At that time, we'll just make our death worth it by killing a few more." The atmosphere here became quite solemn when they heard this. Yang Yi stood up slowly, walked out of the room, and looked into the distance. Countless demon beasts and human experts were converging around the teleportation formation. Meanwhile, Amon appeared by Yang Yi's side and spoke softly. Actually, all of them just want to live. Yang Yi replied, Big sis, tell me, why do the people out there want to annihilate everyone from the dead dimension? To eliminate threats, and for their own interests. Amon continued, they wouldn't do this if the people from the dead dimension were just a threat. After all, these people aren't weak at all. So, besides them being a threat, it's probably because of their own interests. Interests that can even affect them. Interests? Yang Yi asked, the dead dimension has some sort of treasure? Not that. Amon explained. Think about it. The situation in the outside world has stabilized, and the races have split up all the resources in the outside world. Now that so many demon beasts and people are coming from the dead dimension, it represents that these people will take a part of their resources. Amon chuckled at this point. Resources are a thing that every race regards as important because resources are needed to foster experts. It can be said that resources are the foundation of every clan and organization. Yang Yi smiled. What's your status in the barbarian race? She glanced at him. Why do you ask? Yang Yi replied, I'm just a little curious. She replied, if we survive, you can come to the barbarian dimension and find out for yourself. Survive. Yang Yi took a deep breath. All of us will survive. Dawn. The first glimmer of light had just descended. At the teleportation formations, countless experts had gathered around the teleportation formation, and they were led by the Blood Demon King. Yang Yi and the others were by the Blood Demon King's side. All of the demon beasts and humans were looking at the Blood Demon King. The Blood Demon King glanced at them. Everyone, I hope we'll be able to see the light of dawn again after this. He waved his hand. Activate the formations. A moment later, the formations were activated. The Blood Demon King gazed at Yang Yi, Wan Xinyu, and the others. Well, lead the attack. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure appeared in the teleportation formation. Yang Yi and the others didn't hesitate to appear by his side. A moment later, all of them vanished on the spot. Once Yang Yi and the others vanished, the demon beasts and humans in the surroundings entered the teleportation formation. Just like that, the experts of the dead dimension were teleported incessantly. It didn't take long for Yang Yi's group to arrive at that pocket of space. The Blood Demon King glanced at the surroundings and didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Meanwhile, the army of humans and demon beasts appeared incessantly. Around 2 hours later, almost 100,000 demon beasts were gathered behind them, and there were tens of thousands of human experts there too. Meanwhile, the Blood Demon King stood up. Let's start the fight. As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to attack. However, an old man in a white robe appeared not too far away from them. The Blood Demon King stopped. The old man glanced at them. People of the dead dimension, surrender and you can live. Otherwise, the only thing waiting for you is... Suddenly, the Blood Demon King appeared in front of the old man, and then he slammed his fist forward. Bang! The old man was blasted over 3 kilometers away. The Blood Demon King lowered his fist and spoke indifferently, and be your slaves. If that's it, then I would rather see them die. At the very least, they'll preserve their dignity. The old man wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth. Since that's the case, all of you can die. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. He vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. The Blood Demon King placed his hands behind his back. Let's go. He immediately transformed into a ray of white light that shot towards the distance while Yang Yi and the others followed closely beside him. It didn't take long for the Blood Demon King to stop, and huge white circles of light had appeared around them. The circles of light were revolving slowly around them. A formation. Suddenly, the circles of light transformed into rays of white light that vanished on the spot. When they appeared again, they were amid the ocean of demon beasts behind Yang Yi and the others. In an instant, countless demon beasts were sliced up into pieces. The Blood Demon King spoke in a low voice, attack. He stretched out his right hand and clawed forward. Boom, boom. A few circles of white light were instantly clawed into bits. Yang Yi and the others attacked simultaneously as well. In next to no time, all the white circles of light had vanished. However, a few thousand demon beasts had vanished along with them. The Blood Demon King had an extremely gloomy expression on his face. Meanwhile, a voice came from afar. Blood Demon King, this is just the beginning. As soon as the voice resounded, a middle-aged man appeared before them. At the same time, an army of soldiers in golden armor appeared behind him. There were exactly 10,000 of them. Besides that, there were some other experts around Yang Yi and the others. They were from the Devil Race, Sky Race, Spirit Race, Barbarian Race. The middle-aged man walked forward and stopped a little bit away from the Blood Demon King, Xiao Wui from the human race. I'm here on orders from the Sovereign of Man to ask you whether you agree to surrender. If you refuse, we'll only meet each other in battle. But if you surrender, the Sovereign of Man is willing to pay a certain price to keep you and your demon beasts alive. The Blood Demon King chuckled. The price the Sovereign of Man is praying is definitely huge. Otherwise, these fellows from the Sky Race would absolutely not allow it. Right? Xiao Wui spoke indifferently. That's our business. Blood Demon King, the Sovereign of Man doesn't want you to be the human race's slave. He's inviting you to join the human race. Blood Demon King, just think about it. Even if you escape this place, where can you go? Where can they go? The Blood Demon King fell silent. It was a question that Head thought about. He didn't just have a few demon beasts depending on him. He had an ocean of them. So, where should they go after leaving the dead dimension? The demon race? That was absolutely impossible. If they went to the demon race, it was equivalent to entering into war with some of the demon kings there. Meanwhile, Xiao Wui added, Blood Demon King, there's no place for all of you in the large universe. But if you're willing to surrender, there'll be a place for you in the human race. The Sovereign of Man has allocated an area suitable for all of you to live in. Moreover, you won't be slaves for the human race. You'll be equals. That's the Sovereign of Man's promise to you. Some of the demon beasts were visibly moved by this. The Blood Demon King closed his eyes slowly. What does the Sovereign of Man want in return? Xiao Wui smiled. It's very simple. He hopes you'll stay by the human race's side through thick and thin. The Blood Demon King nodded slightly. I understand. Xiao Wui said, Blood Demon King, the Sovereign of Man has shown sufficient sincerity. He paid a huge price to the other races so that he could protect you and the demon beasts who follow you. Of course, if you really don't want to join the human race, that's fine too. The Sovereign of Man doesn't wish to force you either. The surroundings fell silent. A long time passed before the Blood Demon King glanced at the demon beasts behind him. All of them were following him. Suddenly, a demon beast said, Well, do as you say. Countless others shouted in unison, Well, do as you say. The Blood Demon King grinned, and then he gazed at Xiao Wui. All right, I agree. Xiao Wui grinned. He gazed at Yang Yi and said, Blood Demon King. He's someone the Sovereign of Man wants dead. Since he just happens to be beside you, why don't you kill him to display your sincerity to the Sovereign of Man? The Blood Demon King turned to look at Yang Yi, and then countless demon beasts here gazed at Yang Yi. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2002. You won't have the chance. Chapter 2002. You won't have the chance. Kill Yang Yi? Amon and the others surrounded Yang Yi, while vigilance covered their faces. The Blood Demon King fell silent meanwhile. Xiao Wui continued, Blood Demon King, you don't want to do it? The Blood Demon King phased at Xiao Wui. How do I know you aren't just trying to turn us against each other? Xiao Wui smiled. Don't you want to take this bet? If you win it, you and the demon beasts behind you will leave. If you lose, allow me to be honest, even if you can kill your way out, where can you hide when the world belongs to us? The Blood Demon King fell silent once more. Obviously, he was quite hesitant. A long time passed before the Blood Demon King looked up at Xiao Wui, and the latter smiled. I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, the sovereign of man is a sovereign in the human dimension, and he always keeps his word. Moreover, he has displayed sufficient sincerity. Now, it's your turn to display your sincerity. That sincerity was killing Yang Yi. Suddenly, a demon beast by the Blood Demon King's side vanished, and he was above Yang Yi when he appeared again. After that, he slapped his right palm down at Yang Yi, and a wave of powerful energy caused the space around Yang Yi to crack open. Fuck off! Amon roared with fury and slammed his spiked club upwards. Bang! That demon beast was slammed flying. The surroundings fell silent. Meanwhile, Yang Yi chuckled and gazed at the Blood Demon King. I didn't expect us to become enemies from allies in just a moment. The Blood Demon King spoke in a low voice. Nothing stays the same forever. The moment that demon beast attacked, it represented that there was no room for discussion. Moreover, what he just said was equivalent to really making his stand clear. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he gazed at Xiao Wui in the end. I didn't expect the sovereign of man to still be thinking about me. The sovereign of man isn't the only one. Xiao Wui smiled. Many other races can't forget you. Of course, to be more precise, they can't forget about the sword in your possession. Possessing what you shouldn't possess will cause death. Is that so? Yang Yi chuckled. Why don't you give it a try? Xiao Wui gazed at the Blood Demon King. Meanwhile, Amon and the others' profound energy surged, and they were ready to fight at any moment.
Amon.
Suddenly, a voice came from the side. Everyone looked over and saw an old man there. The old man walked over to Amon and spoke in a low voice. Amon, come home with me. Yang Yi and the others gazed at her, and she spoke in a low voice. Uncle Li, I can't. The old man spoke bitterly. Amon, we can't interfere in these things. You're our clan's future, so even if you refuse to think about your future, you should consider the clan, right? Your father and young brother too. Amon clenched her fists, closed her eyes slowly, and said, if I leave now, I will never forgive myself. Uncle Li, go tell that kid he'll have to take responsibility for our clan. Uncle Li wanted to say more, but Amon waved her hand. I've made my decision. Uncle Li was anxious. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and gazed at Yang Yi. Young brother Yang, Amon is our clan's future pillar of support, and we really can't lose her. Please help advise her to leave. Yang Yi was about to speak when a middle-aged man appeared before them, and his gaze descended onto Qin Chuan. He spoke angrily. Qin Chuan, get the fuck over here. Qin Chuan glanced at the middle-aged man, and there was slight fear in his eyes. However, he shook his head. Dad, I can't do that this time. The middle-aged man was furious. What did you say? Qin Chuan pointed at Yang Yi and the others. Dad, my brothers are here, so how can you tell me to go over to you? The middle-aged man's face was gloomy, but his tone grew much gentler. You can't interfere in this. Qin Chuan shook his head. I don't care. All I do know is that I can't leave today. Or perhaps, I should say that we have to leave together. The middle-aged man gazed at Qin Chuan for a long time and spoke gently. You must realize that you don't just have brothers, you have your parents and clan. Qin Chuan fell silent. Yang Yi suddenly smiled. Go. Qin Chuan gazed at Yang Yi, and the latter said, this is trouble I caused in the past, and it has nothing to do with all of you. You don't have to get tangled up in this. It has nothing to do with us? Qin Chuan chuckled. How is it not related to us? That's enough. Today, we're either leaving together or dying together. He gazed at the middle-aged man and added, Dad, I've made my decision, so you can go home now. The middle-aged man slowly closed his eyes. You unfilial son. Qin Chuan smiled. It can't be helped. There are some things that I must do. The middle-aged man didn't say anything else. He just shook his head and left. People appeared incessantly and asked someone from Yang Yi's group to leave, but not a single one of them did. Haha. Xiao Wei chuckled. Yang Yi, I didn't expect you to have so many loyal brothers. He gazed at the Blood Demon King. Blood Demon King. It's time for you to make your choice. The Blood Demon King fell silent for a few moments, and then he suddenly swung his fist at YY. YY was blasted over 10 kilometers away. Meanwhile, the Blood Demon King didn't stop. He took a step forward and intended to attack again. However, a ray of light shot towards him, and it was so swift that it merely took an instant to arrive before him. The Blood Demon King didn't try to dodge it, and he just slammed his fist forward. Bang! Yang Ye's sword energy was instantly obliterated. After obliterating Yang Ye's sword energy, the Blood Demon King took a step forward, and then he slammed his fist at Yang Yi once more. A wave of terrifying energy instantly appeared in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi flipped his palm, and a sword appeared there. After that, he took it in both hands and swung it down. Bang! The Blood Demon King's wave of energy was slashed apart, but Yang Yi was pushed over 300 m back. At the same time, a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of Yang Ye's mouth. Suppression. Suppression due to the gap in their cultivation. While Yang Yi was completely suppressed, the spectators were extremely shocked, because Yang Yi was just at the 5th stage of the Enlightened Realm, but the Blood Demon King was at the Zen Realm. Xiao Wei's face was quite gloomy. Yang Ye's speed of growth was truly too shocking. If Yang Yi was allowed to continue growing, he would definitely become a formidable enemy for the Sovereign of Man. As far as he was concerned, geniuses with such potential were best to be dead. Complicated emotions flashed through the Blood Demon King's eyes. "You're much more outstanding than I expected." Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth. "You're stronger than I imagined." Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. The Blood Demon King's eyes drooped. Doing this goes against my heart. However, for the sake of these fellows behind me, I have no choice. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi. A moment later, he slammed his fist forward. This time, Yang Yi didn't dodge it, and he just took his sword in both hands and swung it. As expected, Yang Yi was blasted away again. The Blood Demon King intended to attack again, but Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot. Many people were unable to see a trace of Yang Yi anymore. The Blood Demon King's pupils constricted slightly, and he slammed his fist forward. Bang! An explosion resounded, and the Blood Demon King was pushed over 300 m back. Everyone here was stunned by this scene. A 5th stage Enlightened Realm expert pushed back a Zen Realm expert. Xiao Wui slowly clenched his fists. He was prepared to take action himself. The Blood Demon King glanced at his palm. There was a deep injury there, and even his bones were visible. He fell silent for a moment, and then he looked up at Yang Yi. At the same time, Yang Yi had vanished on the spot. Sword fusion. This attack was faster than the previous one, and it was stronger too. Everywhere Yang Yi passed, space was sliced into bits. A solemn expression appeared in the Blood Demon King's eyes. It wasn't strength that a 5th stage Enlightened Realm expert could possess. The Blood Demon King restrained his thoughts, took a step back, and clenched his right fist. Ghastly cold light flickered on his fist, and then he slammed it forward. Hiss! The space in front of the Blood Demon King was obliterated. Boom! A loud explosion resounded abruptly. A moment later, a figure was blasted backwards, and it was Yang Ye's figure. As for the Blood Demon King, he was pushed over 300 m back too. Right when Yang Yi was blasted flying, Xiao Wui suddenly vanished on the spot. At the same time, Amon, Mad Saber, and Ling appeared before Yang Yi and attacked simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. 3 explosions resounded, and then they were blasted away. Blood sprayed from their mouths as they flew. Xiao Wui was a Zen Realm expert. So, how could they be a match for him? Xiao Wui glanced at Amon's group, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. His figure flashed and shot towards Yang Yi again. He planned to give Yang Yi no chance. He didn't want to delay and risk any changes in the situation. Yang Yi was about to counterattack when Amon's group of 3 obstructed Xiao Wui again, but they were casually blasted away by him. This time, Xiao Wui didn't attack again. He gazed at Amon's group. Since you want to die with him, then I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and countless rays of light instantly shot towards Amon and the others. Yang Yi was about to defend them, but the Blood Demon King suddenly obstructed his path. Yang Yi's eyes turned blood red. If anything happens to them, I'll definitely annihilate every single one of your descendants. The Blood Demon King fell silent for a moment and replied, "You won't have the chance." He vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2003, Help. Chapter 2003, Help. Ferocity covered Yang Ye's face. Swish. Yang Yi was about to attack when the sound of the air being torn open resounded from the other end of the spatial passageway, and it didn't take long for a ray of light to appear within their fields of vision. It grew larger and larger, and it was shooting straight at the Blood Demon King. The Blood Demon King immediately stopped and slammed his fist at the golden light. Bang! A loud explosion resounded, and then everyone watched with astonishment as the Blood Demon King was blasted over 3 kilometers away. Everyone noticed that his fist was mangled. A golden rod had appeared not too far away from the Blood Demon King. Brother Monkey? Yang Yi frowned. A moment later, a flaming monkey appeared beside the golden rod. The body of a man and the face of a monkey. Yang Yi spoke with astonishment. "Brother Monkey, what are you doing here?" At this moment, Xiao Wui had stopped, and his expression was absolutely unsightly when he saw the monkey. Besides that, there was deep fear on his face. Obviously, he knew who the monkey was. The monkey glanced at the surroundings, and his gaze stopped on a group not too far away from Xiao Wui. All of them were robust. Obviously, they were demon beasts in human form. Those demon beasts were clearly filled with extreme fear when they saw the monkey, and they didn't dare meet his gaze. The monkey suddenly said, "Fuck off." Those demon beasts didn't dare to say a word and just left. Meanwhile, the monkey gazed at Yang Yi. "I've been looking for you." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Looking for me?" The monkey explained, "I need your help with something. Are you willing to go with me?" Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and hurriedly nodded. "Of course. Only a fool wouldn't leave now." The monkey nodded slightly. "Let's go." Suddenly, Xiao Wui obstructed the monkey's path. He glanced at the monkey and said, "The sovereign of man wants him." "So, the sovereign of man?" The monkey's eyes narrowed slightly. "So what?" Xiao Wui's face fell. "You seem to have forgotten the agreement between the human race and demon race." The monkey asked, "Is this the human race's territory?" Xiao Wui was speechless, because, strictly speaking, it couldn't be considered as the human race's territory. Meanwhile, the monkey added, "Even if it's the human race's territory, they'll take him if I want to. Understand?" Xiao Wui's face was extremely unsightly, but he didn't dare to say anything. The human race wasn't the only race that didn't dare offend that monkey. All the other races didn't dare to as well. After all, the monkey even dared to attack the Buddhist path, let alone the human race. The monkey ignored Xiao Wui and gazed at Yang Yi. "Let's go." Yang Yi pointed at Amon and the others. "I want them to leave with me. Please help me with that." The monkey glanced at them and said, "Go on." Amon glanced at the monkey. "Thank you." She gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "Take care." Yang Yi smiled. "All of you too." Amon nodded. "Let's get together again if we have the time." Yang Yi replied, "All right." Yang Yi and the monkey watched as they swaggered off, and no one dared to stop them. Meanwhile, Xiao Wui's face was extremely unsightly, because it was a slap to his face, an undisguised slap to his face. It was a resounding slap too. In the end, once Amon and the mothers all left, Yang Yi gazed at Xiao Wui and the Blood Demon King. "He'll remember this, and he'll get even with you soon." After that, he gazed at the monkey. "Let's go." The monkey nodded slightly, waved his right hand, and vanished with Yang Yi. The atmosphere here was quite solemn. Both Xiao Wui and the Blood Demon King had quite unsightly expressions on their faces. They'd witnessed Yang Yi's natural talent, and it was absolutely terrifying. So, if Yang Yi was allowed to continue growing, then he would absolutely be a huge threat to them. That moment earlier had been the best time to kill Yang Yi, but they hadn't expected the monkey to suddenly arrive. So, it was undoubtedly like releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Xiao Wui remained silent for a long time, and then he spoke softly. Looks like we have to use non-ordinary methods. Once they left the dead dimension, the monkey took Yang Yi to the demon dimension. On the way, Yang Yi was curious. Brother Monkey, you've been searching for me? The monkey nodded. I need your help with something. Yang Yi asked, What? The monkey replied, You'll find out very soon. As soon as he finished speaking, he sped up again. Around 2 hours later, the monkey stopped. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. They were atop a mountain, and there was a huge waterfall not too far behind them. The waterfall stretched for over 1 kilometer. The monkey suddenly looked up. Do you know what's above the sky? Yang Yi shook his head. The monkey stated, The gods above. Yang Yi was puzzled. What do you mean? The monkey explained, Some powerful people call themselves gods. They think they stand above all other races. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Yang Yi had a rough understanding when he heard this. He knew that the monkey was probably talking about the Tao path, weapon path, Buddhist path, and Confucianist path. The monkey said, A long time ago, after the god race vanished, these powers started to engage in internal strife, or it's also called the battle between paths. The battle between paths wasn't just an internal battle, it was an external one too. So, the other races had to take sides. The human race followed the Confucianist path, the sky race followed the Tao path. As for the demon race, we followed the Buddhist path. The demon race followed the Buddhist path? Yang Yi glanced at the monkey. Brother Monkey, you don't look like someone who believes in them. A wisp of disdain flashed through the monkey's eyes. All things have a spirit of their own. So why should they be superior to all others? Put our belief in them? No, I only believe in myself. Yang Yi said, So the Buddhist path acted against you, right? The monkey nodded. As far as they are concerned, only those who believe in them should be allowed to stay alive. He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, I brought you here because I want you to help me with something. Yang Yi asked, What? The monkey looked towards the ground below. There were a few hundred huge, robust monkeys down there. At this moment, all of them were looking at the monkey by Yang Yi's side. The monkey said, Help me take care of them for a year. Yang Yi was visibly astounded. Huh? The monkey looked up at the sky. For the sake of making me submit, they sent forces to launch a surprise attack on Spirit Monkey Mountain. While I annihilated all their forces, my monkey clan suffered severe losses. They are the last of my Spirit Monkey clan. He glanced at the golden rod in his grasp and continued, Now, I've recovered completely, and the Buddhist path should pay for what they did. I'm going to the Western Buddhist dimension, but I can't rest at ease if I just leave them here. Yang Yi glanced at them, and then his face darkened. Brother Monkey, some of your subordinates are much stronger than me. The monkey gazed at Yang Yi. If you agree, all of them will obey you from now on until I return. Yang Yi said, What I mean is that they're stronger than me, so they don't need me to take care of them. The monkey shook his head slightly. They aren't good at dealing with the schemes of others. If I leave, many demon kings will definitely target them. Some demon kings are dying to use the heads of my Spirit Monkey clan to seek merit from the Buddhist path. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he said, Brother Monkey, you're going to the Buddhist path? The monkey nodded. Yang Yi asked, Are you confident? The monkey smiled. I have to go even if I'm not. The lives of tens of thousand monkeys can't go unavenged. Don't worry, while the Buddhist path is strong, I've attained the indestructible gold body. Even the Buddhist progenitor can't kill me with ease. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Brother Monkey, I still think you're being quite rash. The monkey gazed at Yang Yi. We're the same type of person. Yang Yi was puzzled. Huh? The monkey explained. We can't endure any injustice. Actually, why should we endure it? If others make us unhappy, why should we let them be happy? Yang Yi fell silent. The monkey said, Because I'm enemies with the Buddhist path. While I used to have a few friends, we don't keep in touch anymore. So, my Spirit Monkey clan can be said to be isolated in the demon race. He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, Kid, we haven't known each other for long, but our characters are alike. To be honest, I didn't bring you here for your strength, and it's because of the Tao progenitor who stands behind you. If I can't return, then I hope they can follow you. because following you is equivalent to siding with the Tao path, and their survival shouldn't be a problem if they have the Tao path's protection. I see. Yang Yi fell silent for a short while and said, Brother Monkey, they'll do it. They'll help you take care of them. If you don't return in a year, they'll take them away from this place. Don't worry, even if the Tao path refuses to take them, they'll take care of them. Just as the monkey had said, while they hadn't known each other for long, but because of their character, they felt like friends who'd known each other for long. It could be said that they were friends even if there was such a huge gap in age between them. Besides that, the monkey had saved him from danger on many occasions, so he owed the monkey quite a bit. Since the monkey needed help, he would naturally not refuse. The monkey gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then patted him lightly on the shoulder. You're within a huge vortex, and its depth far surpasses your imagination. I can't do anything to help too. In short, even if you go to the Tao path, you must be careful. These powers treat people according to their potential. They'll do everything for you if you have potential, but if you don't have potential, they're crueler and more realistic than any others. Yang Yi nodded. They'll remember that. The monkey grinned and looked up at the sky. The Buddhist path wants to kill me, so we'll kill them first. If the gods want to kill me, they'll kill the gods too. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of golden light that shot into the sky. End of Book 16. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2004. Tell Yang Yi to show himself. Chapter 2004. Tell Yang Yi to show himself. Book 17. Slaughter the monkey was gone. Yang Yi stood silently on the spot. He didn't know if the monkey would return alive, because he didn't know how strong the Buddhist path was. But would an existence that could rival the Tao path be weak? However, Yang Yi's intuition told him that the monkey would definitely come back alive. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and flashed over to the group of monkeys. There were only around 100 of them, but they were very strong. The leader of the group, a huge black monkey, was at least a Zen realm expert. Meanwhile, the huge black monkey walked over to Yang Yi. Just call me Black Ape. From now on, everyone throughout Spirit Monkey Mountain will obey you. The other huge monkeys behind Black Ape nodded in unison. Yang Yi nodded slightly. Which nearby clan is the biggest threat? Black Ape replied solemnly, this area is called Southern Demon Mountain Range, and there are 3 Demon Kings here. The other 2 are the Sky Python Demon King in the north, and the Sky Devourer Demon King who's over 300,000 kilometers away from us. Yang Yi asked, how is the Spirit Monkey Clan's relationship with them? Black Ape shook his head. Both of their Demon Kings were bashed up by our ancestor. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Black Ape said, don't worry, no demon beast will dare to attack us in the next year. If Ancestor doesn't return by then the entire demon race may become our enemy, but we'll have no enemies in the demon race if he returns. A year. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. Mountains covered the area, endless mountains. If the monkey didn't return in a year, he would be in deep trouble. However, he had to deal with it no matter how difficult it was. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and said, find me a quiet place. Black Ape nodded slightly, and then he waved his hand at the waterfall. In an instant, it split open from the center. Yang Yi flashed into the area behind the waterfall. It was a completely different world behind the waterfall. It was completely empty, and there were strange rocks flickering with a faint glow. It was quiet, extremely quiet. It was suitable for cultivation. Yang Yi sat down cross-legged on the ground and entered the primordial pagoda. Earth Slaughter. The 6 slaughters of the weapon Tao. Head grasped manslaughter. Now, he intended to study Earth Slaughter because his cultivation was sufficient for it. Earth Slaughter had moves, and it relied on the energy of the earth to kill. The energy of the earth could be said to be endless. His strength would be bottomless while he stood on the ground. Of course, it was only bottomless while his body could endure it. Moreover, taking the energy of the earth was like seizing it from the world, so the slightest mistake may cause him to suffer from backlash. In short, it was extremely strong. but its side effects were serious too. Yang Yi studied it for a while. In the end, he chose to cultivate it, because so long as he didn't seize the energy of the earth frequently, it wouldn't be a huge problem. Just like that, time trickled by, and 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Yi hadn't left the primordial pagoda throughout this time, and he just spent every day studying earth slaughter like a madman. Besides that, his own burial sword and shadow sword had been improved tremendously too. Yang Yi stood on the ground with his sword in hand. A long time passed before the ground below Yang Yi's feet suddenly trembled, and the countless strands of earth energy converged into Yang Yi. In an instant, Yang Yi was enveloped by countless strands of earth energy. Slaughter. As soon as Yang Yi said that, he transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. The ground 3 kilometers away cracked open, and then a ray of sword energy flashed out. A moment later, a huge gap opened up in the sky 3 kilometers away. It seemed like it had been torn open. In order to use earth energy, he had to first become one with the earth, and then rely on its energy to launch an explosive strike. Based on Yang Yi's calculations, it was a huge threat to Dao Realm experts, even attained Dao Realm experts. Even if he couldn't kill them in an instant, it was absolutely possible for him to heavily injure an expert like that. However, if he fought a Zen Realm expert, then it wouldn't be quite a threat to a Zen Realm expert. It wasn't just the Earth Slaughter that was like that. Even his burial and shadow sword weren't a huge threat to Zen Realm experts. It couldn't be helped. His cultivation was too low. While being able to push back the Blood Demon King seemed heaven-defying in the eyes of many, it would be too terrifying if he could kill a Zen Realm expert in his realm of cultivation. Sword fusion combined with judgment may be able to pose a slight threat to Zen Realm experts, but it wouldn't be a huge threat. It wasn't that his sword techniques and sword Dao weren't strong enough. It was his cultivation which was too low. The gap in his cultivation wasn't something that any external sources of strength could make up for. Cultivation. Yang Yi was just a step away from the Dao realm. The Dao realm was divided into 4 stages, and the first stage was the Here Dao realm. The Here Dao realm represented sensing the Dao. It was an extremely profound feeling, but it wasn't something that could be accomplished through cultivating alone. It was mostly linked to an ascension of the mental state. Comprehension. Comprehension was the only way to attain the Dao realm, and just cultivating didn't help. So, Yang Yi started meditating and comprehending. His attainments in the sword Dao and sword techniques had attained the peak of what he was capable of, and he had to break through in his cultivation to rise a level higher. Cultivating was boring, and it was an endless process. A year had passed in the primordial pagoda. Of course, it had only been around a month in the world outside. During this month, many things had occurred in the large universe. Firstly, the sovereign of man had suddenly issued a warrant. The wanted person was Yang Yi. As for his crime, it was betrayal of the human race. The reward listed on the warrant was extremely generous, and it included a sage rank treasure. A sage rank treasure. It undoubtedly tempted countless. However, very few actually dared to go looking for Yang Yi. Generous rewards did arouse courage in some, but since the sovereign of man was willing to provide such a huge reward, it represented that the wanted person, Yang Yi, was absolutely not ordinary. So, while countless were tempted, they didn't dare to act on it. However, there were exceptions. 2 unwelcome guests had arrived in Spirit Monkey Mountain Range. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. One of them was a young man around the age of 25. He wore a cloud-white robe, and he carried an ancient sword on his back. As for the other person, it was a middle-aged man. He stood half a step behind the young man. Obviously, he obeyed the young man's orders. The young man glanced at the towering mountain range and said, "Uncle Ming, is the information accurate?" The middle-aged man nodded slightly. According to the information we received, that Demon King brought him here after saving him. The young man asked, "What about that Demon King?" The middle-aged man smiled. "Young master, are you afraid of that Demon King?" The young man replied indifferently, "What do you think?" The middle-aged man smiled. "Don't worry, young master. That Demon King isn't here anymore. Of course, even if he's here, our Xinyuan clan has no need to fear him. All the races, the 4 supreme clans, Does anyone in the large universe refuse to give our Xinyuan clan face? The Xinyuan clan. If someone knowledgeable was here, that person would definitely be extremely shocked. Because the Xinyuan clan was the #1 clan of the human race. Just as the middle-aged man had said, all the races and the 4 supreme clans would give face to them. As for the reason, besides the Xinyuan clan's strength, it was because who once hailed from the Xinyuan clan. The Xinyuan emperor. He was the man who commanded the armies of all races and defeated the god race. The young man chuckled. Our clan can't rely on our ancestors forever, right? The middle-aged man spoke softly, of course. The young man took a deep breath, sized up the surroundings, and said, "It's time for the Sword Supreme to return to my Xinyuan clan." The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment and said, "Young master, our ancestor said that if the Sword Supreme stays willingly in the Xinyuan clan, then it's a good thing. But if it isn't willing, then we absolutely shouldn't force it. Otherwise, with the strength our Xinyuan clan possesses, it wouldn't have been difficult to make the Sovereign of Man return it to us." The Sovereign of Man? The young man chuckled. He's just a fellow who obtained our ancestors' inheritance. The laughable thing is that the Sword Supreme isn't willing to stay with him either. Looks like his reputation of being a man of virtue isn't true at all. The middle-aged man spoke solemnly. "Young master, watch what you say. The Sovereign of Man is the leader of the human race in name right now. So if word of what you said spreads, it'll be very disadvantageous for you. Moreover, if you plan to inherit the position of patriarch, then you absolutely can't go around making enemies." The young man smiled. "I naturally understand that. Uncle Ming, I was just telling that to you. I wouldn't say it to anyone else." The middle-aged man nodded slightly. "No matter what, it's best to be careful," the young man said. "I'll remember that." He glanced at the surroundings and continued, "Make him show himself." The middle-aged man nodded, and then he stomped his right foot down. Bang! In an instant, Spirit Monkey Mountain shook violently. It only took a moment for a huge black monkey to appear before the middle-aged man. The black monkey gazed at the middle-aged man with a hostile glow in his eyes. Because the middle-aged man's actions were clearly an act of provocation towards Spirit Monkey Mountain, the middle-aged man said, "Tell Yang Yi to come here." Yang Yi. Black Ape frowned and said, "This is Spirit Monkey Mountain." The middle-aged man replied, "I know." Black Ape's gaze gradually turned icy cold. He didn't know who they were, but no one dared to act so arrogantly at Spirit Monkey Mountain while his ancestor was here. Just thinking about it made quite complicated emotions arise in Black Ape's heart. Meanwhile, the young man tapped his finger forward. The sword behind him suddenly flew up into the air, and then it chopped off half of the mountain's peak. The young man stared at Black Ape and said, "Tell Yang Yi to show himself." Did you hear me? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2005. My surname is Yang. Chapter 2005. My surname is Yang. Spirit Monkey Mountain had been sliced into two. Black Ape's face was instantly covered in ferocity. It was an absolute humiliation for the Spirit Monkey clan. He was about to attack when the young man suddenly withdrew a golden command token and waved it before Black Ape. There was a name inscribed on it in golden lettering. Xinyuan. Xinyuan? Black Ape was stunned, and then quite an unsightly expression appeared on his face. "You're from the Xinyuan clan." The middle-aged man spoke indifferently. "Exactly. So, tell Yang Yi to show himself and prevent your Spirit Monkey Mountain from suffering disaster it doesn't deserve." Black Ape was about to say something when a voice came from the side. "You're looking for me?" All of them turned around and saw a man in green clothes walking over slowly. It was Yang Yi, of course. The young man sized up Yang Yi and chuckled. "The Here Dao realm." He gazed at the middle-aged man. "Uncle Ming, our intelligence isn't accurate." The middle-aged man spoke solemnly. "He probably just advanced." The young man nodded, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. He was about to speak when Yang Yi pointed at Spirit Monkey Mountain. "Did you do that?" The young man smiled. Yes, why? Yang Yi shook his head and asked, Can you restore it? The corners of the young man's mouth curled up slightly, and his smile was quite cold. I don't think I can. Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. Only a fine thread of light flashed through the air. It was absolutely swift. At the moment Yang Yi attacked, the young man's expression had changed drastically. It was because a sword had appeared before him. It wasn't that Head been able to catch sight of it. It was because Head sensed powerful sword energy assaulting him. It allowed him to realize that there was a sword before him. Even though Yang Yi's attack was absolutely swift, the young man was no ordinary person. The black ancient sword in his grasp suddenly vanished, and then rays of sword energy swept out from within him. Sword howls resounded incessantly as sword energy crisscrossed. 3 breaths of time later, the sword energy vanished, and so did the sword howls. Yang Yi and the young man were standing in confrontation from a distance of around 100 m. The young man gazed at Yang Yi while the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Using the sword in front of me? How laughable. Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. Sword fusion. As soon as he launched this attack, the eyes of both the middle-aged man and the young man opened wide, and there was disbelief in both of them. Disbelief. It was like they'd witnessed something terrifying. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man recovered from his shock and shouted, Watch out! The young man's reaction was extremely quick. He immediately grabbed his sword with both hands and repeatedly swung it swiftly. Every single swing of it caused the space around him to shudder. However, the middle-aged man watched with astonishment as the young man was blasted backwards by the ray of light. 3 breaths of time later, bang! The young man was blasted away, and he flew over 3 kilometers away before he finally stopped himself. Meanwhile, Yang Yi appeared in front of him, and then a sword was pressed against his forehead before he could even react. The surroundings instantly fell silent. The young man stared at Yang Yi. Your attainments in the Sword Dao are actually at such a level. Yang Yi glanced at Spirit Monkey Mountain that the young man had sliced into 2, and he said, I'll ask you one last time. Can you restore it? The young man suddenly smiled. Yang Yi, do you know who I am? Hiss. His arm instantly flew up into the air, and blood sprayed out like a fountain. The middle-aged man's expression instantly turned gloomy. He was about to speak when Yang Yi gazed at him. Shut up! The middle-aged man stared at Yang Yi. Do you know who we are? We're. Hiss. Meanwhile, the young man's other arm flew up into the air. The middle-aged man's voice stopped abruptly. The middle-aged man had a ferocious expression on his face. Do you know? Hiss. Meanwhile, the young man's ear flew off towards the side and blood turned his face red. At this moment, the middle-aged man didn't dare to say another word. Yang Yi gazed at the young man. I'll ask you one last time. Can you restore it? The young man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and replied, I can't. Yang Yi nodded. Then pay with your life. The middle-aged man was shocked when he heard Yang Yi, and he hurriedly said, Yang Yi, he's a young master of the Xinyuan clan. You'll bring calamity to the Spirit Monkey clan if you do that. The Xinyuan clan? Yang Yi frowned slightly and gazed at Black Ape. The latter spoke solemnly. It's called the number 1 clan of the large universe. The number 1 clan? Yang Yi chuckled. What a reputation. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's sword suddenly pressed against the young man's forehead, and it slowly stabbed into the young man's skin. It didn't take long for blood to seep out, and it instantly covered the young man's face in blood. At this moment, the young man finally felt slight panic because he realized that Yang Yi really did dare to kill him. The middle-aged man was panicking too. If Yang Yi really did kill his young master, then he wouldn't be able to escape death, even if he killed Yang Yi. Suddenly, a voice came from afar. My Xinyuan clan can restore it. Everyone looked over, and they saw a beautiful woman walking over slowly. She seemed to be around the age of 30, had a voluptuous figure, and was so beautiful that others simply couldn't move their eyes away from her. The young man and middle-aged man turned pale when they saw her. Yang Yi noticed that the middle-aged man's figure had started to tremble. Yang Yi sized up the beautiful woman and put down his sword. Really? She walked closer to Yang Yi and raised her hand slightly. In an instant, a huge mountain suddenly rose up from the ground from far away, and then it moved swiftly towards the mountain that had been cut into two. A short while later, Yang Yi and the others looked up to the sky, and a mountain appeared there. It was a mountain that was floating in the air. Visit Rieadl. Me for extra chapters. Meanwhile, she gently made a horizontal swipe, and then the mountain was suddenly sliced into two. After that, she waved her right hand, and half of it descended upon the top of Spirit Monkey Mountain. It fit perfectly. Yang Yi fell silent. He knew that she was extremely strong. Elder Xing. Suddenly, the young man spoke in a trembling voice. She ignored him and gazed at the middle-aged man. Don't you know the Xinyuan clan's rules? Thump. The middle-aged man knelt on the ground, and his voice trembled. Elder Xing, please give me a chance to change. A chance? The woman spoke coldly. There's no need for that. As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her right hand, and the middle-aged man's head flew off into the air. He couldn't even fight back. The middle-aged man was an attained Dao realm expert. The young man's face grew paler from the sight of this. Meanwhile, the woman gazed at the young man, and he immediately knelt down. However, a wave of mysterious energy held him up and stopped him from kneeling. She spoke indifferently. Young Master Jia, you left the clan without permission and went against our ancestors' last words by trying to take the sword by force. It's a crime that carries the death penalty. However, because your father has rendered meritorious service to the clan, you can avoid death. But you can't avoid punishment. From this moment onward, you're not a young master of the Xinyuan clan anymore. And if you dare to use the Xinyuan clan's name to run wild, you'll be killed no matter where you hide. The young man spoke in a trembling voice. Elder Xing, is it really that serious? I just wanted to take back the sword which belongs to our Xinyuan clan. Everything I desired and did was for the Xinyuan clan. The woman didn't answer him, and she gazed at Yang Yi instead. Young brother, can you lend me that sword of yours? The sword supreme. Yang Yi didn't refuse. He waved his right hand, and it went over to her. A wisp of complicated emotions flashed through her eyes as she gazed at the sword supreme. Young Master Jia, do you know why our Xinyuan clan didn't use this sword after our ancestor fell? Do you know why we sealed it with our ancestor instead? Do you know why our Xinyuan clan didn't ask the sovereign of man to return it, even when we had the ability to do so? The young man shook his head. Meanwhile, she gazed at the young man and continued, do you really think the sovereign of man lost this sword? The young man spoke in a low voice. What do you mean? She chuckled, and then she looked at the sword again. The sovereign of man is an extraordinary genius. He noticed something special about this sword, so he decided to give it up. Otherwise, how could he be willing to give up this sword just to kill a single shaman king? Yang Yi frowned when he heard this. The woman flicked the sword back to Yang Yi. Young brother Yang, my Xinyuan clan has no ill intent towards you. Their actions aren't the will of the Xinyuan clan, and you can consider what I just did to be my Xinyuan clan's compensation to you. Yang Yi remained silent. Meanwhile, the woman smiled. Are you still angry? Yang Yi shook his head. Not at all. I just think you don't have to be so courteous to me. She smiled. Since you're not angry, then I can rest at ease. Let's allow bygones to be bygones. What do you think? Yang Yi glanced at her and replied, all right. She nodded, and then vanished with the young man. 3 breaths of time later, the woman appeared on the peak of a mountain with the young man. She closed her eyes slowly and said, Vanish from my sight before I change my mind. The young man glanced at her. He didn't dare to say a word and just vanished into the sky. Once he left, the woman fell silent for a long time and said, Who are you? A long moment of silence ensued, and then a voice suddenly resounded. My surname is Yang. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2006, Only Strength is Respected. Chapter 2006, Only Strength is Respected. The woman stood quietly on the top of the mountain. A long time later, an old man appeared before her. She shook her head slightly. That person is gone. The old man asked, "Who?" She replied, "I don't know. However, that person was at least in the sage realm and was clearly related to Yang Yi." The old man spoke solemnly. "Our clan has investigated him. Logically speaking, based on his character, the Sword Supreme would absolutely not go with him." The woman said, "That's the most puzzling part. However, it shows that this is growing more and more unusual." She looked up at the sky and continued, "Our Xinyuan clan has kept a low profile for so many years because it has been afraid of drawing trouble to itself and being sacrificed by the four great clans. But now it seems like we may not be able to avoid that. Some things that are coming will come in the end." The old man spoke indifferently, "Then let it come. Our Xinyuan clan has nothing to fear." She grinned, "Indeed. Spirit Monkey Mountain." Black Ape asked, "You've attained the Tao realm?" Yang Yi nodded. After comprehending throughout this time, had attained the Here Tao realm, and taking this step allowed his overall strength to improve tremendously. Perhaps it was still difficult for him to kill Zen realm experts, but he wouldn't be completely suppressed in battle against them any longer. Presently, he had the strength to fight Zen realm experts. Meanwhile, Black Ape suddenly said, "They were from the Xinyuan clan." Yang Yi gazed at Black Ape. "So?" Black Ape replied, "The Xinyuan clan was once the #1 clan in the large universe, and it may still hold that title. Their resources and reserves run very deep." The Xinyuan clan. Yang Yi glanced at the sword in his grasp. Meanwhile, Black Ape added, "That sword in your grasp once belonged to the Xinyuan clan's ancestor, the Emperor Xinyuan. His strength was unmatched amongst all the races when he used that sword." Yang Yi said, "They want it back." Black Ape shook his head. "That's what I thought in the beginning, but it seems like they have no intention to take it back. However, your presence here has been exposed. Do you want to hide for a while?" "Hide?" Yang Yi smiled. "Where?" Black Ape fell silent. Yang Yi was wanted throughout the large universe, and he would be targeted no matter where he went. Yang Yi said, "Have you heard anything about your ancestor?" Black Ape shook his head slightly while worry flashed through his eyes. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment and said, "Only 3 months have passed until now, and 9 more remain. No Demon King will dare to cause trouble here until then. I plan to leave during this time." Black Ape nodded. "So long as Ancestor is alive, no Demon King will dare to touch Spirit Monkey Mountain." Yang Yi said, "Contact me if you need anything. They'll definitely rush over as soon as possible." Yang Yi vanished into the sky once he finished speaking. Black Ape looked up at the sky in silence. Yang Yi shot swiftly through the clouds on his sword. His objective was the sky dimension. He hadn't forgotten about Zir, and it was time to make them hand her over. "Kid, it's about time I leave." Suddenly, a voice resounded in Yang Yi's mind. Yang Yi stopped. A middle-aged man appeared in front of him. It was Ho Qing. Ho Qing's body had completely recovered. Yang Yi asked, "Senior, you're going to the shaman dimension?" Ho Qing nodded. "I've recovered my body and strength, so there probably won't be anyone who dares to target me in the shaman dimension." Yang Yi nodded. "They'll send you back." Ho Qing replied, "That's perfect because there's something I need your help with." Yang Yi asked, "What is it?" The corners of Ho Qing's mouth curled up slightly. "My territory in the shaman dimension seems to have been taken over by a new shaman king. I have to go get it back. If that fellow is sensible, he'll just give it back, but I don't think he will." Yang Yi smiled. "Then take it back." Ho Qing smiled. "That's what I'm thinking." Just like that, they vanished on the spot. The shaman dimension. Yang Yi and Ho Qing arrived at Yin Gorge, Yin House territory. As soon as she saw them, Yin House gaze fell on Ho Qing. Yang Yi shrugged and walked away. Around 2 hours later, Yang Yi arrived in the hall, and only Yin Ho and Ho Qing were here. Yin Ho sized up Yang Yi and said, "Looks like sending you to the dead dimension was the right decision. I didn't expect you to have grown to such an extent." Yang Yi smiled. "I was almost unable to return." Yin Ho smiled, "But you did. However, you're still facing the same trouble. So be careful." Yang Yi nodded, and then he gazed at Ho Qing. "Senior Ho Qing, Are we going to see the Shaman Emperor, or are we going to your territory? Ho Ching smiled. No one will help uphold justice for me. It's something I have to get for myself. Once I get back my territory, only then will I have the right to speak to the Shaman Emperor. Everything requires strength. Yang Yi nodded. Then let's go. They left the hall. Cloudfall Mountain. Cloudfall Mountain used to be Ho Ching's territory, and it wasn't very far from Yin Gorge. So, it only took less than 2 hours for them to get there. Ho Ching had a wisp of complicated emotions in his eyes as he gazed at Cloudfall Mountain. After leaving for so long, even the mountains didn't look the same anymore. Everything had changed. Ho Ching restrained his thoughts and stomped his right foot down. Boom! The ground in a huge area shook violently, and it didn't take long for a middle-aged man to appear before them. In Ho. The middle-aged man gazed at In Ho. What's the meaning of this? In Ho smiled. Shaman Kingly, I'm not the one looking for trouble with you today. It's the person by my side. Shaman Kingly immediately gazed at Ho Ching, and he was slightly stunned when he saw Ho Ching. A moment later, he spoke solemnly. Ho Ching, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Ho Ching smiled. Are you disappointed? Shaman Kingly replied, a little. Looks like you're here to take back your territory. Ho Ching nodded slightly, of course. However, I presume you won't just let me have it. So, let's fight. Visit Readle. Me for extra chapters. Shaman Kingly replied, then bring it on. Let me see how much the Shaman King Ho Ching of the past has grown. As soon as he finished speaking, he tapped his right foot against the ground and vanished into the sky. Ho Ching vanished right after him. Only Yang Yi and In Ho remained here. Yang Yi asked, the winner stays? In Ho nodded slightly. That's what normally happens. After all, no one in the shaman race wishes to fight to the death. Of course, there are exceptions. However, I hope there are no exceptions. Yang Yi slowly closed his eyes. I hope so too. Meanwhile, In Ho suddenly asked, how strong are you now? Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment and replied, I can instantly kill anyone below the Zen realm. In Ho was speechless. Around 2 hours later, Ho Ching and Shaman Kingly returned to where they'd been standing, and both of their faces were quite pale. Ho Ching said, you can leave now. In Ho visibly relaxed when she heard this. Shaman Kingly had quite the complicated expression on his face. Suddenly, a few figures arrived from far away in the sky, and it didn't take long for 3 middle-aged men and an old man to appear by Shaman Kingly's side. The middle-aged men and the old man gazed at Ho Ching, and the old man said, Ho Ching, I didn't expect you to be so lucky. Ho Ching grinned, indeed. But many are going to be disappointed now. He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, I don't really have a good relationship with them. Yang Yi nodded slightly. I understand. He gazed at the old man who led the group. The old man was the strongest here, and he was at the attained Tao realm. The old man was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot, and a ray of light flashed. At the moment Yang Yi vanished, the old man's expression changed drastically. He was about to attack, but a sword was already pressed against his forehead. There was a pair of wings on Yang Yi's back, and it was the sage-rank divine rings. The surroundings suddenly fell deathly silent. Ho Ching was quite stunned as well, because he hadn't expected Yang Yi to attack right away. Yang Yi had truly caught them all off guard. Yang Yi pressed his sword forward, and it stabbed forward slightly, causing blood to instantly seep out from the old man's forehead. Yang Yi said, from today onwards, this place belongs to Senior Ho Ching. Do you have a problem with that? The old man stared at Yang Yi. Who are you? Yang Yi said, that's none of your business. Did you hear what I said? The old man gazed at Yang Yi in silence. Meanwhile, Yang Yi pressed his sword forward a little more. Did you hear me? The old man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, I did. Yang Yi lowered his sword. Yang Yi gazed at Ho Ching and In Ho. Seniors, I have other matters to attend to. Farewell. Ho Ching said, be careful. Yang Yi smiled, of course. Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. Ho Ching said, all the races will find him very difficult to kill now. In Ho nodded slightly. The speed of his growth simply puts us all to shame. Ho Ching smiled, I know. Meanwhile, The old man suddenly asked, "Who is he?" Ho Ching took a deep breath and replied, "I believe it won't be long before his name will shock the entire large universe. You'll know when that time comes. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2007. Am not cut out to be a good person. Chapter 2007. Am not cut out to be a good person. One day later. The entrance to the sky dimension. The corners of Yang Ye's mouth curled up slightly as he gazed at its ear. "Wait for me." Yang Yi was about to enter the sky dimension once he finished speaking, but he seemed to have sensed something and looked to the side. A middle-aged man was walking slowly in his direction. The middle-aged man wore a plain robe, and he held a black spear in his grasp. A Picatane Dao realm expert. The middle-aged man glanced at the entrance and gazed at Yang Yi. "You're planning on running to the sky dimension?" Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment and asked, "Do you need something?" The middle-aged man chuckled. "I want to borrow your head. You don't mind, right?" Yang Yi pointed at his head. "Why don't you come get it yourself?" The middle-aged man's smile gradually became cold. "I will." His spear shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Meanwhile, Yang Ye's sword suddenly stabbed forward. The tip of their weapons collided. In an instant, it seemed like time had frozen. Suddenly, both of them were pushed backwards. Bang! They moved over 3 kilometers back each before finally stopping, and then the space behind them cracked open like glass. The middle-aged man glanced at his hand. At this moment, there were many bloody injuries on his arm, and it had been caused by Yang Ye's sword energy. A solemn expression appeared in his eyes. He looked up at Yang Yi. "You're much stronger than I imagined. No wonder the sovereign of man was willing to pay such a high price for your head. You're worth the price." Yang Yi didn't say anything. He just closed his eyes slowly and raised his right palm. A sword started spinning rapidly on his palm. An instant later, a wave of sharp aura shot straight at the middle-aged man. Pressure. At this moment, he felt a wave of powerful pressure. He didn't dare act carelessly, and his profound energy surged madly. It only took a moment for dark clouds to cover the sky above the middle-aged man, and lightning flashed within it. He raised his spear up high. In an instant, a bolt of lightning shot down from the dark clouds and descended upon his spear. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slowly while lightning coiled around his spear. A breath of time later, he suddenly opened his eyes and hurled his spear at Yang Yi. Lightning Dragon. A spear that carried the rumbling of thunder shot at Yang Yi. Everywhere it passed, lightning crackled, and black holes were blasted open in space. Yang Ye's sword suddenly vanished. At the moment Yang Ye's sword vanished, the middle-aged man's lightning speak suddenly stopped in midair. It was because the tip of a sword had struck its tip. A moment of silence ensued, and then the sword suddenly started spinning. A sword howl resounded. The spear cracked open, and then a ray of light flashed. The middle-aged man was horrified. He forced his body to move aside, but an arm of his didn't leave with him. The middle-aged man stopped 300 m away, and blood was dripping from his right shoulder. Right when the middle-aged man had stopped himself, a sword started spinning on Yang Ye's palm again. Despair covered the middle-aged man's face when he caught sight of it, and then a sword appeared behind the middle-aged man's head. The middle-aged man stared at Yang Yi. "I lost to your sword, not you." Hiss. As soon as he finished speaking, blood sprayed from the middle-aged man's forehead, and then his head exploded apart. Yang Yi appeared behind the middle-aged man and summoned the Sword Supreme back. He gazed at it and smiled. If the user isn't strong, what difference would a sword's strength make? Yang Yi gazed at the entrance to the sky dimension and was about to enter it. However, the sky in the distance trembled, and then a few figures flashed out from the space there. It was a robust middle-aged man, an old man, and a woman wearing a long dress. Yang Yi recognized 2 of them. They were Kuang Shi from the demon race, and that woman from the devil race who had pursued him before he went to the dead dimension. As for the old man had been pursuing him too, but he didn't recognize the old man. Guangshi spoke indifferently. Yang Yi, long time no see. Yang Yi glanced at them. What? The demon race, devil race, and whatever race he's from still want to kill me and take my sword? Guangshi asked. Can't we? Yang Yi chuckled. He laughed for a while before he gazed at Guangshi. Are you an idiot? Guangshi's face fell when he heard this. He was about to speak when Yang Yi spoke first. You dared to come look for me when you haven't even got a grasp of the situation? I really worry about your level of intelligence. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi's sword vanished, and a ray of light flashed. Guangshi's figure stiffened on the spot. The old man and woman gazed at Guangshi, and they saw his body had stiffened while his eyes were opened wide. Besides that, a sword was floating behind his head. Guangshi stared at Yang Yi. This is impossible. Hiss. A crack appeared on Guangshi's throat, and then his head fell off his neck. Blood sprayed out like a fountain. The old man and woman were stunned. It didn't take long for the woman to recover from her shock, and she gazed at Yang Yi. My devil race won't act against you anymore. So please, it's too late. Yang Yi's sword vanished again, and it caused the woman's expression to change drastically. She slapped both her palms forward. Boom, boom. Two explosions resounded, and the ray of light vanished. However, Yang Yi suddenly appeared behind her. Yang Yi lowered his sword. Hiss. The woman's eyes were wide open as her head flew off her neck. Yang Yi turned to look at the old man. The old man didn't try to flee and said, I didn't expect a single trip to the dead dimension would have allowed you to grow to such an extent. My wing race made a bad move this time. The old man was about to attack and fight to the death, but Yang Yi suddenly asked, You're from the wing race? The old man asked, Why? Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment and replied, Take me to the wing race. He hadn't forgotten what Head promised that mysterious person in the dead dimension. Since Head taken from that person, he naturally had to keep his promise. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. What are you planning? Yang Yi didn't waste his breath and just used the divine wings. The old man was stunned on the spot when he caught sight of it, and it took some time for him to recover. What is it doing with you? Yang Yi replied, Who do you think should have it? The old man spoke without thinking. Our ancestor, of course. Yang Yi said, Take me to your patriarch. I don't want to repeat myself, and I don't want to waste more time. Understand? The old man hesitated for a moment and said, Come with me. A day later, Yang Yi arrived at the wing dimension. Based on what the old man told him, the wing race wasn't in a very good situation. Firstly, the wing race only had around 1 million members, and it was pitiable when compared to the human race or demon race's population. Secondly, its territory was extremely remote, so the spirit energy couldn't compare with the other races at all. The reason they wanted to take the sword was a last effort to help themselves. While the wing race didn't need it, it came with many benefits, like becoming friends with the human race or sky race. Yang Yi followed the old man to a pitch-black hall, and then the old man stopped. Please wait a moment. He walked into the hall once he finished speaking. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. There were numerous powerful divine senses hidden in the surroundings, and they were scanning him. A short while passed before the old man emerged from the hall. The patriarch is ready to see you. Yang Yi nodded slightly and walked in. There were 3 black-robed old men, while a middle-aged man in golden robes sat at the seat of the host. The middle-aged man sized up Yang Yi. Such strength at such a young age. Besides the one considered a king in the human race's younger generation. You are the greatest of them all. Yang Yi glanced at the old men, and then he gazed at the middle-aged man. I'm here because someone asked me to give you something. Yang Yi flicked his finger, and the ring that the mysterious person had given him flew over to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man glanced at the ring, and a solemn expression instantly covered his face. The old men by his side exchanged glances and scanned the ring with their divine sense. A short while later, their expressions became extremely solemn too. The ring contained many techniques that had been lost to the wing race, and all of them were at the sage rank or even higher. A long time passed before the middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi. Who gave this to you? Yang Yi shook his head. I don't know who it was. Since I've handed it to you, My mission is complete. Farewell. Yang Yi turned around and started walking away, but he seemed to have thought of something and stopped again. That sword is in my possession, so don't come looking for trouble with me again. Yang Yi turned around again and started walking away. Suddenly, one of the old men said, "Wait." Yang Yi stopped, gazed at the old man and said, "There's no need to thank me. I've already been compensated for this." The old man stared at Yang Yi. "Have you taken a look at the contents of this ring?" Yang Yi shook his head no. The old replied, "I don't believe you." Yang Yi's eyes instantly narrowed. Meanwhile, the old man gazed at the middle-aged man. "Patriarch, the techniques of our wing race lie in this ring, so we absolutely can't allow it to be leaked to others. Patriarch, please give the order to kill him." The middle-aged man frowned slightly and was quite hesitant. "Damn it." Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly drew his sword. "It's been so long since I've done something nice, but this is what I get in return. Looks like I'm really not cut out to be a good person." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi started walking in the middle-aged man's direction. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2008. Excuse me. Chapter 2008. Excuse me. The three old men's eyelids twitched at the sight of this. They hadn't expected Yang Yi to dare to attack them here. They naturally weren't afraid of Yang Yi and intended to attack. Suddenly, the patriarch of the wind race said, "Wait." The three old men gazed at their patriarch, and the latter gazed at Yang Yi instead. "Young brother, please calm down. My wing race knows how to appreciate its blessings." Yang Yi stopped. "That's not what I've seen." The patriarch smiled. "Their heads just aren't working properly right now. Since that person gave this to you, it proves that you gained that person's trust. You wouldn't have even come here if you wanted to keep it for yourself." Yang Yi said, "Looks like you aren't that unreasonable." The patriarch smiled. "No matter what, well, remember the kindness you've shown us by bringing this back to us." "Don't." Yang Yi smiled. "I'm going to the heaven dimension now, and I may enter into conflict with them. So, why don't you send some experts to go with me instead?" The patriarch's face froze. Yang Yi roared with laughter as he vanished from the hall. Once Yang Yi left, one of the old men said, "Why didn't you stop him? The divine wings are still in his possession. It's a precious treasure of our wing race, so how can we allow it to fall into the hands of an outsider?" The patriarch of the wing race closed his eyes slowly. "You're only considering the divine wings yet fail to consider who gave it to him. Why would our ancestor have given it to him? And you never considered why he dared to come here on his own." The old man was speechless. The patriarch opened his eyes. "Chaos is upon us. While our wing race has some resources and reserves available to it, the slightest mistake may cause us to lose it all. As for him, the human race and all the other races want to kill him, but he's still alive and well. Do you think he's an ordinary person?" The old man remained silent. The patriarch of the wing race continued softly, "He's not ordinary at all." After he left the wing dimension, Yang Yi went straight for the sky dimension. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to arrive at the entrance to the sky dimension, and he didn't hesitate to enter it. Yang Yi passed through the spatial passageway and arrived in the sky dimension. However, as soon as he did, a few men in armor surrounded him. One of them shouted, "Name yourself. Do you have a pass?" "A pass." Yang Yi shook his head. "I don't." The man roared, "How dare you enter the sky dimension if you don't?" Another one of the men said, "Don't waste time on him. Let's just kill him." As soon as he finished speaking, he shot towards Yang Yi. The man suddenly stopped when he arrived in front of Yang Yi. It was because a sword was pressed against his forehead. Yang Yi pressed his sword forward slightly and asked, "Do you have a problem with me taking a tour of the sky dimension?" That man's countenance was quite pale. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's sword suddenly stabbed through his skin, causing blood to flow. The man hurriedly said, "No, not at all." Yang Yi lowered his sword, and then he transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. Meanwhile, the man broke out in cold sweat. One of the others said, "Should we report this?" The man shook his head. He's not the first to enter the sky dimension without permission. Reporting this will only annoy our higher-ups, and well be the ones who suffer. The other man nodded, indeed. Around 4 hours later, Yang Yi arrived at Sky City. A cold smile curled up on the corners of his mouth as he gazed at the city before him. When he left that day, Head said that he would be back. Now, he was back. Gu Songyin from the Devil Race is ranked 7th on the talent rankings now. The 7th? Suddenly, a surprised exclamation resounded from far away. The 7th? Wasn't he just the 20th yesterday? He's already the 7th now? Like you said, it was yesterday. He challenged 13 experts throughout the night. Supposedly, he's challenging the 6th, Lin Yuxian, right now. Lin Yuxian lost. The surroundings fell silent once these words were spoken. A short while passed before someone sighed. Looks like that fellow plans to challenge his way to the top. If he really succeeds, our sky race will become the laughingstock of all the other races. The talent rankings. Yang Yi frowned, and then he seemed to have thought of something, and a slight smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. Yang Yi entered the city. No one noticed he was human because he stayed hidden. After making some inquiries, he finally figured out what the talent rankings was. It was a ranking created by the Sky Race, and it was naturally created to encourage the younger generation of the Sky Race. Yet now, a genius from the Devil Race had come to the Sky Dimension to challenge the Sky Race's geniuses. The Sky Race's relationship with the Devil Race was worse than its relationship with the human race. It could be said that their relationship was similar to the relationship between the human race and shaman race. They couldn't stand the sight of each other. Now, a genius of the Devil Race was rising up on the Sky Race's talent rankings, so it was undoubtedly a slap to their face. A terrible slap. Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something, and the smile on his face widened. A moment later, he vanished on the spot. Sky City, Talent Arena. The talent area was surrounded by an ocean of people. There was a man in a violet gold robe standing in the arena. He was tall, robust, and had hair that hung down to his shoulder. He had a short blade in his grasp. The blade was very short and only half a palm's length, but it was very thick. It was at least as thick as 2 adult palms. It was a very strange weapon. Obviously, he was the genius from the Devil Race, Gu Songyin. At this moment, many geniuses from the Sky Race were hurling curses from all around the arena, but Gu Songyin had his eyes closed and remained silent. Suddenly, a man in a cloud-white robe appeared in the arena. Someone exclaimed loudly, "It's Xiao Luo, the 5th on the talent rankings." Yang Yi sized up the man and nodded slightly. He felt that the quality of experts in the rankings wasn't bad. Xiao Luo was a Sea Dao realm expert, and based on his aura, he was one who hadn't relied on much external forces to get there. As for Gu Songyin, Yang Yi had taken a glance at him too, but Yang Yi hadn't been able to discern anything. Gu Songyin had clearly concealed his own strength. Meanwhile, Gu Songyin opened his eyes. "Make your move. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters." His voice was quite hoarse. Xiao Luo sized up Gu Songyin, and then he vanished on the spot. He was in front of Gu Songyin when he appeared again. An instant later, a few rays of cold light surged out from Xiao Luo's palms. Meanwhile, Gu Songyin suddenly moved. He swung his blade horizontally. It was done in a very slow manner, extremely slow even, and it was so slow that it seemed like a child was swinging it. However, it was exactly such a slow attack that obliterated the cold light Xiao Luo had sent at Gu Songyin. At the same time, Xiao Luo was blasted out of the arena. The arena had a defensive barrier around it. But at this moment, a huge gap had suddenly appeared in the barrier behind him, and Xiao Luo had been blasted out of that exact same gap. Deathly silence filled the surroundings. The clamorous noise from the spectators had gone silent. Gu Songyin glanced at the surroundings and said, "Tell the next one to come." Yang Yi sized up Gu Songyin and smiled. Interesting. That attack of Gu Kanjian's hadn't been slow at all, and it was a type of law. It was a very profound law. Even Yang Yi couldn't put a finger on it. However, something worth mentioning was that Gu Kanjian's attack was powerful indeed. Suddenly, a woman appeared in the arena. Yang Yi was slightly stunned because he recognized her. It was Shao-Chi's older sister, the woman who'd warned him from getting close to Shao-Chi. Gu Zongyan glanced indifferently at her and said, "Make you move." She didn't say anything and just flipped her palm. A sword appeared there. Star Destroyer, one of the Sky Race's precious treasures. She suddenly vanished on the spot once the sword appeared in her grasp. At the same time, an arc of light flashed, and it instantly arrived before Gu Zongyan. Meanwhile, Gu Zongyan attacked. He raised his sword and swung it down. Hiss! The woman's sword energy vanished, and Gu Zongyan suddenly vanished on the spot too. Clang! The sound of metal colliding resounded, and then the woman was blasted to the edge of the arena. At this moment, a solemn expression appeared in her eyes. She held tightly to the sword in her grasp. The stars in the sky suddenly started to change, and then countless rays of stellar energy surged down like torrents into her sword, causing it to start trembling. Yang Yi shook his head at the sight of this, because he felt that she hadn't improved at all throughout this time. It wasn't wrong to rely on external sources of strength, but it was bad to overdo it. After all, nothing could be done without possessing the skill and ability to do it. But her sword Dao hadn't improved at all, and neither had her cultivation. But the speed she converged stellar energy to the sword had improved. After it absorbed stellar energy, its aura grew much stronger than before, but that didn't make a difference. That strength didn't belong to her. Gu Zongyan suddenly vanished on the spot, and a ray of light flashed. It was thin like a hair because of its speed. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. It was because a short blade was against her throat. Shed lost. Shed lost before she could even use her strongest attack. Gu Zongyan lowered his blade and walked back to where Head been standing. Suddenly, he turned to the side, and he was stunned. Everyone looked along his gaze, and their gazes converged on Yang Yi. The woman was stunned too. Gu Zongyan hesitated for a moment, and then he cupped his fist to Yang Yi. "Excuse me." All the spectators were stunned speechless. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2009, Lowly Race. Chapter 2009, Lowly Race. Excuse him? Everyone here was stunned. All of them gazed at Yang Yi. Who is he? Yang Yi was slightly stunned as well. He glanced at Gu Zongyan and asked, "You know me?" Gu Zongyan nodded slightly. "I saw you once in southern Qilin Mountain." A cultivator from southern Qilin Mountain. Yang Yi nodded slightly. No wonder he's so strong. Meanwhile, Gu Zongyan said, "I didn't expect to see you here. A Sage Ruins is opening in my Devil Dimension 3 days from now. If you don't mind, we can go together." All the members of the Sky Race were flabbergasted by this. Isn't Gu Zongyan a little too courteous to that guy? If Yang Yi didn't mind, even though Gu Zongyan was from the Devil Race, they had to admit that Gu Zongyan was very strong, extremely even. However, it was exactly such an extraordinary expert who was actually being so courteous to the man in green clothes. It was normal for Gu Zongyan to be courteous to Yang Yi, and he himself felt that there was nothing wrong about it. After all, Head witnessed Yang Yi's strength in the dead dimension. Moreover, Yang Yi had even fought a Zen realm expert. At that time, Zen realm experts were existences that he could only look up to, but Yang Yi had already been able to fight them. Moreover, Yang Yi was probably even stronger now, because his instinct told him that Yang Yi was very dangerous. This instinct was something Head honed in the dead dimension, and it was extremely accurate. A Sage Ruins? Yang Yi frowned slightly. A short while passed before he said, "If I have the time," Gu Zongyan said, "they'll be in the Sky Dimension for the next 3 days. You can contact me at any time if you plan on going." Yang Yi nodded slightly, "All right." Gu Zongyan nodded, and then he glanced at the surroundings. "Tell the next to come." The woman in front of Gu Zongyan spoke in a low voice. "He'll be here very soon." Gu Zongyan nodded slightly, then "I'll wait for him." He closed his eyes slowly once he finished speaking. The woman withdrew her gaze and flashed over to Yang Yi. "You dare to return?" Yang Yi smiled. "Why not?" She looked him in the eyes. "Do you want to die?" Yang Yi smiled. You're still so conceited, right? I want to ask you something. Where's Xiaoqi? She replied, out of consideration for Xiaoqi, I'll give you a piece of advice. Leave immediately before my father notices your presence. You still have time now. Otherwise, if he notices your presence in the sky dimension, no one will be able to save you. Is that so? Yang Yi spoke indifferently. I'm so afraid. The woman's face fell. Do as you wish. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and walked away. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, out of consideration for Xiaoqi, I'll give you some advice too. Star Destroyer is a good sword, but its user is a weakling. A sword is used by a person, yet you made the sword the principal. How stupid do you have to be in order to do that? You. She turned around and glared at Yang Yi. However, Yang Yi ignored her and gazed towards the distant sky. The space there was trembling, and then a pitch-black rift appeared there. A moment later, a figure shot out from it. Everyone watched as a ray of light shot down towards the city. The woman spoke in a low voice, he's here. As soon as she finished speaking, a man in a white robe appeared in the arena. The man was around the age of 27. He wore a pure white robe, and he was very handsome. As soon as he appeared there, countless women exclaimed, Luo Wuxue, Luo Wuxue, the #1 genius on the talent rankings, and the representative of the Sky Race's younger generation. Luo Wuxue gazed at Gu Tsangyan, clown from the Devil Race. How dare you cause trouble in my sky dimension? You really don't know your place. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his right hand, and then faint light flickered there in his grasp. A moment later, he slapped his palm down at Gu Tsangyan. Bang! The space around Gu Tsangyan shook violently, and then the space there cracked open while Gu Kenjian's face warped. It seemed like he was enduring extraordinary pain. A moment of silence ensued, and then Gu Tsangyan suddenly attacked. A ray of light flashed. Hiss! The sound of something being sliced open resounded, and then a huge spatial rift appeared in the space before Gu Tsangyan. At the end of the rift, the ray of light had arrived before Luo Wuxue's forehead. A cold smile curled up on the corners of his mouth, and then a ray of silver light flashed on his palm. Bang! Gu Kenjian's blade energy vanished. Both of them were around 30 m away from each other. A silver spear had appeared in Luo Wuxue's grasp, and there was a small platinum dragon around the spear. A moment later, he vanished on the spot. Swish! Everyone watched with astonishment as the space before Luo Wuxue suddenly cracked open, and a huge spatial rift appeared in the arena. At the same time, the arena shattered into bits. It was too strong to the point the arena and the space there couldn't endure the attack. At the instant Luo Wuxue attacked, Gu Tsangyan had vanished on the spot, and an extremely dazzling ray of light flashed. A moment later, the ray of blade energy and silver light slammed against each other. Boom! In an instant, a wave of energy swept out from the point of collision. It moved extremely swiftly and instantly arrived before the crowd. The scene of this horrified the spectators, and they hurriedly moved backwards. They retreated over 3 kilometers back before they finally stopped. Meanwhile, everyone noticed that someone hadn't moved backwards, and it was Yang Yi. Yang Yi was still standing where had been standing a while ago. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and he noticed that they were all looking at him. Yang Yi spoke with bewilderment. What are all of you doing? All of them just gazed at him without saying a word. Bang! Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Meanwhile, an explosion resounded far away in the sky. They looked up and saw a platinum dragon soaring through the sky. At the same time, a 300 m long ray of blade energy shot through the sky like a shooting star. At this moment, their battle had reached its peak, and the outcome was about to be decided. Or perhaps, it should be said that life and death would be decided very soon, because both of them hadn't held back, and they were risking their lives in battle. Boom! 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 Explosions resounded incessantly in the sky, and the space there started turning ethereal. However, it didn't take long for the experts watching from the shadows to fortify the space there, and it was fortified to an absolutely strong point. Luo Wuxue and Gu Kenjian's attacks weren't able to shake the space in that area of the sky anymore. Suddenly, Luo Wushue's soared up into the sky, and then a silver circle of light appeared on his palm. Gu Qinjian's expression changed at the sight of it because his instinct told him that it was dangerous. Go. Luo Wushue flicked his finger, and it transformed into a ray of silver light that shot towards Gu Tsangyan. Gu Qinjian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he was holding his blade with two hands. When the circle of silver light arrived around 30 m away from him, he swiftly swung his blade forward. It descended at the perfect timing to hit the silver circle of light. Time seemed like it had stopped. This continued for around 3 breaths of time. Suddenly, the circle of silver light shook violently, and then numerous ethereal circles of silver light shot out from it. Bang! 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 These ethereal circles of silver light slammed against Gu Qinjian's body and instantly blasted him away. He flew for almost 3 kilometers before he finally stopped, and his body immediately cracked open once he stopped himself. Blood sprayed from him. It was an extremely shocking sight. Luo Wushue had won. Countless people in the surroundings cheered and howled. Gu Tsangyan wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then he looked up at Luo Wushue. A sage rank weapon? Luo Wushue put the silver circle of light away and smiled. You have quite the discerning gaze. As he spoke, he glanced at the surroundings and asked, Everyone, tell me, do you think he should be killed? Kill him. Countless howled in unison. Of course he should be killed. He must be killed. Those who offend our sky race must be killed. Kill him. No, he should be tortured to death. Luo Wushue gazed at Gu Tsangyan and ridiculed. What's it like to overestimate your strength? This is it. As soon as he finished speaking, he tossed his spear at Gu Tsangyan. Gu Tsangyan was about to counterattack, but a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and then the spear was caught by a hand. It was Yang Yi. The woman outside the arena frowned at the sight of this. Gu Tsangyan was stunned too. Obviously, he hadn't expected Yang Yi to lend him a hand. Luo Wushue frowned when he saw Yang Yi. A human? Yang Yi glanced at the people outside the arena. Since he started challenging the geniuses of the sky race, I don't think he ever killed any of the opponents he defeated. He's a human. Someone exclaimed. A human? A lowly race? What's he doing in our sky dimension? I didn't expect a human to be here. The guards outside the sky gate are getting terrible. They actually allowed a lowly human in. The woman down below glanced at Yang Yi. You're getting yourself killed. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then a smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. After that, he vanished on the soft. An instant later, he appeared in front of Luo Wushue, and then he swung Luo Wuxu's spear. Everyone watched with astonishment as Luo Wushue was swept over 10 kilometers away. Yang Yi patted his hands and glanced at the surroundings. From this moment onward, I, Yang Yi, challenge all the geniuses of the sky race's younger generation. Right here and right now. No matter how many of you choose to fight me, I'll fight you all. He paused for a moment, and then a slightly cold smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. He pointed at Luo Wushue and added, Let me tell you a little secret. Don't send such trash to fight me because I can fight 100 people like him. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2010, The Sky Guard. Chapter 2010, The Sky Guard. 100. The surroundings were deathly silent as all of them stared at Yang Yi. How dare you? Luo Wushue suddenly roared with fury, and then a silver circle of light appeared in his grasp. His profound energy surged madly into it, and then it started to tremble lightly. Watch out. Meanwhile, Gu Tsangyan intended to warn Yang Yi, but he seemed to have thought of something and stopped. Watch out. Was Luo Wushue stronger than the Blood Demon King? The answer was clearly a no. But Yang Yi could fight the Blood Demon King. Moreover, Yang Yi was clearly much stronger than he had been. Yang Yi glanced at Gu Tsangyan and smiled. It's fine. Suddenly, Luo Wushue leaped up, and he hurled the silver circle of light at Yang Yi. Swish! The circle of silver light instantly appeared above Yang Yi, and then countless circles of light surged out and enveloped Yang Yi. Suddenly, Yang Yi stomped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of light that shot upwards. In an instant, Yang Yi's afterimages filled the sky, and every one of them emanated dazzling light. Shadow Sword. Rays of light crisscrossed through the sky. The sword energy was sharp and overbearing. Just like that, the sword energy remained for around 3 breaths of time, and then they dispersed while Yang Yi had vanished on the spot as well. Everyone was stunned by this and looked towards Luo Wuxue. There was a man standing in front of Luo Wuxue, and his sword was pressed against Luo Wuxue's neck. The surroundings fell silent. Luo Wuxue had lost just like that. Luo Wuxue gazed with disbelief at the man in front of him. He hadn't expected himself to lose just like that. He hadn't even been able to react when Yang Yi attacked him just now. Yang Yi lowered his sword, glanced at the surroundings, and said, "They'll be waiting here. What I said before won't change. Anyone from the Sky Race's younger generation, no matter the amount, all of you can challenge me together." The expressions of the people from the Sky Race became quite unsightly. It was a form of provocation. Gukanjian's challenges were a form of provocation to them too, and Yang Yi's provocation was worse. He wasn't just challenging the geniuses on the talent rankings, he was challenging all the geniuses of the Sky Race's younger generation, the younger generation of the entire Sky Race. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly appeared in the arena, and she looked Yang Yi in the eyes. "What do you want?" "What do I want?" Yang Yi chuckled and said, "Isn't the Sky Race a superior race? I want to see what's so noble about you." He glanced at the others down below and continued, "See, I'm a human, and all of you are from the Sky Race. As far as all of you are concerned, I'm from a lowly race. Now, I'm fucking asking a superior race like you, who dares to come here and fight me? Who dares?" The Sky Race never lacked hot-blooded men. It didn't take long for a man to appear in the arena. He gazed at Yang Yi and was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot. Bang! A moment later, the man's figure had curled up as it flew through the air. The man crashed to the ground around 3 kilometers away, and he was unconscious. The surroundings were deathly silent. Yang Yi lowered his fist and said, "Next, next." This time, no one dared to rashly challenge Yang Yi. The gap in their strength made it so that they would only be asking for insult. The woman in front of Yang Yi stared at him and said, "You'll die." Yang Yi smiled. "You said the same thing once, but I'm still alive and well. Moreover, does the younger generation of the Sky Race really have no one capable? I may not refuse a challenge from the older generation too. However, the noble Sky Race wouldn't bully the young, right?" The woman wanted to say more, but Yang Yi waved his hand. "I'm not in the mood to waste my breath on you, so just leave. Of course, you can fight me if you want to prove the Sky Race's strength." The woman's face became quite unsightly, but Yang Yi closed his eyes and ignored her. Yang Yi was in deep thought. He was naturally not here to fight the entire Sky Race. While his strength wasn't bad, it was clearly impossible for him to fight the entire Sky Race. It was impossible even if he attained the Sage Realm. But he couldn't stand the sight of the Sky Race. So what should he do about that? Head thought of a solution for that. Since he couldn't defeat the old, he planned to bully the young. Head challenged the younger generation of the entire Sky Race. The Sky Race would definitely not send someone from the older generation to deal with him. Because if they did that, the world would think that the Sky Race bullies the young and doesn't have anyone capable in its younger generation. Under such circumstances, it would definitely become the laughingstock of all the other races. Of course, while they may not openly look for trouble with him, they would definitely act in secret. Suddenly, an old man in a white robe appeared in the arena. The old man sized up Yang Yi. "I never expected you to dare to return." Obviously, he recognized Yang Yi. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. "Are you planning on fighting me yourself?" The old man ridiculed. "Do I even have to?" Yang Yi smiled. "I like the Sky Race's confidence. It's just like my own. Since that's the case, tell the geniuses of your Sky Race to come here. Let me see what makes you so noble." The old man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then he said, "I think you won't be able to leave the Sky Dimension. No, if you die, your corpse will be moved out of the Sky Dimension. A lowly human isn't worthy of dying in the sky race's territory. Yang Yi roared with laughter and looked the old man in the eyes. I seek death. Let me send you off then. Suddenly, a voice resounded from the sky. Everyone looked over, but they saw nothing. It didn't take long for some to realize what had happened, and they looked at the arena. A young man in a blue robe had appeared before Yang Yi. The young man was around the age of 20. He was handsome and had an extraordinary and carefree bearing. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Who's that? Countless people were bewildered. As for the woman who was standing near Yang Yi, she frowned slightly and spoke softly. I didn't expect someone from the Sky Guard to come. The Sky Guard. It was a mysterious organization in the Sky Race, and they used to be directly under the command of the Sky Race's guardian. But after the guardian of the Sky Race perished in battle all those years ago, this organization fell under the command of the Sovereign of Sky. For the sake of holding all authority in his possession, the Sovereign of Sky hadn't allowed another guardian to be selected. The members of this organization were the trump card that the Sky Race fostered in secret, and they usually only showed themselves at a critical moment. So, she hadn't expected her father to send someone from the Sky Guard now. However, it made sense because ordinary geniuses couldn't rival Yang Yi at all. Even she couldn't fight him. The young man sized up Yang Yi and said, the Here Dao realm. Haha. Nowadays, the so-called geniuses of the world think they're invincible just because they have some skill. How childish. How laughable. You're absolutely correct. It wasn't Yang Yi who said this, it was Gu Tsangyan. The young man gazed at Gu Tsangyan. What? Gu Tsangyan smiled. It's nothing. I just think you're absolutely right. He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, Brother Yang, the people of the Sky Race call themselves a noble race, but their actions are usually not noble at all. Be careful. After all, it's difficult to guard yourself against surprise attacks while you're in the Sky Race's territory. Yang Yi smiled. Thanks for the reminder. As he spoke, he gazed at the young man and said, Come, make your move. The young man shook his head. You do it. Yang Yi asked, Are you sure? The young man chuckled, Human. Looks like you're very confident. Meanwhile, the old man in a white robe reminded, Don't underestimate your opponent. The young man chuckled and said, Don't worry, Elder Zhu. As he spoke, he glanced at the surroundings and gazed at Yang Yi. 10 moves. I'll kill you in 10 moves. I asked you to attack first because I'm afraid you won't have another chance to. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Fool. Gu Tsangyan shook his head. Perhaps there were people in the younger generation of the large universe who were capable of defeating Yang Yi, but as far as he was concerned, it was absolutely impossible for any one of them to defeat Yang Yi in 10 moves. While experts were hidden throughout the large universe, Yang Yi was someone who'd come from the dead dimension. Moreover, Yang Yi could be considered to be at the top of that terrifying place. The number one genius from the dead dimension was someone that most geniuses of the large universe couldn't compare to at all. Perhaps only those who practiced reincarnation, or some other special people could fight Yang Yi. But the young man was no reincarnated expert or anyone special. So, defeating Yang Yi in 10 moves? As far as Gu Tsangyan was concerned, that was a joke. Meanwhile, the young man suddenly said, Make your move. Yang Yi nodded slightly, all right. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword started spinning rapidly on his palm. At this moment, Yang Yi's aura instantly changed. Yang Yi was like a sword that would pierce the sky. The old man's expression changed, and he hurriedly gazed at the young man. Don't underestimate him. His voice was slightly more serious. At this moment, the young man's expression was solemn as well. As the sword on Yang Yi's palm spun even faster, the young man started to panic slightly. His intuition told him that it was very dangerous. Yang Yi's attack was extremely dangerous. Don't let him accumulate strength. The old man's voice suddenly resounded in the young man's mind. The young man hesitated for a moment and nodded slightly. After that, a blood-red scythe appeared in his grasp, and then he vanished on the spot. A ray of blood-red light shot forward. Yang Yi was stunned. Didn't you say that you'd let me attack first? You're not a man of your word. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2011. A familiar voice. Everyone in the surroundings was quite stunned. They hadn't expected the young man to attack first. Meanwhile, Gu Tsungyan ridiculed. This is the noble sky race. He didn't keep his voice down at all. So many people heard him. The young man was extremely swift, and he instantly arrived before Yang Yi. In next to no time, a blood-red scythe hooked down at Yang Ye's head. He clearly wanted to slice off Yang Ye's head. Suddenly, Yang Ye's sword vanished. A sword howl resounded through the entire city. Hiss! An ear-piercing sword howl resounded, and then the young man and his scythe were blasted away. They flew for over 1 kilometer before the young man stopped himself. The young man glanced at his scythe. At this moment, there was an extremely deep gap in its blade. The young man's face became solemn at the sight of this, and he looked up at Yang Yi. Interesting. Interesting? Yang Yi chuckled. I think so too. Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and he was in front of the young man when he appeared again. Yang Yi had left a string of afterimages behind him. The young man's pupils constricted, and then he swiftly slammed his scythe down at Yang Yi. Clang! In an instant, the scythe slammed against the sword, and then an ear-piercing explosion resounded. The young man was blasted away again. However, his scythe vanished at the instant he flew away. Yang Yi stopped and stabbed his sword forward, and it stabbed against the tip of the blood-red scythe. Bang! The scythe was blasted away. Meanwhile, the young man soared up into the air. He held the blood-red scythe tightly while his profound energy surged madly into it, causing the scythe to emanate a faint blood-red glow. The young man looked down at Yang Yi, and he swung the scythe down with both hands. Soul Devourer! As soon as he roared with fury, a ray of blood-red light flashed out from the scythe and surged down towards Yang Yi. The fortified space in the sky was instantly obliterated before it. A long spatial rift appeared behind the blood-red light. Yang Yi took a step forward. He didn't use a technique, and he just raised his sword and stabbed upwards. Even an ordinary swing of his sword contained countless sword techniques, so while it seemed very ordinary, it wasn't ordinary at all. It stabbed the blood-red light, and Yang Yi was pushed around 30 m back. As for the red light, it didn't vanish, and it pressed down upon Yang Ye's sword. Meanwhile, Yang Yi twisted his sword. Break! The blood-red light instantly exploded apart and was obliterated. Meanwhile, the young man had appeared in front of Yang Yi, and then a scythe arrived right above Yang Ye's head. Yang Yi didn't try to defend himself against it, and he just swung his sword at the young man's chest, striking after the enemy attacked. While head attacked after the young man, it was much faster than the blood-red scythe. The young man's expression changed drastically at the sight of this. He was very well aware that if he didn't stop his attack and defend himself, Yang Ye's sword would pierce a hole through his chest. Moreover, once a sword in the hands of such a sword cultivator pierced his body, it would be able to instantly shatter his internal organs. The young man didn't dare to sacrifice his own life to take Yang Ye's. The scythe suddenly turned back and obstructed Yang Ye's attack. Clang! A clear and resounding clang resounded, and the young man was blasted away with his scythe. At the exact same moment, Yang Yi unfurled his grip, and a sword started spinning on his palm. An instant later, the sword vanished. The young man's expression changed drastically. He wanted to dodge it, but it was too late, and a sword had pressed against his forehead. Had lost. The young man in blue robes had lost. The surroundings fell silent. The white-robed old man's face was extremely gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. As for the woman, she had fallen silent as well, and her face was slightly gloomy. A genius of the sky race had lost to a human in the sky dimension. It was absolutely difficult for people of the sky race to accept this. Yang Yi waved his right hand, and his sword immediately flew back into his grasp. Yang Yi glanced at the old man and said, "This is the strength of the noble sky race's geniuses? They can't even defeat a human like me?" The old man stared at Yang Yi in silence. Meanwhile, Yang Yi chuckled. Don't look at me. Get the next one. The woman suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi. What exactly do you want? Yang Yi spoke indifferently. It's nothing. I just want to fight the geniuses of the sky race. She spoke in a low voice. This method will never make my father give your friend to you. Yang Yi looked her in the eyes. Would he give her to me if I spoke nicely to him? He wouldn't. Because as far as all of you are concerned, people like us are just ants, right? She fell silent. Meanwhile, Yang Yi glanced at the others from the sky race. At this moment, clamorous noise filled the surroundings. More than half of the people in Sky City were here, and even more were constantly rushing over. It was an ocean of people. Yang Yi glanced at the crowd in the surroundings and asked, Does no one dare to fight me? He was absolutely overbearing. At this moment, Yang Yi was absolutely overbearing, and it made extremely unsightly expressions cover the faces of everyone from the sky race. Many had started shouting, and it was obviously shouts that wished for Yang Yi's death. However, there was still no one who dared to challenge Yang Yi. The sky race had no lack of hot-blooded people, but they were very well aware that challenging Yang Yi was pointless, and it would only bring shame to them. They weren't on the same level as Yang Yi. Moreover, Yang Yi clearly had no intention of stopping. What should we do? Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. All the members of the Sky Race were thinking the same thing. The Sky Race will be utterly humiliated if he's allowed to continue. Suddenly, the white-robed old man raised his palms and pressed them down lightly, and the clamorous noise in the surroundings instantly vanished. The old man gazed at Yang Yi. Needless to say, you've really made us look at you in a new light. However, if you think that you can bully the younger generation of my Sky Race, then you're absolutely mistaken. My Sky Race's genius will be here to fight you in 2 hours. He vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. Yang Yi chuckled. They'll be waiting. Meanwhile, Gu Songyin walked over to Yang Yi's side. Brother Yang, you have enmity with the Sky Race? Yang Yi nodded a little. He glanced at Gu Songyin and continued. I presume there's a reason why you came here to challenge the geniuses on the talent rankings, right? Gu Songyin nodded slightly. The Sky Race is terribly arrogant and overbearing. Not too long ago, that fellow ranked at the 2nd position on their talent rankings went to my devil dimension, and he challenged the rankings in our city. I wasn't there, so after he won, he insulted my devil race. He said the younger generation of my devil race is useless. I only found out about that after I left the dead dimension, so I came here. I see. Yang Yi nodded slightly. Meanwhile, Gu Songyin added, What about you? Yang Yi smiled. It's nothing. I just can't stand the sight of them. Gu Songyin was stunned speechless. Somewhere in Sky City, a white-robed old man appeared within an estate. As soon as he appeared there, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of him. The middle-aged man asked, Elder Zhu, you're here because of that? The white-robed old man said, You already know? The middle-aged nodded slightly. How could I not be aware of something major like that? He's not ordinary. The old man spoke solemnly. Indeed. He escalated it to such an extent that we can't act against him, and we can't drive him away either. Otherwise, the world will think that our Sky Race fears him. So, I came to you because I hope that kid will help deal with him. The middle-aged man fell silent. The old man asked, Is there a problem? The middle-aged man shook his head slightly. He naturally has to help since our Sky Race's honor is at stake. Elder Zhu, please go on ahead. They'll tell him to head over to Talent Arena. The old man nodded and vanished on the spot. Sky City. Talent Arena. The arena had been shattered during the previous battles, but a completely new arena was in its place now, and it was much larger and stronger than the last arena. The white-robed old man suddenly appeared in the arena. Yang Yi opened his eyes and gazed at the old man, and the latter spoke indifferently, Don't blame my Sky Race for being merciless. We'll give you a chance now. Kowtow 100 times, and my Sky Race will spare you. All right? Kowtow 100 times. Yang Yi was stunned and asked, Is there something wrong with you? The old man's eyes narrowed slightly, and he laughed coldly. Do you know who's coming to fight you? Yang Yi shook his head. I don't. The old man laughed coldly. He's from the dead dimension. Do you know what kind of place that is? The dead dimension? Yang Yi was stunned. Meanwhile, Gu Songyin suddenly said, "Don't you know that he has been—" Gu Songyin stopped abruptly at this point. He looked up at the sky, and a voice came from there. "Who wants to challenge the geniuses of my sky race? Come, I'll play with you. Don't worry. I promise not to kill you." Yang Yi was stunned when he heard this. That's such a familiar voice. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2012 Brothers. That's such a familiar voice. Yang Yi looked up, and a man appeared there. It only took a moment for the man to descend in front of Yang Yi. Both of them were stunned when they saw each other. "It's you," the man exclaimed, and then he ran over to Yang Yi and punched Yang Yi lightly on the chest. He smiled. "You didn't even tell me you were coming." Yang Yi chuckled. "I didn't expect it to be you. It was none other than Yu Jing." Countless members of the Sky Race were stunned by their actions. They know each other? As for the white-robed old man, his face was quite unsightly. Yang Yi was clearly in a very good mood. He sized up Yu Jing and said, "You've grown stronger." Yu Jing smiled. "I'm much inferior when compared to you." He paused for a moment and added, "Why are you causing trouble in the Sky Dimension? Tell me why. My clan has a bit of power in the Sky Dimension, and we can help." Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and explained, "The Sovereign of Sky has a friend of mine, and he refuses to release my friend." Yu Jing frowned. He fell silent for a moment, and then he gazed at the white-robed old man. "Elder Zhu, do you know who he is?" The white-robed old man spoke in a low voice. "What, you intend to admit defeat before you even fight? Aren't you afraid that your Yu clan will become the laughingstock of the Sky Race?" "The laughingstock of the Sky Race?" Yu Jing chuckled. "Elder Zhu, not to mention my Yu clan. Even you would probably be unable to do anything to him. Besides me, no one else in the Sky Race has a better understanding of how terrifying Yang Yi is." The white-robed old man frowned. Meanwhile, Yu Jing looked at the crowd down below. "I used to be just like all of you. I was confident, and I felt that I was superior because I belonged to the Sky Race. However, after going to the Dead Dimension, I realized that the world is huge, and there are many geniuses in it. If our Sky Race continues to be so arrogant, our future is worrying." "Shut up." Suddenly, the old man roared with fury. "Yu Jing, I thought you would be able to lead our Sky Race's younger generation, but now it seems like I thought too much of you. I'm very disappointed in you. If you're unwilling to fight, my Sky Race naturally has others to fight him." "Coward." Countless people cursed from below the arena. "How disappointing. He actually praised the enemy and spoke ill about us? Yu Jing, the #1 genius? How truly laughable. Is Yang Yi that terrifying? Yu Jing is such a piece of trash. He doesn't even dare to fight." "Shut your mouths." Suddenly, Yang Yi roared, and his voice rumbled like a deafening thunderclap. Everyone gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi glanced at the crowd, and then he pointed at Yu Jing. "He's trash? If he's trash, then let me be honest about something. All of you can't even be called trash. If you refuse to accept that, then come up here and fight me. If you dare not, then shut your mouths. Stop barking over there." Countless people were furious when they heard Yang Yi, and they continued their curses. However, no one dared to challenge Yang Yi. Yu Jing fell silent for a long time, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. He was just about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly said, "I won't continue if it'll affect you negatively." Yu Jing shook his head. "Go on." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Huh?" Yu Jing didn't explain and asked, "What's your friend's name? Where is he or her? Maybe I can help you gather some information." Yang Yi replied, "Her name is Zir. She was with a woman from the Sky Race called Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi is the sovereign of Sky's daughter." "Xiao Qi." Yu Jing nodded slightly. "I understand. You continue here. I'll go investigate for you." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished from the arena. Once Yu Jing left, a figure took him to a remote corner. It was a middle-aged man who was quite similar in appearance to Yu Jing. "What the heck are you doing?" The middle-aged man spoke in a low voice. Do you know what kind of effect those words you spoke will have on our clan? Yu Jing nodded. I do. The middle-aged man spoke angrily. Then why did you do that? Yu Jing turned to glance at the crowd. Dad, what do you think about them? The middle-aged man fell silent for a short while, and then he said, they can talk the talk, but they can't walk the walk. Yu Jing nodded. There are too many people like them in our sky race. We have an innate sense of superiority, and I had it too. But Dad, do you know what happened? After I went to the dead dimension, that sense of superiority almost got me killed. The middle-aged man spoke in a low voice. What are you trying to say? Yu Jing smiled. Only the strong are respected in the world outside, and it isn't a world that respects the sky race. If they go out to the outside world and still hold on to that sense of superiority, they'll be smashed into bits. The middle-aged man asked, That's why you gave up? Yu Jing gazed at Yang Yi. Of course not. The main reason is that I'm no match for him. The middle-aged man frowned. Even with your current strength? Yu Jing replied. He was our leader in the dead dimension. He was the one who led us out when we were besieged by 1,000,000 demon beasts. Besides that, he led us back to southern Qilin Mountain too, and he was the one who got us a chance to leave the dead dimension. You would have had to bury me if it wasn't for him. The middle-aged man fell silent. Meanwhile, Yu Jing added, Dad, if I'm to be honest, it isn't just our sky race. There probably aren't many in the younger generation of all the races that can fight him. Perhaps only the geniuses of those 4 top clans can fight him. Moreover, according to my knowledge, his background is very mysterious too. He's absolutely not ordinary. The middle-aged man glanced at Yu Jing. What are you trying to say? Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Yu Jing replied seriously. He isn't just an extraordinary genius. He's definitely being backed by a mysterious power. Chaos is upon us. Dad, don't you think we should become friends with more geniuses? The middle-aged man waved his hand. Stop beating around the bust. What are you trying to tell me? Yu Jing chuckled slyly and spoke seriously. He's causing trouble here because a friend of his is in the Sovereign of Sky's hands. Her name is Zir, and she's with that she-devil, Shao-Chi. Dad, the middle-aged man asked, You want me to save his friend? Yu Jing nodded. Dad, you're really smart. You figured it out so quickly. As expected of my father. Shut up. The middle-aged man spoke in a low voice. Do you know that doing this is equivalent to offending the Sovereign of Sky? Are you going to disregard the clan's safety for your so-called loyalty? Yu Jing said, All right. Even if our Yu clan can't be ranked in the top 3, it can enter the top 5 in the sky race, right? I refuse to believe that the Sovereign of Sky will offend our Yu clan just because we want to save someone. The middle-aged man shook his head. And I want to offend the Sovereign of Sky for someone who isn't related to me. It's not worth it. Yu Jing's smile vanished. If you refuse, then I'll have to do it myself. Don't you dare. The middle-aged spoke angrily. Do you want to be the next patriarch or not? Who cares? Yu Jing spoke loudly. I'm your only damn son. If you don't let me, then who? Let me tell you right now, I don't care. If you refuse to do it, don't even think about stopping me. I'm not the same anymore, so don't force my hand. Otherwise, you'll really lose face. The middle-aged man's face flushed red with rage. Meanwhile, Yu Jing spoke softly. Dad, just treat it as helping me, all right? Moreover, let me tell you something. I know my friend's temper very well. If the Sovereign of Sky refuses to hand over his friend, then hell throw the entire sky dimension into chaos. I'm sure you've noticed that he isn't looking for trouble with old fellows like you, and he's targeting the younger generation. If I'm to be honest, I'm afraid there isn't anyone in the sky race's younger generation who can be a match for him. That may not necessarily be the case. The middle-aged man spoke coldly. According to my knowledge, the young captains of the Sky Guard aren't weak at all. Moreover, those kids from the clans above our Yu clan are extremely monstrous. There are even some monstrous geniuses who are in seclusion. All of them are trash. Yu Jing shrugged. I'm not looking down on them, but he's really strong. Right? Do you know, he could fight the Blood Demon King, a Zen realm expert, while he was at the 5th stage of the Enlightened Realm. The middle-aged man frowned when he heard this. Really? Yu Jing nodded. The Blood Demon King treated him as an opponent in the same realm of cultivation. Moreover, he's linked to that heaven-defying monkey from the demon race. Besides that, you must not forget that he has a group of friends scattered throughout the races. All of them are extraordinary geniuses from the dead dimension, and the future will definitely belong to them. Dad, if you don't become friends with them now and help them, it'll be too late for our clan to make friends with them then. The middle-aged man fell silent for a long time and said, "You've made your decision?" Yu Jing nodded. "I have to help a friend in need." The middle-aged man looked Yu Jing in the eyes. "If I refuse, you'll use that thing your ancestor gave you, right?" Yu Jing replied, "I will." The middle-aged man sighed softly. "I never expected that you would become friends with a human. Moreover, that fellow can even make you do this." Yu Jing replied, "We were brothers who went through thick and thin in the dead dimension, and we'll do the same in the outside world. Dad, just tell me if you're going to help or not. If you refuse, he'll save his friend and announce that I have no further link to the Yu clan. I won't drag the clan down with me. I'm not trying to threaten you." The middle-aged man spoke in a low voice. "Is it really worth it? That thing is your final trump card, and it's the guarantee that you'll take over the Yu clan. You must realize that while I only have a single son, your father's father doesn't have just a single son." Yu Jing didn't say anything, and he just gazed at Yang Yi, who was still in the arena. "Dad, do you understand what being brothers means? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.